or add jumps with your buddies. Now your tires are for your family's safety, which is also rad. Rad drivers go to your local Cooper tire dealer. They carry Cooper Cobra Instinct tires. They bring your car to a shorter stop on wet roads and have decisive maneuvering and sporty performance. Visit your local Cooper tire dealer and ask for Cooper Cobra Instinct tires.
I missed one payment, then another. Now I feel behind on everything. I can't keep up.
Falling behind happens to more people than you think, but there is a solution. My name is Jasmine Brown. I'm a licensed insolvency trustee at BDO here in Regina. Together, we can create a plan that fits your situation and helps you get caught up and back in control. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to book your free consultation and discover your debt-free future.
The Roughriders season is here, and the biggest 50-50 in Saskatchewan is back. Last year's 50-50 raised over $3.3 million for amateur football in Saskatchewan, and we couldn't do it without you. Thank you, Rider Nation. This year, we have bigger loyalty and early bird prizes than ever before, not to mention those life-changing 50-50 jackpots. See all of the prizes and buy your tickets today at riders5050.ca, and never miss a chance to win when you sign up for the 50-50 Club.
Riders 50-50 is presented by ISC.
Lottery license LR 260010.
Great coaches make great calls. And at home, you're in control of the game. Add SaskTel TV to your lineup and enjoy popular channels, including sports in stunning 4K for as low as $40 a month. So, what do you say, coach? Ready to add in the difference maker? Visit sastel.com/make-the-call to learn more. Conditions apply.
Hello, Clarice.
It's Brittany.
Have the lambs stopped screaming?
Those aren't lambs, that's my garage door. I don't know why it's making that sound.
I hope you called Busy Bee Doors. They can fix or replace any commercial or garage door.
I did, and?
Brittany? Paul from Busy Bee. What's with the old guy on the dolly?
Ugh, ignore him.
I do wish we could chat longer, but...
Busy Bee Doors, the garage door specialists.
Play of the game? Touchdown! More like the game to play. The new Saskatchewan Roughriders Scratch and Win ticket. It's your chance to win 10 years of Rider season tickets, a premium suite for the home opener and the Labor Day Classic, and tons of Rider swag. Plus, 2 chances to win $75,000. Tickets available at your favorite lottery retailers. Proudly brought to you by Sask Lotteries, supporting sport, culture, and recreation across the province. Please play responsibly.
Is it time to refresh your cottage this summer? It's easy with lakeside deliveries from Freeze Tallman. Whether you're rebuilding the deck, fixing the dock, or taking on a full cabin project, Freeze Tallman delivers the building materials you need right to the lake. With reliable service and delivery you can count on, you'll spend less time running around and more time enjoying the weekend. Start your summer project at freezetallman.com. Freeze Tallman. Locally owned, family grown, rooted in our community for 70 years.
Out here in southern Saskatchewan, the sun shows up for work every day. Might as well make it earn its keep. That's where Keln Solar comes in. These folks travel all over the province helping people put solar on their homes, farms, and cabins. They're local guys, Sask-born, Sask-raised, and not going anywhere. Except, to your place. Now's the time to start planning for spring and summer 2026 bookings. Give Keln Solar a call and they'll come show you your best options. Keln Solar. They move the power so you don't have to. KelnSolar.com.
Rider Nation, it's game day, and this is the Croft Electric Countdown to Kickoff.
Are you ready?
On the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network, streaming at sportscates.com, and on your radio and around the world at 620ckrm.com. Here's Teagan Witko and Wes Cates.
Rider Nation, we are getting you set for some Friday night football under the lights. Yes, it is the Farm Show game day here at Mosaic Stadium as they take on the Ottawa Redblacks. This is the Croft Electric Countdown to Kickoff, and we are getting you set starting right now. We're streaming at sportscage.com, our YouTube channel as well, and of course on the mighty 620 CKRM. You can always come visit us in the lounge as well at Mosaic Stadium, the Sports Cage Lounge, that is. Coming up, we have so much to get to here, Wes. Of course, a conversation with Saskatchewan Roughrider great Macho Harris. We're going to talk about his time in Riderville, winning a Grey Cup on home turf. We're also going to go behind the face mask with Rider defensive back Jonathan Edouard. So we're going to chat with him. We're going to talk a little bit of football with 3 Down Nation's own Justin Dunk. We're going to catch up with Regina-born Redblacks defensive lineman Charlie Parks as well in our homegrown segment. We had an exclusive conversation with him ahead of tonight's matchup. And of course, he was a former U of S Husky, so that's probably a name that you are well familiar with in Charlie Parks. Plus, Glenn Suter is going to be joining us as he always does. We'll take a trip back in time with Today in Rough Rider history with the one and only Mr. Rob Vanstone. And Vice President of DAZN Canada, Saskatchewan-born executive Deidre Dion is going to be joining us to talk about that new CFL streaming deal that's going to be implemented in 2027. But of course, this is the Rider Farm Show, so we're going a little bit country here. I'm excited for this one, Wes, the halftime performer. Uh-oh. This is going to be fun. He's called the Comedy Cowboy, Bud Edgar. Have you heard about him before?
Not much, no.
Not much? Oh, you're going to get to know him well tonight.
Is he like...
I think he has a little banjo.
Yeah.
I think he's got a little banjo. Does some rope tricks.
Okay.
He's been around for a few decades.
Something about roping in there, too. I was like, okay, jack of all trades. He's, Renaissance man.
I mean, we're all about football and country music.
Renaissance
Cowboy. Look at that. We're coining phrases here. I like it. Of course, that Rider Nation pregame hour is when Wes and I are also going to invite in the one and only Dave Thomas, voice of your Saskatchewan Roughriders. Luc Mullinder will join us as well. We have exclusive conversations with head coach Corey Mace. I also caught up with Jake Mayer in an exclusive chat. So we're going to hear from him and how he feels coming back into Saskatchewan. Your injury report, which might take a minute. And then your starting lineup, your quarterback comparison. Barney will join us fresh off the tailgate party that's happening outside the stadium right now for All Bets Are Off as well. And we're also going to break down the latest with your Saskatchewan Roughriders and all of the injuries that have plagued the team heading into this one. But let's get down to it today in the CFL. It's brought to you by Karst Holdings Integra Tire Assiniboia, serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. Darren, Tracy, Dylan, and staff welcome you. Karst Holdings Integra Tire Assiniboia, truly local. So we're going to get to Sam Emelis, Kean Schaefer-Baker, Tavon Campbell, all on that 6-game injured list here in just a bit. But I figured let's start with last night's contest, of course, kicking off Week 10 in the CFL. And, of course, that big win for Toronto, 33-30 over the Calgary Stampeders. Vernon Adams Jr. just couldn't quite hit 300 consecutive passing yards without an interception. 299, and the streak came to an end.
Yeah, it was a big game. It was a fun one to watch, too. Yeah. There's been a lot of great, high scoring, at least, around 30-plus games in the league this year, and this one didn't disappoint. A couple of big-name quarterbacks going at it. Chad Kelly was, he's always been a big yard guy. He did throw for 350, but he threw 4 picks. You talk about Vernon Adams and him breaking his no-pick streak. I'm pretty sure Milt Stegall kind of jinxed him, though. Because I'm watching pregame, and I'm like, why are you even talking about this right now, Milt? He was like, VA, he's gotten off to a great start, but he's bound to throw that pick sometime. Maybe today is the day. I'm like, dang, Milt, calm down. And then sure enough, he kind of lobbed it to the back corner that wasn't even a good ball to even have it be your first pick on. But yeah. Obviously, Calgary and Toronto's defenses were making it interesting, keeping it interesting. You had a pick 6 and all that fun stuff. So it was a great battle. Came down to 2 good quarterbacks kind of struggling, but ultimately Toronto found a way to get it at home, which I guess makes sense, right?
Well, and I think that just goes to show how important every single game is in a 9-team league. Mm-hmm. Obviously, you're going to be facing each other a couple of times, but when you look at a team like Saskatchewan, as we transfer over to tonight, Friday Night Football, they're facing the 0-7 Redblacks, but the Riders are banged up. So how confident are you in a win for Saskatchewan tonight?
I mean, it's Ottawa, right? And it is one of those situations where you're like, this team just can't get right. But this is kind of a situation where you're looking at what the Riders have had to go through for the last 2 weeks. A lot of things mentally on and off the field. You got injuries, and that always drains guys. And it even hurts the guys that aren't actually injured because you're like, oh, man. Things were working so well with him wherever he was at, and now we got to adjust. So it's going to be tough. But the good thing is I think that with a quarterback like Trevor Harris, these young receivers are going to have confidence to go out there and just kind of run their routes, do their things, kind of know when they have a slight adjustment to make. Hopefully they can be on that. And I know Trevor's going to get the ball in their hands if they make the right plays. And it's going to be one today I'm excited for because one of these young receivers, whether it be Dale Duncan Busby, Deshaun Mims, Dan Weeb, a lot of them, even in DeJet. All these guys have opportunity to go out here and make a name for themselves, put a stamp on this game, have a big breakout game, and really show why they should be a part of the roster going down the stretch. So I'm excited for them in that sense. And obviously we're going to see Conley get another crack at it. And after all the fun stuff he was doing last week, should be in for some good entertainment.
I think there's a lot of confidence among Rider Nation right now when you do look at that 6-game injured list. I mean, you got these star receivers in Samuel Emelis, Kean Schaefer-Baker, They're both on the 6 game. And then Tavon Campbell, he's going to be on the sidelines as well. But some positive news, we can focus on that when you look at the depth chart. Nelson Lacombo returns to the lineup. So that's going to be giving them a little bit of a boost here, especially because he knows the system, right? So it's a next man up mentality. We do hear it a lot from this coaching staff. But you're feeling pretty confident in this team overall in terms of the depth? I mean, we're seeing an extra name on that offensive line on the depth chart this week as well. Do you think that's a ratio thing?
Yeah, definitely. The Riders have had to play some tricks with the ratio for sure. I mean, especially because you're losing good Canadians at every position, and though the Riders have done a great job of finding great Canadians and stacking them on the roster, some of these younger guys that are kind of in the backup role at those same positions aren't necessarily quite ready yet, right? You talked about Lacombo getting back in there, but Malcolm Bell is the draft pick, a young first rounder that the Riders have a lot of are excited about, but apparently he's not quite ready to get those reps, or maybe hasn't shown it quite in practice. And then, there's going to be some things that have to happen, and some guys that are going to have to step up and make plays. Either way you look at it, but at
least that's the one group that's super healthy right now.
To an extent.
But for the most part.
We're just going to have to see. I don't want to, call it, because, there are some guys
You're not going to jinx anyone?
Yeah, exactly, right? We got to make sure these guys get out here, feel comfortable, making sure they're at least kind of covering down and not having busts. We had a couple busts with guys that have been, playing beside each other for a while. So we'll just see, kind of play it by ear. Obviously, luckily, we're going up against the Redblacks, who can't seem to get scores. I mean, hopefully they don't have big plays. If we eliminate the big plays, Ottawa's going to ruin it in the red zone. That's what we can know and hope for.
Well, we are in for a good one tonight, I think. Desperation game for Ottawa. Of course, a lot of former 2025 Grey Cup champions who are with the Riders are going to be returning to this facility. They have a new defensive coordinator. We're going to talk more about that as the show goes on here in Countdown to Kickoff. But there has been a lot of talk about this potentially being a trap game, something that Trevor Harris is not buying into.
Anybody that thinks there are bad football teams, don't watch film. This team was up 2 touchdowns against Winnipeg in the fourth quarter. This team pushed Montreal to the limit a few weeks ago. And we know that. They're well coached. They have good players. You look at their roster, they have good players. And so we know we're in for a fight.
What type of appreciation did you develop for Jake Maier?
Love the guy. And he's quickly become one of my better friends. I talk to Jake almost every week. Similar mold to me in terms of the way he plays the game. Likes to, take what the defense gives him. Find opportunities for your shots. He's none of that. He's a very, very funny guy. I know he sits up here and he does a tremendous job in the media. I feel like he's one of the best ones in the league at, speaking to the media. Does a tremendous job. He's an adult, takes accountability and those sorts of things. But he's a clown behind closed doors, man. He's a funny dude and a really, really fun guy to work with. And he's one of the guys that's, when I watch CFL football, it's easy to root for Jake, especially since he plays for the East now. So
We'll say we're going to hear more from Jake Maier a little bit later on in the show here, Wes. But the feeling is mutual. There's a lot of respect between Jake Maier and Trevor Harris. They do still talk quite frequently. Not as much this week, though, as you can imagine. So we'll have that coming up in just a little bit here. But let's get to Jameer Thurman. We also heard from him earlier in the week as they were preparing for this game, an American linebacker. And he talked about going up against the 0-7 Ottawa Redblacks.
Jameer Thurman, what are you expecting from the Ottawa Redblacks tomorrow?
They're going to be desperate. They understand. They haven't won a game this year, so you can expect the unexpected. They're going to try everything in their power to find a way to come away with a win. We just have to go out there and do our job, do what we do best, and make sure that doesn't happen.
So they've made a lot of changes on that side of the ball, and they're desperate. Are you expecting a lot of unknown coming at you?
Absolutely. I think the main thing is the mindset of us. You know, we can't have the mindset of playing 0-17. We're playing a professional football team at the end of the day in the CFL who is in our way of getting to our destination. So we got to have that mindset of we know who we are. We have to go out there and dominate from start to finish.
So how do you prepare then, Jameer, for the unexpected?
The main thing is, again, you can't allow it to be about the other team. It's about us. So we focus on what we focus on. We focus on our assignment, our details, the areas that we want to improve in each and every week. And it doesn't matter what the other team do. We're going to come away with the win.
Talk to me a little bit, Jameer, about the growth as a unit of linebackers with yourself, Antoine Brooks Jr. and Josh Woods.
Yeah. I mean, we talk a lot. You know, a lot of film study, different things like that. But I think the main thing is just communication when we're out there on the field. We do a lot of that to where we understand each other, and we're trying to spread that through the rest of the defense, so we all are on the same page, and so we all can go eat at the end of the day.
Last week, Luc Mullinder continued to talk about how it was a man's game and how much physicality there was involved in Edmonton. Was there any more or less than what you're accustomed to in a regular CFL game?
Well, we were just trying to, get our get back from the week before. We let one slip away at home, which we weren't really proud of. So we want to go in there and send a message to them. But also we want to go in there and prove to ourselves that we know what we are capable of and coming away with the win.
Defensively, your group has given up 3 first possession touchdowns this season. Do you need to do something different to make sure that you are ready for the opening drive success?
Guys need to find a way to have that mindset early on that, we are going to dominate from the start. You can't get a couple plays in and be like, all right, now I'm ready to go. Like, you have to have that mindset as soon as you step foot on the field that it's go time. So, just get that lactic acid out, whatever it is, guys got to find a way that it's on us. Like, as soon as the game starts, we have to be ready.
That was Saskatchewan Roughrider, American linebacker Jameer Thurman chatting with our own Dave Thomas, voice of your Saskatchewan Roughriders. That was Today in the CFL, brought to you by Karst Holdings, Integra Tire, Assiniboia. We still have plenty on the horizon for you, including that homegrown segment with Charlie Parks of the Ottawa Redblacks. Of course, we also have your quarterback comparison coming up where we're going to catch up with Jake Mayer and so much more here. We should take a quick break. It is Countdown to Kickoff, which is brought to you by Croft Electric. Almost 29 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all your electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials. A reminder that you can come visit us here live inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. And of course, you can always catch the stream. Join in the conversation there. SportsCage.com or YouTube channel as well. And you can always text us at 306-936-6262. Join in the conversation there. On the other side of the break on Countdown to Kickoff, Justin Dunk of 3downnation.com is going to join us for a deep dive into this game and all the other news that we're hearing around the CFL. So hang tight. It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Harvest doesn't stop, and neither should your equipment. When your combine or tractor needs new tires, trust Karst Holdings Integra Tire in Assiniboia. They stock a wide selection of quality agricultural tires for combines, tractors, and much more. And if you can't make it to them, their fully equipped mobile service trucks come to your field, farm, or roadside to get you back up and running fast. This harvest, count on Karst Holdings Integra Tire, keeping Saskatchewan rolling when it matters most.
Dan from Croft Electric explains how important farms are to his business.
Yeah, we would consider it a privilege to come out to your farm and do work for you, give you a quote, give you a free safety check of whether it be your barn, your shop, your grain operation, your home, and then follow up with a quote. We would consider it a privilege to be able to come out to your farm.
Croft Electric.
We believe we'd be the right choice for you.
CroftElectric.com.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Dan from Positively Perfect is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the big box stores. Get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Busiest week of the year at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. August 10th and 11th, pre-harvest equipment sale. Tractors including John Deere 7710, Stagger 9030, New Holland T6 140, campers, lawnmowers, exotic lumber, stock trailers including a 53-foot ground load, vehicles, sea cans, grain bins, shop tools, and more. Viewing is daily from 10 to 6 at our location in Indian Head. And you can bid and register at 2sauctioneers.ca. That's a huge equipment and tool sale closing 6 p.m. August 10th and 11th.
For 10 years, JK Junior Containment has been helping Saskatchewan oil fields save a lot of green, on the ground and in the bank. The little blue box that's built to last. JK Junior is a Saskatchewan-made, patented wellhead containment system, trusted for reliable protection in tough conditions. And while the product may be blue, this time of year, we're all about the green. Celebrate 10 years of reliable, innovative wellhead containment with a product trusted by champions. Learn more today at jkjunior.com.
Did you know you can get endless streaming and live entertainment anywhere in Canada?
Now wait just a moose a minute.
You can, thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. So cross that border to Flin Flon, Manitoba, and your shows come with you. Why stop there? Head to Vulcan, Alberta, or heck, even St. Louis du Ha-Ha, Quebec, the town with exclamation marks in its name. See Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, for details on Max TV Stream, internet, and cellular service.
Want to get your young adult kids out of your house and onto a new adventure where they can earn money and work while they travel? With Away to Work, Canadians between 18 to 35 can work and travel abroad in countries like Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and France. From independent travel through Go Solo to supported working holiday placements in agriculture and hospitality, their team helps with jobs, work permits, and accommodation. Work, travel, and experience with awaytowork.ca.
You can travel now. Get away to work.
Remember Y2K panic? Rewinding VHS tapes? And burning the perfect mix CD? Play 92 brings it all back with throwbacks like this.
You spin my head right around, right around. Here's my number, so call me maybe.
This is what it feels like. Backstreet's back, alright.
Play 92, number one for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
Keeping you company wherever you are in Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric Countdown to Kickoff. Watch at sportscapes.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The winless Redblacks are coming into Regina to take on the banged-up Saskatchewan Roughriders as we head into Week 10 of the CFL season here for the Riders. Here to give us all of the insight, Justin Dunk of 3 Down Nation with the 3down.com deep dive. 3downnation.com deep dive brought to you by Fraser Tolmie, Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan, fighting for Saskatchewan in Ottawa. So, Justin, let's get into the Riders and Redblacks here in just a moment. But first, I think we got to start with Canadian quarterback Curtis Rourke, who continues to make headlines south of the border. Now, Justin, what have you heard about Curtis Rourke's camp with San Francisco and how realistic his chances might be of sticking on the roster or the practice squad?
According to Clay Kubiak, the offensive coordinator there in the Bay Area, Curtis Rourke has been all that they thought that he was when they selected him in the 7th round in the 2025 NFL draft. But people should know, because Rourke is a Riders draft pick, Saskatchewan holds his CFL rights, that Rourke spent all of last year on the NFI list. That's the non-football injured list. And it was because he had that lingering ACL issue coming out of Indiana University, that great season that he had with the Hoosiers. So he didn't play a snap last year with San Francisco, was on the injured list, earned over $625,000 USD to rehab and get himself back on the field and healthy for training camp. But now it's a critical time for Rourke. He's battling with Adrian Martinez for the 3rd quarterback spot there in San Francisco. So I think the fact that the 49ers invested draft capital in Rourke, albeit a 7th round pick, it's still an NFL draft pick, gives him a possible edge in this QB3 competition. But you got to go out there and earn it. And Kubiak did reference the preseason games and that those games are going to go a long way in determining who wins that quarterback 3 job. People should know Brock Purdy, the franchise guy there, Mac Jones entrenched as the number 2 behind Purdy. So that's where Rourke currently slots in training camp with the Niners.
Now, Justin, we've seen more Canadians getting legitimate NFL opportunities at the QB position. So is Rourke maybe helping change that perception about Canadian pivots south of the border?
Definitely, but he's a different case, Teagan, because he played high-level Power 4 conference football in the NCAA. I would look at Taylor Elgersma as a guy who I think really pushed that idea forward, coming out of U Sports, starring for Wilfrid Laurier University and being in training camp with the Packers last year. That said, it certainly can't hurt with what Rourke is doing, having the great season that he had at Indiana, leading them to the CFP, and essentially setting that program up for Fernando Mendoza to take it over and then guide the Hoosiers to a national championship, the college football national championship in the United States. So I don't think people can forget that. Rourke really helped get things going there with Curt Cignetti. So I think that overall, Rourke doing what he's done in the NCAA and then now competing in the NFL legitimately for a QB3 job helps all Canadian quarterbacks.
So let's transition over here to the Riders. Redblacks, 7 o'clock tonight at Mosaic Stadium. We can hone in on one player from the green and white specifically here. Stone Cold Tommy Tugboat, Touchdown Tommy, whatever we want to call him. Tommy Stevens has been nothing but consistent for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. So is he a rare player? How do you see him in that short yardage quarterback position when you look at his resume from high school all the way up to the CFL? What do you see?
He is a rare player, and I think offensive weapon is the best name to give Tommy Stevens right now. Not a nickname, but if we're talking about his position on the field, because Corey Mace hinted after the game last week in Edmonton that perhaps there could be some throwing plays out there on the field. Trevor Harris talked about it a little bit. And we got to remember, he was a quarterback that played at a high level in the NCAA at Penn State and Mississippi State. But what jumps off the page, obviously, to everybody are his rushing statistics. Now, in the CFL last week, he had a single game career high 13 carries for 29 yards. That put him over 1,000 rushing yards in his CFL career already. And he came to the CFL in 2022. And along with dropping the nugget about every touchdown that he scores, he has to get the offensive line a dozen donuts from Tim Hortons. He also talked about being used to carrying the football 100 or more times in a season. So I went and did the research, and he played his high school football at Decatur in Indianapolis, Indiana. As a junior, he rushed 109 times for 785 yards and 7 touchdowns. And as a senior, took that up another level, rushed 172 times for 842 yards and 10 touchdowns. And the main reason for that was because, according to Stevens, and the game film backs it up, Decatur ran a triple option offense. So he was also really good as a passer, completed 126 passes in his senior year out of 212 attempts for 1,891 yards, 16 touchdowns, and 6 interceptions, was a finalist for Indiana's Gatorade Player of the Year, and earned interest from a bunch of NCAA programs, ultimately going to Penn State. But even at Penn State, he ran the football, and over the course of his NCAA career, rushed it 151 times for 887 yards and 12 touchdowns. So he is that dynamic presence, and a lot of it, I think, is because of his forward momentum, and his size, about 6'4", 245 pounds. So this whole rushing thing for Tommy Stevens isn't new. He was a running back until, according to him, his sophomore year at Decatur High School.
Well, I certainly hope that the contract he signed with the Riders offsets buying all of those donuts. But if you're looking at him defensively, Justin, I'm curious, when you see him coming out to the goal line or a red zone situation, how much pressure does that put on opposing defenses?
It's a lot of pressure, and I'm sure the Ottawa Redblacks would like to have somebody half as good at short yardage than Tommy Stevens is, because they've struggled in that department as an offense. But when you're a defense and you see Tommy Stevens come on the field, it is difficult to stop because, as I mentioned, the leverage that he runs with, the forward lean that he creates, and also his size, which I think is rare for a quarterback in the Canadian Football League to be that big and physical and committed to the short yardage package as Tommy Stevens is.
So if we're looking at the other sideline here, Ottawa, of course, entering this week, still searching for their first win of the season, sitting at 0-7. Now, 3downnation.com has an article talking about some of the worst teams in CFL history. We see the Redblacks showing up on that list. Of course, we've seen the Riders showing up on that list as well. But where do you see the 2026 Redblacks and potentially being included on that list based on how they're playing so far early this season?
There's a possibility here, Teagan. The Redblacks are 0-7, and you got to play the games, right? But Ottawa is starting a 3-game road trip at Saskatchewan. I believe it's then at Winnipeg and at Montreal. But the next stretch is definitely all 3 on the road against those 3 teams in some order. And I find it hard-pressed that they might win one of those games. If it is one, perhaps it's in Winnipeg. The Roughriders fans would surely love to see the Bombers lose a game, especially to the worst team in the Canadian Football League in 2026. But then you reference the worst teams in CFL history article that our JC Abbott did in the offseason, did a deep dive. And yes, the Redblacks are on there, but it's the Ottawa Roughriders that are actually on that list. And you got to go to the top 2 spots to find the only 2 teams in CFL history that recorded just 1 win in a regular season. At the second spot, it's the 2003 Hamilton Tiger Cats, who went 1-17. At the top spot, it's the 1959 Saskatchewan Roughriders, who went 1-15. So in my books, 1-17 is worse than 1-15. But when JC dove into the numbers, and you could go read the article, it did seem like that Riders team in 1959 was bad. But that's the kind of territory the Redblacks are in when you start a season 0-7. And for reference, Teagan, there has never been a CFL team in 3-down league history that started a year 0-7 and made the playoffs. Perhaps that happens in 2027 when essentially all the league gets in, but I don't think it's happening in 2026 for Ottawa.
So what's the problem? I mean, defensive coordinator is let go in Ottawa. Is it an organizational issue? Is it a rough start? What do you when you dissect this, what is the issue in Ottawa right now?
I think the right way to say it is issues in Ottawa. And when you have a new head coach and a general manager come in like Ryan Dinwiddie, he's going to want to find his players. And I think that's partly what led to the firing of defensive coordinator William Fields. Dinwiddie said that some of his defensive suggestions fell on deaf ears and felt like, especially the run front that they were playing consistently on first down, that was the same a lot of the time, at least according to Dinwiddie, needed to be changed up. And he put Jeff Reinbold in there as the interim defensive coordinator. Reinbold has been a defensive coordinator in the CFL before, and it seems like their philosophies aligned. And then you look at the players on the roster. There was a lot of attention around the Drew Brown trade with him going from Ottawa to Winnipeg. And then this week there was all kinds of attention, I can tell you from a traffic perspective on 3downnation.com, about Eugene Lewis being released, a well-known name in the Canadian Football League, a guy that's had multiple 1,000-yard seasons on his resume, a guy that's actually taken the active CFL receiving yardage leader in the 3-down league right now. And Dinwiddie essentially said that he felt like Lewis wasn't a fit. Now, I think if you dive a little deeper there, Lewis really only plays the X position. That's the wideout spot on the boundary side or the weak side of the field. And then there were some mental errors that Dinwiddie alluded to. So the Redblacks have elected to move on, try a young CFL rookie, Cade McDonald, there at that X spot. But in Dinwiddie's offense, when it's at its best, or when we have seen his offense at its best, especially in Toronto with the Argonauts, receivers can move all over the place. So I think, if I'm reading what Dinwiddie's saying here, perhaps Lewis really only being able to comprehend playing that X spot is something that possibly was holding the offense back.
For all the latest in CFL news and all the exclusives that you need, go to 3downnation.com for everything else that you need. Thank you very much for this, Justin Dunk. We'll come back to talk a little bit of quarterbacks a little bit later on in the show.
Let's do it.
All right, hang tight. We'll be right back. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, I'm Fraser Tolmie, your Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. Saskatchewan is my home, and representing our province in Ottawa is my top priority. That's why I'm working hard to deliver lower prices for you and your family, stand up for our farmers, speak out for our veterans, and so much more. Canadian football is such an important part of the over 60 communities I serve in Ottawa and brings so many different people together in a positive way. Let's go, Saskatchewan. Thank you.
104.9 The Wolf is proud to be Regina's rock station for 30 years. Streaming anywhere, anytime at thewolfrocks.com.
It's late, the day is done, but you still need that part for your AGCO equipment. Good news, Nick Service now brings the parts department to your fingertips with their new e-commerce site online parts platform, Genuine AGCO Parts on Demand. You can search fast, check in-stock items anytime, and see accurate pricing in seconds. No waiting, no guessing, just genuine AGCO parts available when you need it. Easy, fast, stress-free. Nick Service puts the parts counter in your pocket. Order anytime at nickservice.com.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
Unlike the country song Kick the Dust Up, Milligan Bio knows for those of you that are construction site managers, farmers, golf course and park managers, or rural homeowners, it's all about keeping the dust down, inspiring their environmentally friendly road dust suppressant. Safe and easy to use, Milligan Bio's road dust suppressant controls the dust, coats the surface, and reduces grading and maintenance needs. To book application, call 306-272-6284.
When I bought my farm with a nasty dugout, I wrote down 5 goals. No hauling water, no chlorine or chemicals, very little maintenance, spot-free and safe drinkable water. I'm Brian Tennant with farmfreshwater.ca. We're not city people trying to solve a rural problem. We proudly live and breathe country. Call us for your well or dugout needs at farmfreshwater.ca.
SEIU West members are
Medical Equipment Coordinator,
Combined Laboratory and X-ray Technologist,
Orderly, Biomedical Engineering Technologist,
File Clerk,
MRI Technologist,
Carpenter,
Pharmacy Technician, Cardiology Technologist,
Staff Scheduler,
Information Technology Analyst.
the backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
At Bourgault Tillage Tools, they build products to fit your farm, to fit your equipment. Increase your field speed with Vantage Edge seeding or applying fertilizer. Vantage Edge paired with their proprietary focus clips give you precision placement and low soil disturbance. BTT's series of ultra-narrow openers engineered for producers who demand precision, efficiency, and uncompromised performance in every pass. We're here to help you succeed. Bourgault Tillage Tools.
Keeping you company wherever you are in Rider Nation. It's Teagan Witko and Wes Cates. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And join us live here inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. It's Teagan Witko and Wes Cates with you, streaming at sportscage.com and our YouTube channel as well. You can join in the conversation there or text us anytime, 306-936-6262. It is a battle between the 5-2 Saskatchewan Roughriders and a team that's really looking to stay in that chase for top in the West. And then, of course, the Ottawa Redblacks, who are hunting for their first win of the season. For Saskatchewan, some pretty big storylines here with some key pieces out of the lineup, including Samuel Emelis, Kean Schaefer-Baker, and Tavon Campbell, among a few others. But we're going to dive into that depth chart a little bit later. It's a next man up mentality here at Mosaic Stadium for the Riders tonight. But let's shift over to the other sideline first here quickly. I had an opportunity to have an exclusive conversation with Ottawa Redblacks defensive lineman the former U of S Husky as well. This is Charlie Parks. So we're here with Charlie Parks, of course, returning to Regina, where your football journey began. So how does it feel diving into a game at Mosaic Stadium tomorrow?
Man, it's crazy diving into a game against the Riders. I mean, I grew up a 10-minute walk from Mosaic Stadium. I went to the 2013 Grey Cup here. Obviously, I started playing Atom football at Leibel Field here, and it's just, it's been kind of in the back of my head the whole week, like how crazy it is to be playing professionally back in this city. But yeah, it's pretty awesome.
I imagine that there's going to be a little bit of a homecoming for you. I mean, once kickoff happens, business as usual, but do you have some friends, family, former coaches that'll be in attendance?
I kind of, I don't know. I didn't ask because I didn't want to worry about it too much, but you know, I'm sure there'll be plenty of my buddies, and I know my whole family is going to be here, excited to watch me, and yeah, so I assume there's going to be a bit of a crowd, but I don't really know. So how does that change your mental preparation? Of course, you mentioned this was in the back of your mind this week. How could it not be? You're playing a professional game in your hometown, so how have you been approaching this week? Maybe a little bit differently than previous weeks. Honestly, it's been try to keep it mostly the same. The first time when we played Saskatchewan at home, I feel like I kind of let the moment get a little bit big for myself, and I ended up making a couple mistakes that I like to pride myself on not normally making. And so this week I've been trying to keep it out of my head as much as possible, and just get back to what I was doing in university that let me have success with the U of S. Reading my books, studying my plays, watching my film, all that. Just trying to ignore the fact that that's my hometown team as much as I can.
You brought up your career with the University of Saskatchewan Huskies there, your transition from U Sports up to the CFL. What do you think helped you make that transition a bit easier in terms of the program at the University of Saskatchewan?
We had outstanding coaches at the U of S. They did a great job creating a culture that was very it was a very professional feel there. Like guys have expectations, and if they don't meet those expectations, then you're just out. That's how it is in the pros, and so just the culture and the way that the coaches prepared us at the U of S was like paramount in making my transition as easy as possible.
What's been the most challenging part of that transition?
Just the speed of the game. Much the same as they warn you when you jump from high school to the university level, and the game's faster, and a lot of times you just can't really think. It's the same way jumping from university to the CFL. All of these players, everybody that we play against is an outstanding athlete, and was the big fish at their respective school. And you get into an environment where you're the little fish again, and it just kind of feels like that. You're not used to the speed that a lot of these guys have.
Okay, so when you look at the veterans within your room, when you're looking at your teammates currently on Ottawa, who's been stepping up and helping you get into the groove, I guess?
Luigi Villain, he's got NFL experience, been through a bunch of NFL camps, and he was at our rookie camp and kind of took me under his wing. He's from Ottawa, so we were driving around, going to all of his favorite food spots in the city, and just we'd go over plays and go over tape together, and it was a massive help getting me ready.
Okay, we have to ask you this question because we ask everybody this. What was your welcome to the CFL moment when it truly hit you that, wow, I am playing pro football right now? Put me on the spot.
Yeah, no, definitely, but there's a couple, but probably just it would have been our game at home against Saskatchewan. I sat back on kick return and just got ran over, and I was like, oh, it's been a while since I felt that one. But since then, you kind of got figured out how to position myself a little better, and hasn't happened since. So fingers are crossed that won't happen again. That was that. It was I'm pretty sure it was Aubrey Miller. Just came flying down on kickoff. Just hit me right under the chin. I was like, damn.
Okay, well, that's definitely a good welcome to the CFL moment. How have you been enjoying special teams? You know, primarily having that as your role on this organization. How have you been finding that groove?
I love special teams. I said it in all the interviews I had at the draft, because I assume that there's a lot of guys that kind of don't really accept that role as something that they're going to have to do as a young guy in the CFL. But I love it. It's like, for me, it's the epitome of one-on-one competition. I've got my job, you've got your job. My job is to stop you from doing that. Who's going to win? I love it. That's one of the biggest reasons I love football, is I just get to compete head up with not only other guys but with myself. Like, it's a competition within myself, and I think that special teams honestly boils that down to one of its purest forms. There's only so much scheme that you can really do on special teams before you're just thinking too much about it, and it just boils down to all those one-on-one matchups, and I love it.
So when it comes to the coaching staff, what's the one thing that they've emphasized they'd like to maybe see you improve upon this season?
Just using my hands a little better and getting a little bigger. Like, I turned 22 last week.
Happy belated birthday.
Thank you. So I haven't grown into my body quite yet, and so I just got to learn to use it as it is right now, but also focus on getting it bigger and better and faster and stronger into a state where maybe I don't have to think so much about how I'm doing things. I can just do them as fast as I can.
Would you say that's your own personal goal for this season?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so your message to young football players here in Regina who might be coming out to the game tomorrow and see you on the field, a Regina guy, played with the UFS Huskies. What message would you give to those aspiring athletes who want to follow in your footsteps?
Keep your head down, keep working, and just always be the hardest worker in the room. Coaches everywhere will notice it, and just be yourself. Don't try to be somebody different because you think it's what the coaches or other players want to be. Just be you, and you'll find somewhere where you're loved for being you.
Welcome back to Saskatchewan. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
Of course, that was former U of S Husky and current defensive lineman for the Ottawa Redblacks, Mr. Charlie Parks, in your homegrown segment brought to you by 2S Auctioneers. Start bidding today at 2sauctioneers.ca. We will be seeing Regina's own Charlie Parks in action tonight shortly after 7 o'clock when this game kicks off. Of course, he's coming into this contest with 5 special teams tackles on the season so far as the Ottawa Redblacks sit at 0-7 on the season, looking for their first victory here in Regina tonight. Coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, Wes and I are going to dive into today in Rough Rider history. And of course, we're going to chat with the legend himself, Mr. Macho Harris, who just walked into the building here as we are live from the Sports Cage Lounge inside Mosaic Stadium. Come say hi to us. We'll take a break and be back on the other side. It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Busiest week of the year at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. August 10th and 11th, pre-harvest equipment sale. Tractors including John Deere 7710, Stagger 9030, New Holland T6 140, campers, lawnmowers, exotic lumber, stock trailers including a 53-foot ground load, vehicles, sea cans, grain bins, shop tools, and more. Viewing is daily from 10 to 6 at our location in Indian Head. And you can bid and register at 2sauctioneers.ca. That's a huge equipment and tool sale closing 6 p.m. August 10th and 11th.
Dan from Croft Electric explains why he is passionate about doing rural electrical work.
We are rural. I live on an acreage. I have 5 horses. I ride horses every weekend. We're rural. We want to be the one you think of when you're looking around your yard and you see something that's not electrically not right. We will come to your farm, wherever it is.
Croft Electric.
Do it right. Do it once.
CroftElectric.com.
Howdy, y'all. It's Wood Country Woody again. Well, looks like new home prices are still higher than a giraffe on an extension ladder. But a custom and RTM home from Wood Country gives you what you're looking for at a price that's down to earth. They draft your home for your right in store. Then they custom build your home right on your site. Literally thousands less for a home you actually want. See Wood Country today.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Need tires that tackle every terrain? Trust Integra Tire Grenfell. But they're more than just tires. Trust them for all your towing, mechanical repairs, and farm service needs as well. From your family car to your combine, they keep you rolling with expert service and small town care. Farm tough, road ready, always reliable. Integra Tire Grenfell, where rubber meets the road and service meets the standard. Locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
Want to get your young adult kids out of your house and onto a new adventure where they can earn money and work while they travel? With Away to Work, Canadians between 18 to 35 can work and travel abroad in countries like Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and France. From independent travel through Go Solo to supported working holiday placements in agriculture and hospitality, their team helps with jobs, work permits, and accommodation. Work, travel, and experience with awaytowork.ca.
You can travel now. Get away to work.
Did you know you can get endless streaming and live entertainment anywhere in Canada?
Now wait just a moose a minute.
You can, thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. So cross that border to Flin Flon, Manitoba, and your shows come with you. Why stop there? Head to Vulcan, Alberta, or heck, even St. Louis du Ha-Ha, Quebec, the town with exclamation marks in its name. See Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, for details on Max TV Stream, internet, and cellular service.
For 10 years, JK Junior Containment has been helping Saskatchewan oil fields save a lot of green, on the ground and in the bank. The little blue box that's built to last. JK Junior is a Saskatchewan-made, patented wellhead containment system, trusted for reliable protection in tough conditions. And while the product may be blue, this time of year, we're all about the green. Celebrate 10 years of reliable, innovative wellhead containment with a product trusted by champions. Learn more today at jkjunior.com.
Play 92, number one for throwbacks.
You spin my head right round, so call me maybe. Streets back, alright.
And home of Mark and Jess in the morning.
You know what's nice about going to a Rider game in the middle of the summer? Sitting on the shady side. If you have pale skin like me and you sit on the sunny side, you are taking your life into your own hands.
Mark and Jess wake you up 6 to 10 weekday mornings. Number one for throwbacks all day. Stream at play92.ca.
It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome back. You got Teagan Witko and Wes Cates with you. And we're getting you set for this 7 o'clock kickoff. Two teams with very different directions that are meeting tonight. Saskatchewan sitting at 5-2 on the year, near the top of the West Division. Ottawa still searching for their first victory of the season. But as we know, in the CFL, anything can happen on any given night, and that is why we love this league, and this is why we love Canadian football. Of course, you can join us inside the Sports Cage Lounge here at Mosaic Stadium. You'll find us indoors right past the Security Building Supplies party, and of course, we also have the tailgate zone that's happening out there, brought to you by Coors Light with their little beer garden as well. But right now, let's get into it and take a trip back in time with Today in Rough Rider history. Here is our own Dave Thomas.
August the 7th has arrived, so has Rob Vanstone. It is Today in Riders history. What do we have today?
August 7th, 1989, the first Ottawa visit to Saskatchewan on August 7th. The second is today. So a momentous day back in 1989. The Riders beat Ottawa 58-22. Ottawa scored the last player, so it would have been 58-15. 58 points is to this day a Rough Rider single game record. Tom Burgess threw 4 touchdown passes, giving him 14 in 5 games. Trevor Harris enters today's game with 16 in 7 games. Ottawa was 0-4 coming into that game. They really became 0-5 with with a flourish that day, and now Ottawa is winless coming in here for this weekend. So there's a few parallels, but 58 points. That's the previous best was 56 back in 1964, which aside from my arrival on this planet was a very good year.
That was our own Dave Thomas with Rob Vanstone, rider historian and senior journalist, of course. Now we pivot just a little bit here inside the Sports Cage Lounge to your green and white great segment. Now, he was a key part of the 2013 Grey Cup championship team that brought infectious energy, big playability to the Riders defense. He became a fan favorite both on and off the field. After playing in both the NFL and CFL, he ultimately chose to retire as a Saskatchewan Roughrider. Welcome, Macho Harris.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Well, we really appreciate you taking out the time here. I know that you haven't had a chance to go check out the tailgating yet, but you're going to do that right after this, aren't you?
Right after this, yep. I'm going to see what the crowd is like for sure.
So everybody who's hanging out in the tailgate zone right now, get those glizzies ready. If you got any pierogies, he's going to be coming over. Make sure that you feed him well, okay? We got a big night ahead of us here, Macho. My first question, I guess, is the fact that you're still in Regina. What made you want to stay here, Macho?
To be honest with you, like, as soon as I got here to Regina, I felt home, right? I played in many cities for many teams, and when I touched down here, this was the only place where I felt like I was at home, and I felt safe, and I felt like, you know, long term, I felt like this was having a better quality of life, you know, raising the kids, raising the family, and, you know, I just feel like this was the place. So as time went on, I just started being more comfortable, and one thing led to another. Found my wife here, and yeah, I stayed here, and I love Regina. I ultimately love Regina, and happy place. I'm happy to be here.
What do you think was the catalyst to you even coming to Regina? Did you know much about the CFL before you got up here?
Yeah, I knew a little bit about the CFL. You know, my last year in the NFL, I tore my hip, so that was the reason why I sat out a year. And I got a phone call from the GM, and it was like, "Hey, you want to come to play for Saskatchewan?" The whole time I'm thinking that I had to go overseas.
Where is this?
So I was like, Saskatchewan. I was like, okay, yeah. And at the time I didn't care because I just wanted to, you know, continue to live my dream and, you know, play football and stuff like that. But as soon as I got off the phone, you know, Googled Saskatchewan, and I was like, "Oh, it's in Canada." I was like, "Oh, yes." I ain't got to cross the water. So yeah, it worked out, you know. So,
what was the biggest change coming from American football to the Canadian Football League?
Well, number one, the field.
Yeah.
Like the field is so much more bigger. You know, the field down south is a little smaller. The players there could use a lot of their like explosiveness and quickness and stuff like that. But here you have to be well conditioned, you know, especially playing, you know, in the back end, running back, wide receivers, secondary. You got to have condition. So I would say that's the biggest part, and getting used to that motion. You know, the wide receivers, they have, instead of motion behind the line of scrimmage, like across, these guys can motion towards you as a DB. So that was quite an adjustment, but football is football. You know, I adjust well, and, you know, again, football is just football.
When you got your first chance on the field, because when you got here, you were still injured, if I remember correctly. So you kind of had to wait it out, see how other guys were playing and that stuff. And a lot of the riders that are playing today kind of had to do the same thing. Tell us kind of about that transition from being a guy that's trying to get on the field to all of a sudden you get your chance, and it's like that moment. How is it nerve-wracking? Is it like finally? How do you feel?
It's, you know, it was a kind of surprise too, because it's like, you know, when you think of the CFL, I mean, no offense, you think that, you know, people think of it all they on a lower level than the NFL, but it's really not. Like the CFL totally have like amazing athletes, you know. So when I got here, again, I had to adjust to the size of the field, conditioning, and I popped my hamstring like first couple of days of camp. And then once that happened, you know, I really got to see the type of talent that was out there. And, you know, watching preseason, I was like, oh man, these guys can really play, like, you know. so then all of a sudden, you know, once I got my shot, it was just one of those things. It was later in the season of 2012, and, you know, the coach came up to me and pretty much said, hey, look, this is going to be an evaluation game for you, pretty much. Like, you know, you've been dealing with a nagging injury, you know, due to my hip injury, like just wasn't healing properly, put a lot of stress on my hamstring or whatnot. But, you know, he just told me it was an evaluation game. And I'm the type of person, I love a challenge, you know.
He put the pressure on
he put the pressure on me. And you know, at the end of the day is, you know, you can rise when the pressure is on, or you can sink, right? Yeah. And I always had the mentality of just rise to the occasion. So they put me out there, never look back.
There you go.
Macho, one more quick one for you before we have to let you go here. When you look back to that 2013 Grey Cup championship year, what made that team so special, aside from winning it at home, of course?
Oh yeah, that was a special moment. That was a special team. You know, we just bonded as brothers. You know, throughout the whole season and even during the off season. You know, we believed that we were the best. You know, coaches did a great job. Coach Chamberlain, he did an amazing job of like building the concept of winning. He wanted a winning culture, and everybody bought in. There was no me guys or anything like that. Everybody bought in, and we end up, you know, working hard. Every practice was challenging. Wide receivers, of course, you know, you have Weston Dressler, Geslav, you had Rod Baggs, you had all those guys. So it was like iron sharpen iron every day at practice, you know, and we knew what the ultimate goal was, and we knew what the type of talent would be. So it was a special thing. Like, I'm still close friends with those guys. You know, a couple of weeks ago, I spent time with Weston Dressler and his family, which he still lives in the States now. You know, Terrell Mays, you know, Tristan Jackson, those are my best friends, you know, things like that. So it's like, not only during that 2013 season that we built the bond, but it was a forever bond. And, you know, that says a lot about that team. That team was truly, truly special and had a lot of, like, great players with the dog mentality, you know, so.
Man, we could sit here with you all afternoon and shoot it here, Macho, but unfortunately we got to let you go. Really appreciate you taking the time for us.
Thank you
and I really hope you go enjoy the tailgating party.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Of course, Macho Harris joining us for Green and White Greats, another Saskatchewan Rough Rider legend. But we do need to take that quick break right now here on Countdown to Kickoff. Coming up next, we do have your Behind the Face Mask segment with Barty Shinkruk. Riders defensive back Jonathan Edouard is going to be joining us. Hang tight. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
104.9 The Wolf is Regina's rock station and home of Chad and Evan in the morning.
One of the things I love most about the Saskatchewan Roughriders, how family-friendly it is. Game days, at the games, and listening to the broadcast on CKRM.
And standing in line for 20 minutes for mini donuts.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, when you're standing, it burns the calories that you're going to eat.
Streaming at thewolfrocks.com.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Dan from Positively Perfect is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the big box stores. Get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
At Bourgault Tillage Tools, they build products to fit your farm, to fit your equipment. Increase your field speed with Vantage Edge. Seeding or applying fertilizer. Vantage Edge paired with their proprietary focus clips give you precision placement and low soil disturbance. BTT's series of ultra-narrow openers engineered for producers who demand precision, efficiency, and uncompromised performance in every pass. We're here to help you succeed. Bourgault Tillage Tools.
SEIU West members are
phlebotomist, food service worker, security officer, plumber,
continuing care assistant,
porter, licensed practical nurse, medical device reprocessing worker, purchasing agent,
environmental services worker,
social services worker, cook, health information management practitioner, switchboard operator,
distribution worker. The backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road. So why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry's service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com. It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko and Wes Cates with you. And we're broadcasting live from the Sports Cage Lounge inside Mosaic Stadium. History could be made tonight in this very building. Riders quarterback Trevor Harris enters the game with just 49 passing yards away from becoming the 12th quarterback in CFL history to reach 40,000 career passing yards. And the Redblacks looking to avoid breaking a record. They don't necessarily want this one. One loss away from tying a modern era record for the longest losing streak. That could be 14 in a row when you factor in last season. So it'll be interesting to see what happens on the field tonight. But right now we are going to go behind the face mask with our very own Barney Shinkra, as he catches up with defensive back Jonathan Edouard.
All right, this week, behind the face mask, Jonathan Edouard, two-time Grey Cup champion, people. But let's start, you're from Orlando.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which is your favorite theme park in the area?
Universal.
Why?
I worked there. I rode all the rides. I love it. Take me back, Universal.
So maybe down the road, is that like a retirement gig?
No, I just love Universal. I love to ride the rides. I want to work there.
Let's go back to your high school days and maybe even before that. What's your first memories of playing football?
Oh, I played Pop Warner, and my first memory running out of my shoes to score touchdowns. I was a running back in the DN, had some sacks.
So what did you play in high school? What positions?
In high school, I played receiver and DB.
Were you a better DB? Were you a better receiver back then? What do you think?
I was a better DB. They got the joke, you can't catch, so they put me on the defensive side.
Shot, Coach was there. Coach is there in the back. So, what is it, 8 siblings?
8 siblings, yeah.
Are they all athletic? Take us through.
They actually are. All 4 of my brothers, it's 5 of us. All 4 of my brothers played football. My oldest, he played football at Bishop Moore. My second oldest, and then they both went to Charleston Southern University for football. And then my third oldest went to Beloit College. And then my brother was the high school star at like 13 to 15, but he actually didn't want to play after high school.
What about the ladies? What about the sisters?
My sisters ran track for a bit, but they didn't have as much grit for the game as we did, I'd say.
Okay, your story on coming to Canada, playing college in the States, and I know you've told us before, but just take me through that. Why? Was it a chance to maybe play in the CFL to go to Carleton?
Yes, hands down, 100%. It was a chance that I didn't know I could become a national, but I did want to catch the CFL's eye. And really, while I was at Henderson State, I started to, get a little bit better. I started training with Ryan Clark, and I really wanted to pursue the NFL. And I told my coach about it, and he was like, we're at a D2. You maybe should pursue somewhere else. So Ryan Clark talked about maybe getting me into LSU on a preferred walk-on, a couple other schools also. But Don Jarrett told me about U Sports and Canadian College, and the day I met Steve Samara, the day I made my mind up that this is the best decision for me.
Okay, but you get to Ottawa, right? You get to Carleton, but then you got a border issue. Take me through that.
So when I had no idea, I thought the North American Promise was still a thing, and I just need my birth certificate and my ID and pay me a passport, and I get in there, and we could all just, I'm a student. But it was a lot bigger process than that. I had to get a visa, and actually Carleton sent me my visa information, but I had no clue where it was or how to access it. So when I showed the border agent that I have no idea what I'm doing, I'm about to go get another degree and play football, I'm excited. He was like, you don't know what you're doing. He gave me a 1-year visa instead of a 4. And I was in the country for 18 months, and I was only supposed to be in 12 because he gave me a 1-year visa. So I was 6 months over my visa date. So they actually gave me a letter of departure.
So were you just kind of in limbo for a year?
Yes. It was... I think adversity, makes people a lot stronger. So it was kind of like one of those turning points in my life where I was like, do I give up, or is that who I am? And, during the season, I had to go get a new passport, and I ended up having to go to my brother's house in Milwaukee because it was the closest thing around.
Okay. Do you get the heebie-jeebies when you're at the border still to this day?
But they know me. They know me specifically, and they're always like, we love you, man. Appreciate you.
Your parents are from Haiti?
Yes.
They must have some wild stories.
Oh, definitely.
Like, is there one that stands out that we can...
I'd say the one that stood out to me the most is that my dad, worked really hard to come to America, and my mom, took all the tests to come to America, and then they knew of each other in Haiti, but they met each other again in America. Really? It's one of those stories. I'm always so thankful they had us.
What did mom and dad do? Because 8 kids, that's not cheap, right?
So my dad, he was just a taxi driver for the first 13 years of my life.
Lots of theme parks, lots of business.
Yes, and my mom, she went to school from about 9 to 13 at Seminole State and became a nurse. Now she's an RN.
Oh, what a story. That's great.
Story.
Who's your favorite? What's your favorite NFL team?
They didn't pick me, so I don't have one.
You don't have one? Okay, who's the player you looked up to, emulated after?
There's 3 of them. There's Ryan Clark, Ed Reed, and Sean Taylor.
Really?
Yeah, and Ryan Clark's a great friend of mine.
Yeah. When's the last time you ran a 40, and what was the time?
Last time I ran a 40 was, I ran the 40 of 2025, and that was about in February with Justin Walker, and I ran a 4.27. I ran it 7 times though. So I averaged about from 4.27 was my lowest, and my highest was 4.32.
Okay, so if you could go back, if we had a time machine here, you could go back. When in your career do you think that you could run the fastest 40? What age were you?
I'm going 27 to now, honestly. 27 to now. I don't know too many people faster than me in life.
All right, there we go. Coach, you know what that is, right? All right, Coach Mason, my hat. Okay, thank you so much for this. That was a lot of fun. Jonathan Edouard, watch him on the field from Orlando, Florida.
Love it out here. Appreciate you guys.
Our own Barney Shinkruk, of course, and behind the face mask with number 31 defensive back Jonathan Edouard. And if you were watching the stream, you could see head coach Corey Mace making a couple of cameos there, Wes.
Bugging Barney.
Bugging Barney just a little bit, pointing out his hat. One of the few hats that Wes Cates does not own in his collection, by the way.
Funny.
So if you
it was a snapback. That doesn't make it in my... Well, I got a couple of Rider snapbacks, but it's hard.
That's
for
the
a
only
snapback.
exception you'll make.
Yeah, a Columbus. I actually got a Columbus soccer team snapback too, but that's because I like the front. Anyway.
One of these
it's
days
mostly
we're gonna
fitted. 7.5 if you.
Okay, so if you want to hook up Wes with a
new
new hat, maybe a new lid, we're gonna have to reach out to Barney here and get him to hook you up with one of those so you can add it. But of course, I was behind the face mask. If you missed out on it, by the way, you can always go back, watch it on our live stream, sportscage.com, YouTube as well, and of course, podcast form. So you can always join in the conversation on YouTube as well. But yes, Jonathan Edouard, number 31, 10 defensive tackles, 7 on special teams, looking to grow those stats tonight against Ottawa as the Redblacks roll into Mosaic Stadium for a kickoff just after 7 o'clock. We are live from the Sports Cage Lounge inside Mosaic Stadium, so come say hello to us if you are traveling to the game tonight, or maybe even if you're just hanging out in the tailgating zone.
I didn't realize Eduardo was that fast. 4.27.
What was your 40?
He said 4.32 was the slowest one he ran, and that's fast.
Well, he did it 7 times.
Yeah, but like.
What was your 40?
I ran a 4.4, but it was a high 4.4. You know what I mean? It wasn't like it was like no 4.39s or nothing. No, it was like
you could still take them though.
4.4. When I was younger in college, I think I ran like a 4.45, 4.47, but when I came out my pro day, I ran like a 4.49, like just on it. But that's still fast. But let's not get it twisted. Calm down. We're
getting a little defensive
here, that little
Wes.
side eye you trying to give me up with like 4.
Hey, the internet doesn't lie. I can look up the stats later. Maybe we'll do that during the commercial break. I like giving you a hard time. Still to come this hour, of course, the one and only Glenn Suter is going to join Wes and myself. So we're going to chat with him about everything that is to come tonight and whatever he's hearing around the CFL right now. We also have renowned trick roper and comedian Bud Edgar. He's going to be performing at halftime today, so we're going to pick his brain a little bit here as well. But first, we got to jump into Cates' Corner. That's going to be coming up next here, Wes. So let's take a break. We'll be back. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
For 10 years, JK Junior Containment has been helping Saskatchewan oil fields save a lot of green, on the ground and in the bank. The little blue box that's built to last. JK Junior is a Saskatchewan-made, patented wellhead containment system, trusted for reliable protection in tough conditions. And while the product may be blue, this time of year, we're all about the green. Celebrate 10 years of reliable, innovative wellhead containment with a product trusted by champions. Learn more today at jkjunior.com.
To get the job done right, you need the right machine for the job. For better hay, the right machine is the 1316S Heston Disc Mower Conditioner by Massey Ferguson. The 1316S Heston is the rugged, high-capacity mower designed for reliable performance, with a 16-foot working width. The 1316S Heston also has the quick change tool, making changing blades easier, getting you back to cutting hay quickly. See the Heston by Massey Ferguson at Nick's Service in Emerald Park, nickservice.com.
The Green and White knows there's nothing better than a good road trip, but some trips are bigger than others. If you're between 18 and 35, you can work and travel abroad in over 35 countries through the Away to Work program. Travel independently with Go Solo or explore working holiday placements in agriculture, horticulture, viticulture, and hospitality. They help with the resources, guidance, and support to make the big leap feel a little less scary. Kick off a new adventure at awaytowork.ca.
You can travel now. Get away to work.
Did you know you can get endless streaming and live entertainment anywhere in Canada?
Now wait just a moose a minute.
You can, thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. So cross that border to Flin Flon, Manitoba, and your shows come with you. Why stop there? Head to Vulcan, Alberta, or heck, even St. Louis du Ha-Ha, Quebec, the town with exclamation marks in its name. See Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, for details on Max TV Stream, internet, and cellular service.
Busiest week of the year at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. August 10th and 11th, pre-harvest equipment sale. Tractors including John Deere 7710, Stagger 9030, New Holland T6 140, campers, lawnmowers, exotic lumber, stock trailers including a 53-foot ground load, vehicles, sea cans, grain bins, shop tools, and more. Viewing is daily from 10 to 6 at our location in Indian Head. And you can bid and register at 2sauctioneers.ca. That's a huge equipment and tool sale closing 6 p.m. August 10th and 11th.
Howdy, it's your old pal Wood Country Woody. Imagine no sanding or staining and enjoying your deck for decades. That's a TimberTech deck. TimberTech is fade resistant, comes in a bunch of pretty colors, and features a hidden fastener system, making construction clean and easy. Oh, I tell you, shoot, it's as slick as a whistle. TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric Countdown to Kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And you're joining Teagan Witko, Wes Cates live. It's at the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. And this has been a tough place to play for the Ottawa Redblacks historically. Saskatchewan has won 6 home games against Ottawa dating back to 2018. Tonight, the Riders look to continue that streak of beating them as Jake Mayer makes his return to the Queen City. Kickoff is just after 7 o'clock. And of course, you can watch the stream right now as we get you set on Countdown to Kickoff, YouTube, sportscage.com, the mighty 620 CKRM. And of course, you can always come say hello in person here. But right now, we got to dive in. One of our favorite segments, the one Glenn Suter always wants to join us for. It's Kate's Corner. So, Wes, I think that we got to dive in by talking about one of the biggest stories of the week and the fact that the Saskatchewan Roughriders did bring in a national kicker this week in Dawson Hodge. Mm-hmm. I think it's an interesting discussion. And one of the conversations that we had, and we can get to that here in just a moment, long snapper Mike Benson was talking about the fact that there's a lot more intricacies to the kicking game than the average fan might understand. But just, I guess, your initial thoughts with the Riders bringing in some competition for Alex Hale.
I mean, obviously, Alex Hale has been, I think they are confident in him. He has a pretty strong leg, and he's been doing I guess, giving a valiant effort, but he has had some stumbles. He's had a couple kicks that have really, had people kind of looking sideways at him like, what's going on here? So you can't really say you're totally confident in the kicking game right now, obviously. I would say, it's definitely cost the Riders some points and maybe even possibly cost them one of those losses, right? But at the end of the day, I think he's still somebody that you want to grow with. There is an advantage to him being a global player and not really hurting the roster as far as the amount of Americans and Canadians you can have on the roster. Now, Dawson Hodge is Canadian. He doesn't hurt it as much if you're looking at trying to get an American on. But obviously with some of the Canadians that are hurt, maybe there is a little more room to add a Canadian kicker. I know his longest in college was 49 yards. I mean, that's respectable, but it's not exciting or sexy or anything like that. And he was, I think, around 75% or so. But, hey, the kids, played some good football and won some awards in college. He was, like, top kicker when he was in school. So somebody else we can give a chance to. It's going to come down to some kicking, some kickoffs in practice, some kicking battles, things of that nature. But for right now, I think Alex Hale is safe. He just needs to straighten up some things. And it might be, as we listen to what Benson has to say, it might be a little bit about just just all the dynamics that go into the kicking game with the snap, the hold, and the kick.
Well, and that's just it, right? I mean, Mike Benson was talking about the intricacies of the kicking game, pardon me. Life as a specialist, he not only works with Alex Hale, but also Oscar Chapman. So he was just describing exactly what that kind of looks like to give us a peek behind the curtain.
Mike Benson, it's been a minute seemingly since you've arrived in Riderville. So far, so good, right?
So far, so good. Enjoying my time here for sure. Absolutely.
Tell me about this team and what you've seen through the first now 7 games of the season.
I'll just start back from like week 1 when I got here. It felt everyone's been so welcoming here. Everyone's such a tight-knit group. It felt like I've been here for training camp and all last year even. Just the camaraderie between everybody, how close everybody is, how everyone wants to work together for the same thing, right? Solve all the problems and keep moving forward and try, just unite, be together as a team. It's kind of special, honestly.
Yeah. You talk about working together. Obviously, you, Oscar, Alex, all have a very unique working relationship. How is that progressing, and how do you look to improve upon it?
Yeah, there's just in our line of work, like the specialist line of work, there's you have to be really nitpicky and borderline OCD. on the things that you want to focus on and get better at every week, right? Because, you know, if you take a look just from the outsider perspective, it's just like, oh, it's just a snap, a hold, a kick, or a snap and a punt. It's not a big deal. But there's so many little nuances that go on with it. We have to pick tiny little things that we're going to work on to get better every single week. And, you know, the last 7 weeks, we're honing in on little things, and we're working on it, and we're getting better. Yeah.
Coach Majuri has talked about the video work that goes into being a specialist, and sometimes fans don't understand or comprehend, but there's a lot of video work. Can you tell me what you're looking at?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of little nuances that go on with special teams, right? A lot of little things that the common eye wouldn't recognize. When we're taking a look at film, we're looking at field goal, we're looking at the speed of the snap, how many rotations, where is Chap catching it, are the laces out, are the laces at 3 o'clock, the degree of the tilt, is he pulling it to his eyes, do we have the right hold, do we have the right lean on the ball? And then in terms of Alex, it's his first jab step and his couple steps after, his follow through. I mean, there's so many little things. It's like a basketball free throw or a golf swing. You really have to break down everything and make sure the timing is perfect and we're gelling together. And again, it's the little things that we have to work on, and that's how you become a pro.
I was once told that a specialist is kind of like a puppy. When you do good, everyone loves it, but when you do bad, nobody forgets about it. Can you tell me how those small little details can affect the outcome and the perception of if it's going well or not?
I mean, just like I said, with any one of those 14 steps that I was just talking about, even in a field goal process, if, you know, my timing's off with a snap and I don't get as many rotations or the speed isn't there, then that's the difference of him catching it at 12 o'clock facing the field goal post and the difference of him catching it at 3 o'clock. And what you want is everything needs to be perfect down to the absolute millisecond, because that timing is everything. Obviously, for Alex, he wants to be able to see the full back of the ball as long as possible. He doesn't want to have to see even a quarter turn of laces. He wants to focus on one thing, so everything is pivotal.
How can you maintain consistency then? Because that's the mark of a pro, right?
Well, that's why it comes down to taking a look at the little things and those little steps that we can get better, right? It's not just the big picture. It's let's break down every single movement and what do we need to focus on that day to help get the unit better.
Like, it's an amazingly intricate process. It's going well, I would suggest. Thank you so much for
absolutely. This. Thanks so much. It's always a pleasure, guys.
Very own Dave Thomas catching up with Riders long snapper Mike Benson, of course, an exclusive conversation. And he's kind of right. You know, you and I looked at each other when he said, you know, he was kind of talking about special teams and being kind of like a puppy. You know, things are all fine and dandy when everything's working out well, but as soon as something goes wrong, suddenly that is a big pivotal point of discussion. Hale has missed field goal attempts in the past, 3 straight games. And he's also 12 for 17 on the season right now. So I think that's obviously why a lot of people are looking at this signing of a new kicker and raising some eyebrows.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the funny thing about the kicking game is when you're doing your job well, people don't even know who you are, right? Like Mike Benson, who, like the long snapper, he's got some arms on him too.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got like some reach. Like you can tell when you look at him, he's like almost built for the position. So him having a little more torque on it, getting that snap back there, if I'm not mistaken, I think a good field goal snap is like under 0.7 seconds or something like that. It's like 0.6, might even be a little quicker than that. But anyway, just getting it back there, getting it to an accurate spot where your holder, can catch it and be able to turn it, put his finger on the top, put the ball down, spin the laces out, you know what I mean? Get, like you said, get the right lean on it so that where the Hale or the kicker likes it. And even when you're spinning those laces out, then what are the other seams doing, right? There's 4 seams on the ball, one set of laces. Does he like to kick the seam square? Does he like to kick the edge of the ball? Does he sweep through when Hale's walking back to his spot to get ready to kick? Is he measuring that off perfectly so that when he puts his plant foot down, it's in the perfect spot and he can swing his leg through and hit the ball where it's supposed to be hit? All these things is such a quick, half-second thing, and then you think about you got DBs running 4.27 coming off the edge trying to block it. So there's a lot that goes into just trying to get that ball off in time, and then you got to think about the fact that he's got to put some power and some accuracy on it to put it through some sticks that are 50, 60 yards away. Well,
especially in
40,
a very
50 yards away.
windy province of Saskatchewan.
Exactly, and we've heard stories about that south end zone, and it swirls down there. So he's dealing with all that as a young guy. So he's getting through it. He's working. He's trying to make strides to understand it. Every day he's growing and getting better. That happens a lot. I know my first year or two in the league, I mean, every day it was like I was figuring out something else new. So, like, that happens for every player, even kickers. And I think that as the season goes on, he's going to rise to the occasion, get better. Hopefully he can do it sooner than later, or he might be watching somebody else kick the ball. So we'll see. But the fact that Dawson's in town now, I think, he should definitely have Alex a little worried. Yeah.
I know that we're almost out of time here before we got to take a break, Wes, but I do just want to ask you quickly, is this a trap game? What are your thoughts on that?
I feel like every game against Ottawa for anybody is a trap game. But you look at, I think it's especially is for. I wonder what Barney has the line at, in the spread, because I feel
That's a good
like
little tease. We're gonna have him on later.
Yeah, taking Ottawa in this one, because you got a Riders offense, got a couple changes, or one change up front. You got a running back that's young still in the backfield helping protect your quarterback. Then you got at least 3 receivers that aren't really used to, actually really 4 receivers that aren't really used to, being the guys out there all the time. So obviously you're going to need the defense to step up a little more. And we'll see, because you got some secondary guys that are new too. So I'm really looking at guys up front like Voders and Roberson and the linebackers that handle their business. And, we talked about Jameer Thurman earlier, and that linebacking crew is going to really have to carry the load, keep the score low, so that we can work out some kinks with this offense. I would love to see Trevor Harris get out here and just act like it's, he's throwing to the same guys and get a couple of these young guys over 100. That would be a beautiful day. But we'll have to see how it starts before we start making predictions like that.
We'll find out tonight. Kickoff just after 7 o'clock here at Mosaic Stadium. It's Teagan and Wes with you here live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. Swing by, say hello, watch the stream at sportscage.com, and of course YouTube as well. You can join in the conversation there. This is Countdown to Kickoff, and it's brought to you by Croft Electric. Almost 29 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all your electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials as well. We're going to take a quick break. Coming up on the other side, we're going to catch up with TSN analyst and rider legend, the one and only Mr. Glenn Suter. Hang tight, we'll be back. It's a 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dan from Croft Electric talks about why electrical work on the farm should be left to the professionals.
Focus on what you're good at. You're a good farmer, whether it's a grain farmer, it's a rancher, whatever it is, you focus on that. Let us take the electrical off your plate. Let us do it right, do it once, and we'll always be here when you need us in a pinch. And that way you have that peace of mind so you can sleep at night and not worry about electrical. Just worry about your farm. Do it right, do it once.
CroftElectric.com.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
Unlike the country song Kick the Dust Up, Milligan Bio knows for those of you that are construction site managers, farmers, golf course and park managers, or rural homeowners, it's all about keeping the dust down, inspiring their environmentally friendly road dust suppressant. Safe and easy to use, Milligan Bio's road dust suppressant controls the dust, coats the surface, and reduces grading and maintenance needs. To book application, call 306-272-6284.
At Bourgault Tillage Tools, they build products to fit your farm, to fit your equipment. Increase your field speed with Vantage Edge seeding or applying fertilizer. Vantage Edge paired with their proprietary focus clips give you precision placement and low soil disturbance. BTT's series of ultra-narrow openers engineered for producers who demand precision, efficiency, and uncompromised performance in every pass. We're here to help you succeed. Bourgault Tillage Tools.
SEIU West members are
Stores Person, Unit Assistant, Finance Officer, Unit Clerk,
Recreation Coordinator,
Youth Care Worker, Medical Laboratory Technologist, Power Engineer, Office Administrative Assistant,
Maintenance Services Worker,
Medical Transcriptionist, Medical Office Assistant, Bio Clerk, Medical Laboratory Assistant,
Pharmacy Technician, the backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. Did you know some folks sell complete garage packages that are missing things, like nails? Wood Country, though, does things right. They sell you complete garage packages. Their packages include premium grade lumber and everything you need, even walk-in doors with cladded jambs and overhead door jamb flashing. It's not a deal unless you get the whole deal at Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road. So why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry's service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
104.9 The Wolf is Regina's rock station and home of Chad and Evan in the morning.
Chad, have you ever worn a watermelon to a game?
I haven't, no.
Really?
No.
You haven't lived. I never did it in Regina, but I've done it in Edmonton. And I got picked on.
Is it just as sticky there as it is here?
Way stickier. Because people throw beer at you.
No, don't.
Streaming at thewolfrocks.com. Crowd to tailgate with all of Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric Countdown to Kickoff. Text 306-936-6262 with the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Wes Cates with you live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium as we're getting you set for the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Ottawa Redblacks, of course. A measuring stick game for Saskatchewan. Can they overcome adversity with all of the injuries against an 0-7 team here tonight? We will find out. But right now, we got to head out on the phone line here. It's press coverage with Glenn Suter, brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. NorthHomeWindows.ca. Glenn, you're missing out on all the hot dogs in the tailgate zone this week.
Yeah, I'd love to get in and dig right into that.
Well, you know what? Maybe at the next home game here, but we got to get down to business here, my friend. Some news since we last spoke here on the Rider Broadcast Network, including a new kicker signed, pardon me. Dawson Hodge, what do you make of this?
Well, I think it's just, it's a sign of creating competition for Hale and to, not necessarily make a change just yet, just to say that you're in the production business, you got to have results. And if you're struggling, no matter what position you play, you will see competition. I mean, many times in the locker room, I'm sure, Wes, you stepped into and looked around and all of a sudden there's temporary lockers set up that have a bunch of different positions because you've lost a couple of games in a row and things are going to start to change and people are going to be pushed. It doesn't mean that Hale is on his way out, I don't think, or anything like that. It just means there's a guy behind him pushing him. They're going to do competitions, I'm sure. And keep putting pressure on Hale till he overcomes the issue. Because, like I said before, he's got a live leg. The ball pops off his foot, and he just has to get out of his own head. Because some of the misses have been ugly misses, like my golf game on the tee box, just right off into the water. You know what I mean? Like ugly.
Yeah, I think it basically comes down to his technique isn't consistent enough right now, but I think he's working to get there. But talking about guys that have to step up and do better, you're looking at these receivers suits. There's a lot of new faces on this Riders receiving core. Do you think anybody really has a chance to step up and stand out? Are you worried about Trevor Harris's ability to complete passes and move the ball down the field? How do you feel about that situation?
Well, I know this, Wes, that you do too, that knowing Trevor Harris, he is going to use this to even give him a little more juice and get him a little bit more motivated. It's everyone's saying that all of these injuries are going to be a real issue for the Riders, and he wants to prove that he can still, be productive and make sure the offense is pulling its weight. And get some of these young guys some opportunities. And, does Deshaun Mims step up? Does Del Duncan Busby take another step? Where does Daniel Weeb come into this? If I'm the Ottawa secondary and I'm a free safety that is looking at where Keyshawn Johnson is lined up, that's the first thing I do, especially if you're free. So you're going to cheat to Keyshawn Johnson's side and try to force Trevor to throw it and to the young guys and see how they respond. I mean, that's, you as a real sort of over general look at it, as a coach, I think you always want to take away the biggest threat, the most important weapon of the opponent, and then see if they can beat you with their other guys. And if you've got a great running game, take that away first. If you've got a star receiver and there's been some injuries on your other stars like Schaefer Baker and Emelis, then take Keyshawn Johnson out of the mix and see if Mims and Duncan Busby can step up and become those guys. I'm not saying they can't, but that is a massive question mark, as you guys know.
Yeah.
There's certainly going to be a lot of coverage on Keyshawn Johnson. I think that's what a lot of Rider fans are expecting tonight. How big is the loss of Teagan Campbell?
Well, it's big because you look at the Ottawa receiving core, and I can right now, Aiden Eberhardt has been Jake Mayer's number one guy. I mean, he's been their guy, and he has been the possession over the middle bender kind of guy. And I'm thinking that if I'm Ottawa, I'm looking at Pimpleton and saying, let's see if we can get him involved and make Lacombo be a good tackler. Even if it's hitch passes, things like that, make him a good tackler, make him a guy that's going to have to, come up and make those stops, and then see if you can't double move them and get them going. Again, I'm not saying that those guys that are young can't do it, but you as a veteran player, veteran team, veteran coach, and in Dinwiddie, you got to believe that he is going to test those guys. Like, let's see how they look, and that's where Teagan Campbell, I think, is the big loss, because he would bait people into throwing it. Even veteran quarterbacks, he would make it appear that a receiver is open, and then he could close so quickly. He's got such great closing speed that he can make up that time, and he was doing it on purpose. Go ahead and throw it to my guy. You might think he's open, but I know I have him under control, even though I'm 2 yards behind him. So that you sort of lose. And I think, so when you're looking at the Ottawa receiving core, to me, I mean, Hardy's still, I know they don't have Gino anymore, but Hardy is still a great player in the slot. Keelan White has become, a good rookie that has got a high ceiling, and Eberhardt, the number one guy. But I think Pimpleton becomes a bigger factor because of the change at corner for Saskatchewan.
Now, I know Conley had a pretty good game. Do you think that this game last week is enough to kind of go run heavy? The Riders' offensive line is one of the healthiest groups, despite history. The Riders' O-line has been doing pretty well this season as far as injuries go. So what do you think about a run heavy
He's being
Rider,
careful not to
Rider
jinx
day?
It, by the way.
Run heavy Rider day. You
everybody,
see
everybody knock on wood, as we say
Right.
that. Yeah. Well, that is
One
the
of the
strength
fans.
right now. Yeah. When you look at that O-line, Wes, that's, to me, is where their strength is. That's where they can really lean on. I mean, O and D line, both. But let's take the defense out of the picture for a second and just say, okay, so you've got young receivers. Ottawa will probably, at least early in the game, try to roll the coverage towards Keyshawn Johnson, or at least the safety or a free player in the back end will try to favor Keyshawn Johnson, see if Trevor Harris can be successful in the passing game with the young receivers in Mims and Duncan Busby and even Johnny Johnson as well. But the way to combat that in a big way is to get Connolly going, let the O-line dig in and get that good push and start kind of road grading, as I've said many times on the air. And then let Connolly get you into those second and real manageable. I know we say that all the time about second down being, 5 or less yards. Makes a complete difference in how many plays and options you have offensively. Mm-hmm. And, you can get 3, and if you're 2nd and 4, you're going for it with Tommy Stevens on 3rd down anyway. So, I think that is the key in this one in a big, big way, because the other part of that equation is, if you're looking for weaknesses in Ottawa, I think you probably, not look at their O-line. You're not going to look at their receiving core. I think it's good. They've got a great tailback. I think it may be in the D-line. So, if you saw the game last night between Toronto and Calgary, you know what I'm talking about. Calgary lost the line of scrimmage. Toronto wasn't exotically blitzing. They weren't sending extra players or free hitters. It wasn't pressure packages. It was simply 4-man rushing, and Vernon Adams was hopping around, ducking guys, trying to escape. He never got in a rhythm offensively throwing the ball. And he threw his first 2 interceptions of the entire season. And that's what 4-man, 3-man pressure can do. So, I think when you lose the line of scrimmage, you're going to lose more games. And this is where the Riders, even though they're down in some different areas from injury for the receiving core and DBs, things like that, their O-line is intact. So lean on that. Get the good push, especially on 1st down. Get Connolly going in a lot of different ways. Swing passes count too, little screens, things like that. Even Bertrand Houdon, get him going as well. And you get in second manageable, and then it takes away the double teaming of Keyshawn Johnson on 2nd and long. It takes that away from Ottawa. It forces them to just play straight up, because they're not telling Trevor Harris, well, now we know you're going to throw because it's 2nd and 10 or 2nd and 12, whatever that may be. So, yeah, I think the run game and leaning on the strength of the team right now that is completely healthy, knock on wood, is the O-line and leaning on them.
Well, we'll see what the result is tonight. I mean, banged up Riders taking on a winless team from the East Division there. So it'll be an intriguing watch, that's for sure. I hope you enjoy it. We'll send out Wes, and he'll go find Macho Harris in the tailgating zone to have a hot dog for you. Okay, Glenn?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm going to go back on the barbecue right now because I'm in Vancouver, and I think I'm going to cook hot dogs. Just watch the game.
There you go.
Just for us. We appreciate that.
Get some Smokies or something. Don't just go hot dogs, man. We got step.
There you go.
I know you're making the big bucks. Come on,
here.
Suits. You can afford some
Get
Smokies.
Sounds good, Wes. I'm doing it.
Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, TSN analyst Glenn Suter, thank you so much for taking the time, man.
Thanks, guys. It'll be fun tonight.
Of course. He was joining us on the hotline there. We are also streaming at sportscage.com, our YouTube channel as well. Join in the conversation, watch along, or come see us inside the Sports Cage Lounge here at Mosaic Stadium as we continue counting down to kickoff for Croft Electric. Of course, Glenn Suter is brought to you by North Home Windows. Every single Saskatchewan Roughrider game, home and away. Coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, let's bring it back. This is the Rider Farm Show. That's the theme tonight, and we're going to be leaning into that. Of course, it's 620 CKRM, so we got to lean into the country. Halftime performer, renowned trick roper, and comedian Bud Edgar will be joining us on the other side of the break. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The first North Home Windows customer was an important customer. So was the next, and the next. Since 1990, North Home Windows has been working to make every customer feel like they're North Home Windows' only customer. Let them show you. They'll come to your home with samples and do an estimate for free. There's not even a charge for mileage. Feel like someone's only customer. And now offering window coverings. Visit northhomewindows.ca.
Need tires that tackle every terrain? Trust Integra Tire Grenfell. But they're more than just tires. Trust them for all your towing, mechanical repairs, and farm service needs as well. From your family car to your combine, they keep you rolling with expert service and small town care. Farm tough, road ready, always reliable. Integra Tire Grenfell, where rubber meets the road and service meets the standard. Locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
Busiest week of the year at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. August 10th and 11th, pre-harvest equipment sale. Tractors including John Deere 7710, Stagger 9030, New Holland T6 140, campers, lawnmowers, exotic lumber, stock trailers including a 53-foot ground load, vehicles, sea cans, grain bins, shop tools, and more. Viewing is daily from 10 to 6 at our location in Indian Head. And you can bid and register at 2sauctioneers.ca. That's a huge equipment and tool sale closing 6 p.m. August 10th and 11th.
The Green and White knows there's nothing better than a good road trip, but some trips are bigger than others. If you're between 18 and 35, you can work and travel abroad in over 35 countries through the Away to Work program. Travel independently with Go Solo or explore working holiday placements in agriculture, horticulture, viticulture, and hospitality. They help with the resources, guidance, and support to make the big leap feel a little less scary. Kick off a new adventure at awaytowork.ca.
You can travel now. Get away to work.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. For more information, visit nickservice.com.
Did you know you can get endless streaming and live entertainment anywhere in Canada?
Now wait just a moose a minute.
You can, thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. So cross that border to Flin Flon, Manitoba, and your shows come with you. Why stop there? Head to Vulcan, Alberta, or heck, even St. Louis du Ha-Ha, Quebec, the town with exclamation marks in its name. See Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, for details on Max TV Stream, Internet, and cellular service.
For 10 years, JK Junior Containment has been helping Saskatchewan oil fields save a lot of green, on the ground and in the bank. The little blue box that's built to last. JK Junior is a Saskatchewan-made, patented wellhead containment system, trusted for reliable protection in tough conditions. And while the product may be blue, this time of year, we're all about the green. Celebrate 10 years of reliable, innovative wellhead containment with a product trusted by champions. Learn more today at jkjunior.com.
Play 92, number 1 for throwbacks. And home of Mark and Jess in the morning.
You know what's nice about going to a Rider game in the middle of the summer? Sitting on the shady side. If you have pale skin like me and you sit on the sunny side, you are taking your life into your own hands.
Mark and Jess wake you up 6 to 10 weekday mornings. Number 1 for throwbacks all day. Stream at play92.ca.
Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric Countdown to Kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And you're joining Teagan Witko, Wes Cates, live from the Sports Cage Lounge here at Mosaic Stadium, getting you set for a kickoff just after 5 o'clock tonight. Yes, another Friday night under the lights here as your 5-2 Saskatchewan Roughriders welcome in the 0-7 Ottawa Redblacks in a matchup featuring milestones, momentum, and plenty of questions. Can Saskatchewan overcome injuries and keep rolling? We're going to find out tonight. In the meantime, we're going to be welcoming on our next guest here for the Rider in the Community segment. This is brought to you by Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism. Better health isn't always found in a prescription bottle. SKSeniorsMechanism.ca, community care, real connections, and better well-being. As I mentioned earlier in the program here, it's the Rider Farm Show, and that is taking over the building tonight. You're going to see some pretty cool themed things. I mean, there's a mechanical bull up on the concourse. They have some pretty cool activations that are taking place here. A little bit of prairie, a little bit of Western tradition, and a little bit of cowboy culture. And that's exactly what our next guest brings to the table. The comedy cowboy. At halftime, Rider Nation is going to be treated to a performance by a world-renowned trick roper, cowboy poet, musician, and performer who's entertained audiences all across the globe. Bud Edgar, thank you so much for taking the time, man.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Look at these people. Aren't they awesome? Yeah. Listen to that applause. Listen to that applause.
We're in the
lounge. I'm politely going to take my hat off.
Well, that is very kind.
In
very
front
gentleman.
in front of a lovely lady and a great gentleman here.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you very much,
You're
Bud.
very welcome. Thanks for having me here.
So, comedy cowboy. How did you find yourself landing in this profession? Where did it all begin?
Well, I was really young when I was born. Oh, that's going back too far.
Maybe not that far
Maybe
back.
not. Well,
Fast forward just a few years.
back in 1983, I quit smoking, and I had seen Steve Martin, the famous Steve Martin, juggle. So for me to quit smoking, I got some juggling balls and learned how to do that instead of using my hands to smoke. And then my brother had a unicycle, and I borrowed that, and then I learned how to ride that, and I learned how to juggle pins and ride that. And I was always showing off. That's why I do this. I always show off. So I was showing off to these friends of mine, and this lady said, I have something for you, and she gave me a clown costume. I said, okay. I said, let me do your son's birthday. So I did my first birthday in 1983, and I loved it. I loved it. And then the economy started to crash. And in 85, I developed a cowboy clown because of my roots. And I started trick roping at that time. And I started full-time doing it.
So the clown costume, she just brought it to you? You never said anything about wanting to be a clown?
It's an odd gift.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you were offended or you thought it was cool.
I see what you mean.
Yeah,
but that connected the dots, you know?
Yeah.
I said, well, hey, that's what clowns do.
Yeah.
And I did that for many years. And then to speed up to where I am today, in 2005, some people emailed me and they wanted me to trick rope at a convention without my makeup. I said, well, I could do that. So then they asked me to do a show, and I said, I could do that. And I went and I did a show for them, and it was quite different because they weren't kids. And I had entertained adults and kids, but they were all young adults, and there was a lot of French-speaking guys and all that. And I just did my show, and they liked it. And the beauty was when I went home, and I didn't have to take all my makeup off, and then I went, the light bulb come on, maybe this would work. And the beauty was then when I did the trick roping gig on the side of the stage, everybody, Buddy, that's Buddy, and I had this effect on these guys. So it made me realize it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
But eventually I did quit clowning. And the last clown show I did was a highlight of my career because my daughter, who's with me here, is a stand-up comedian, Amy Edgar. She was here last night at the Pass the Hat doing comedy. Well, anyway, my wife was also a clown. This is getting complicated. But, sorry, she was debating another comedian about the fear of clowns in a big auditorium, and it was on CBC radio. And anyway, at the very end of the act, they brought us out. And we were in full film makeup. And I hadn't been on in makeup for 5 years, so I had to look at a picture to put it all on. But it was a real highlight. Everybody was so cool. The other comedians were so respectful, and it was like beautiful. And here I am again, another highlight, hanging out with you guys.
Oh, well, look at that. We're excited to see your set, though.
Yeah.
What do we expect?
Well, I don't know. Just lower your standards, and it'll be a better act.
You just go off the cuff, or okay, so obviously you said you started with juggling. So then did you just kind of pick up every trick, every trade that somebody show you? Because when did you get into roping? Well, I guess same time.
The thing with the roping is it was in a circus skill book, and I was going to these books to learn how to do these certain things and work on those. And
so you're a student of the game.
That's the whole deal. And there was a deal on trick rope, and I said, hey, that would work. And then when I started doing that, I said, I could do that. My roots are Western.
Yeah.
I could do that. And I just always learned, but I heard about clown school, and I want to go to clown school. And I phoned these people in Leduc that had a clown school, and I started talking to them about what I did and how I wanted to get better at it. And they said, would you like to teach at it? I went, really? And they said, yeah. So I said, yeah, let's do it. So I taught at it. And then my wife and I went to a clown school in Wisconsin twice, a variety art school in New York State twice, and we went back to taught at the variety art school twice as well.
Oh, wow.
And the reason I'm dressed like this, although we're radio, but a little bit of TV, I could have left my fancy pants at home, is because I was saying in the dressing room, I said, when we were at clown school, there was a guy 6'8", his name was Leon McBride. He was Buttons the Clown, and he was an advanced guy for the Ringling Brother Barnum and Bailey Circus. He said, I can do a radio show 4 a.m, but I always go in full makeup and that. Because it's the effect, right?
Yeah.
I'm a clown. I might as well look like a clown. But I'm a trick roper. So I dress like this because a lot of the old trick ropers did the Tom Mix look with the pants and the shirts and the stuff like that, like Roy Rogers dressed like that. But he wasn't much a trick roper, but Monty Montana and Rex Roper and J.W. Stoker and some of these guys that I really admired. Some of them I met,
Yeah.
you know, and they dress like this. So I'm paying tribute to them, and I'm paying tribute to. But the beauty of it, you haven't told them where I'm from. Should I mention it?
I think you can, but as long as you're cheering for the green and white today.
You know what? That's another story. I want to tell you the truth, though. I live in Saskatchewan's fastest growing city, Calgary. Bad joke. My wife's from here and moved to Calgary. Okay, but you know what? This is now my new favorite football team.
Okay.
You're wearing
just saying that just
top.
now?
Well, that's
I'm
it.
digging it.
Yeah.
And I did brush my teeth. Oh,
That
sorry.
does look good on you. I like that Kelly green on you.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
And I love this. I love this team. I've done a lot of work in Saskatchewan, up in Nipawin and all over the province.
Oh, yeah.
And your team is everywhere. It's a provincial team, and you guys are treating me so good here and everything. You are my team.
That's what I like to hear.
Thank you
All right,
very
we've
much.
recruited another one. That is
That's
Bud
right.
Edgar, the comedy cowboy. Thank you so much for doing this, and I encourage everybody to ensure that they stick around, stay in your seats, and make sure that you take in this halftime show performance from the one, the only Bud Edgar. Thank you again so much for taking the time.
Thank you, both of you. You're the
Appreciate it.
best.
Of course. And your community segment with the Saskatchewan Roughriders is brought to you by Saskatchewan Senior Mechanism. So yeah, that's going to be so much fun. As I mentioned, Mechanical Bowl up on the concourse during halftime as well that you can take in. Ton of other activations taking place over in the park zone, over in Confederation Park, Security Building Supplies Park, pardon me. And then, of course, there's tailgating happening, but we are getting closer and closer to kickoff. In fact, we're just a little over an hour away from that kickoff taking place. And this countdown to kickoff is brought to you by Croft Electric. Almost 29 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all your electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials. Now, if you missed out on any of the conversations that we had, all of the exclusive conversations that we had earlier throughout the show, you can always go back, listen in podcast form, or of course, you can always scroll back on the YouTube feed because yes, we are streaming at sportscage.com, our YouTube channel, and live from the Sports Cage Lounge here inside Mosaic Stadium. And we do have your voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Mr. Dave Thomas is going to be joining us in just a bit here, along with Luc Mullinder, who is celebrating 10 years up in the broadcast booth. So he's going to provide his 3 keys to the game. Exclusive comments from head coach Corey Mace, injury reports, starting lineup, quarterback comparison. Justin Dunk of 3 Down Nation will join us for that. And of course, we're also going to tell you what the odds makers have to say as Barney Shinkaruk will join us again, fresh off of the tailgate zone. And a special guest also going to be joining us on the other side of the break here, the Vice President of DAZN Canada, Saskatchewan-born Deidre Dion. She will be coming up here in just a couple of moments, so make sure that you hang tight, Rider Nation. We'll be back here shortly. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Did you know better healthcare isn't always found in a prescription bottle? Through a plan called social prescribing, healthcare providers can connect older adults to community supports, things like social groups, housing help, food access, and meaningful connections. Because sometimes the best medicine is community. If you have aging parents or you're a senior yourself, learn how social prescribing can support healthier, happier living. Visit Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism at skseniorsmechanism.ca. Community care, real connections, better well-being.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
To get the job done right, you need the right machine for the job. For better hay, the right machine is the 1316S Heston Disc Mower Conditioner by Massey Ferguson. The 1316S Heston is the rugged, high-capacity mower designed for reliable performance, with a 16-foot working width. The 1316S Heston also has the quick change tool, making changing blades easier, getting you back to cutting hay quickly. See the Heston by Massey Ferguson at Nick's Service in Emerald Park, nicksservice.com.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Dan from Positively Perfect is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the big box stores. Get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Unlike the country song Kick the Dust Up, Milligan Bio knows for those of you that are construction site managers, farmers, golf course and park managers, or rural homeowners, it's all about keeping the dust down, inspiring their environmentally friendly road dust suppressant. Safe and easy to use, Milligan Bio's road dust suppressant controls the dust, coats the surface, and reduces grading and maintenance needs. To book application, call 306-272-6284.
Finally, cattle prices where they should be. My farming background was mainly focused around livestock. At Farm Fresh Water, we understand the ups and downs. At Agribition over the years, we had farm families say, we need to improve our water, but not until the livestock prices improve. Well, we make dugouts drinkable and well water wonderful. Our systems work better and last longer. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
At Bourgault Tillage Tools, we build products to fit your farm, to fit your equipment, like our complete line of seeding openers. Strategic carbide application ensures longer wear and precise seed and fertilizer placement. Openers to fit Bourgault, John Deere, Vatterstad Seedhawk, Case New Holland, Morris, and others. Try before you buy with BTT's demo program. No pressure, no obligation to buy. We're here to help you succeed. Bourgault Tillage Tools.
1 out of every 5 people over the age of 60 are wearing dentures. Neil here from TrueFit Denture Clinic. We know how difficult poor-fitting dentures can be to wear. We also know how good, comfortable, natural-looking dentures can be to wear. For over 40 years, TrueFit Denture Clinic has gone to every length to ensure a handcrafted, custom-created smile just for you. If you're looking for a better denture solution, call us today at TrueFit Denture Clinic, because no one should know you're wearing a denture, especially you.
Rider Nation, get ready to get loud. Kickoff is 60 minutes away. It's time to get you set for Saskatchewan Roughriders football.
It's gone 10 yards. It's up. Riders touch it. It's still loose on the turf right at the 45-yard line. Riders have it. Riders have it.
Coming up, we'll hear from head coach Corey Mace with all you need to know about today's matchup. We'll look at the injury reports, the starters, Luc Mullinder's keys to the game, and we'll take you inside the Rider locker room as the green and white suit up for another Canadian Football League contest. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Here's Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, and Wes Cates.
The winless Redblacks are coming into Mosaic Stadium to take on the banged-up Saskatchewan Roughriders as we are now into Week 10 of the CFL regular season. Thank you so much for joining us. Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas with you live from the Sports Cage Lounge inside Mosaic Stadium. Of course, you can always watch the stream at sportscage.com and our YouTube channel as well. All right, so we have a couple of people missing from the panel right now if you're watching the stream. Now, we will have Wes Cates and Luc Mullinder join us here momentarily. But first, I would like to introduce our special guest that is joining us here right now with a new era fast approaching in the 2027 CFL season from DAZN. Deidre Dion, you're the Vice President of DAZN Canada, and you are in town for this game here. Also an Olympic medalist. I should also add that. Very impressive career that you have, and you're in town for your first ever Saskatchewan Roughrider game, taking in the tailgating. But we're here to talk about this landmark deal that is coming in for the CFL next season. I know that you were born in Saskatchewan, Deidre, and I know that you grew up in Western Canada in Alberta. So maybe just start us off by talking to us a little bit about how important it was to have that deal come to fruition.
Well, I think important mostly because it's such an iconic game and it has such a strong Canadian history. So to be able to come in and be a part of that history and really bring it to the next iteration of what it could be, we're very excited. And we're trying to hit as many markets as we can so that we can feel what football means in each market. And I mean, there's no better place to feel that than right here in Regina.
Deidre, if you look at DAZN, you bring fan experience to a new level, and the interaction and the access that you've got to the players. What did you see in the Canadian Football League that was attractive to DAZN?
I think mostly we see just what a loyal audience it has. So it is a true tune-in sport. You come, you watch your team's games, and it is like something that you come back for week after week. And we are home to other football sports. So we have the NFL, we have NCAA football. So to be able to build that calendar to a true football fan and say you can get it all on DAZN is something that was very attractive to us. And I would say it's also really exciting to lean into something and say, how are we going to make it our own? Like, what can we do as a company that produces content in over 200 territories and look at ways that we have interacted with our fans and find ways that we can bring a different look and feel that is all of our own so that it can be entertaining in the same way, but also engaging in different ways.
Deidre Dion, of course, Vice President of DAZN Canada, joining us right now. Exclusive rights to primetime Saturday night games in the 2027 season that will be exclusively on DAZN. So I know it's still early. You're still in the planning stages. I mean, you're touring around, getting used to, the different markets at this point, but it might be premature. What can fans expect when we head into the next season?
So I think mostly fans can expect a very active broadcast. We're going to have talent that we're sourcing right now. Our production team has been to a few games. They've been in the truck. They know how they want to do different cuts and just have a different look and feel. At our global production team, they mostly say, like, one of the things that DAZN works really hard at is to not be a broadcast that lives in between the sports fan and the action. And so I think if you just imagine like being a little bit closer and feeling things that maybe you couldn't feel before media exists in the same way it does today.
How exciting then is this for DAZN, a new chapter in broadcasting in the Canadian Football League? Again, it's kind of like a blank canvas. You can go ahead and paint it how you want.
It's a great project when you get to start from scratch and build something. I think for me personally, it's been incredibly educational to start from the very beginning and to work with the teams, work with the leagues, and really just ideate at big levels. And then we're getting into the months where we have to take some of that ideation and turn it into what will work and what won't. And so it's fun in the early stages, but now we're getting into the, okay, what can we realistically accomplish before seasons start, which is not that far away. And that's kind of scary in some ways as well.
So in other words, you got your work cut out for you.
We do, absolutely.
Well, I know that you are a very, very busy individual, so we don't want to take up too much more of your time here, but we really appreciate you coming away from all of the delicious smelling barbecue in the tailgate zone to come chat with us.
My pleasure.
Of course, Deidre Dion, Vice President of DAZN Canada, joining us for a conversation here inside the Sports Cage Lounge. We are going to take a quick break. The rest of our panel will join us on set here, so hang tight. It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Cooperators wants to remind you that if investing is the only way you're preparing for the future, you're only considering half your options. By making investments and life insurance part of your investment plan, you get the full financial picture. Plan your future holistically with investments and life insurance. Cooperators does both.
Call Jeremy Saxby in Regina at 306-359-2699 today. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Mutual funds are offered through Cooperators Financial Investment Services, Inc. to Canadian residents, except those in Quebec and the territories.
Play of the game? Touchdown! More like the game to play. The new Saskatchewan Roughriders Scratch and Win ticket. It's your chance to win 10 years of Rider season tickets, a premium suite for the home opener and the Labor Day Classic, and tons of Rider swag. Plus, 2 chances to win $75,000. Tickets available at your favorite lottery retailers. Proudly brought to you by Sask Lotteries, supporting sport, culture, and recreation across the province. Please play responsibly.
Blow the dust off your VHS player and fire up your flip phone. Play 92 is taking you back with the biggest throwbacks of the 90s and 2000s.
So I said, let's go. Let's get it started. Shoot, better. It's gonna be made. Please don't stop the music.
Play 92, number 1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
In farming, just like in life, true leaders set the standard. They're bold, innovative, and always ahead of the curve. That's why leaders drive Fendt. The Fendt 600 Vario isn't just a tractor, it's a game changer. With unparalleled precision, cutting-edge technology, and unmatched reliability, the 600 Vario empowers you to lead your farm to its fullest potential. When you're behind the wheel of a Fendt, you're not just driving a machine, you're driving progress.
See them at KMK Sales in Humboldt.
Or visit Fendt.com to learn more about the Fendt 600 series.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
At Golden West Trailer and Equipment, they don't just sell trailers. They move the prairies. Canadian owned, prairie proud since 1979. With 3 local locations in Moose Jaw, Winkler, and Saskatoon, they've been your go-to for trailers, heavy equipment, and rec vehicles, new or used. Need parts? Need service? They've got both. With SGI and MPI accreditation and a fully stocked parts department. Golden West Trailer and Equipment. They'll hook you up. Visit goldenwesttrailers.com or stop by today.
104.9 The Wolf is proud to be Regina's rock station for 30 years. Streaming anywhere, anytime at thewolfrocks.com. The countdown to kickoff continues with the Rider Nation pregame show. Get the latest on your team from our team at sportscage.com and here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Let's go. Some CFL football under the Friday night lights. We're live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. It's Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, Wes Cates, Luc Mullinder with you. And we're streaming at sportscage.com and on the mighty 620 CKRM Riders and Redblacks 7 o'clock tonight. Let's get right down to it here, gentlemen. Okay, setting the scene. I understand that there's a few changes to the roster, but maybe we'll get to that in a little bit here. First, Dave, I know there's something burning that you wanted to bring up.
Something burning I wanted to bring up. Well, it's farm show night tonight, so I wanted to give everybody the keen tip that don't wear sandals in the corral. So that's a big keen tip for you tonight on farm.
The most important thing.
Yeah,
but
that's a big one.
Speaking of manure, it's kind of been that kind of season for the Ottawa Redblacks. They're 0-7 coming in, and some would say this is a trap game today. Luke, Wes, do you guys agree?
I don't believe in trap games. I think that when you look at the Ottawa Redblacks, they're a team that's desperate. Wes and I, we were part of the 2011 team, man. We sucked. We were like 0-8. When you get in those situations, man, you're like a cornered raccoon in a garage, right? Like, man, you're willing to fight, scratch, and claw your way out of everything. And the reason why is it's not that you just want to get a win. It's because you want a job. You want a job moving forward, either for the Redblacks or some other team. You got to remember that where they are right now, the Redblacks are in week 7. We were talking about it earlier, Dave. I mean, week 9 comes up, those vets get guaranteed. If these guys don't turn it around today or next game, those vets who are getting paid a lot of money, like this is essentially the CFL version of a fantasy league team, right? They saw all the free agents outside, they signed everybody that they could in the offseason, right? And now they're coming in and that bill's coming up. So if I'm a guy like AJ Allen, who's apparently been put as the second string linebacker, and I'm making $295,000. Well, guess what? I'm gonna play good, because if I'm the first, I'm probably gonna be one of the first guys on the chopping block when Sean Burke looks at salaries versus the rest of the season. That's just the way I see it. So I think that this is a dangerous team that we're playing today, and I think that the Riders need to come with it.
So dangerous situation, but not a trap game. I'm like, yes, this is definitely a trap game, Dave. I mean, is it really a trap game? No, but every team that plays Ottawa Redblacks, from here on out, should be nervous, especially it's set up to really be a trap game today. I hate to say it, Rider fans, but you got a lot of your receivers out, you got a lot of your DBs out. We're really hoping this O-line and this defensive front can hold the fort, because as far as, I mean, we shouldn't be expecting a lot from our skill guys this week. And not to say that we won't have some big games from some of them. Hopefully we have, like I said earlier with Teagan, a couple 100-yard receivers and maybe a few picks out of the secondary with the way this Ottawa offense is playing. But I wouldn't expect it. So I think that this is set up to be a lower scoring game, which does kind of lean in the Redblacks' favor. So
well,
if you want to call it a trap game, I don't care, but the Riders need to come out and get started early.
Yeah, just keep in mind, last game was not a blowout. When we went to Ottawa, that was a tough game for Saskatchewan, right? And they got out of there, but I think that the Redblacks left that game feeling like they should have won. And by the way, I know we got a lot of injuries, but you look at the offensive line and our defensive line, and they're just fine, right? And I think that. So I don't think that there's cause for concern. I think that the game is won and lost in the trenches, and I think that that's probably where the expectation is today.
Okay, every good game show has a rapid round, so you all are now on the clock. Rider Nation, you can weigh in if the answer is right or wrong on the text line at 306-936-6262. So if you think that our guest is right, you just text the word right, hit send. If you think they're wrong, type the word wrong, hit send. Luke, you're first. Ottawa Redblacks cut Eugene Lewis and promoted Jeff Reinbold to defensive coordinator. Can Jeff Reinbold do much with an old defense that he's inherited with only 4 days of practice?
I actually talked to Jeff Reinbold. He's one of my favorite coaches, and I was downstairs. I went downstairs and had a chat with him. And I think that Reinbold knows that there's not a lot you can do in terms of strategy when you only have three or so days to put a game plan together. You're going to have to go with a lot of the things but you can call it differently. And more importantly, too, you can establish the expectation, right? Jeff Reinbold is a guy that can create a culture. I think he's one of the better coaches in this league. And, 40 years in coaching in general, man, he's a stud. I'm excited about what he's going to do. Can you schematically make changes? No, but you can call the game differently, and you can expect your guys to perform differently.
So is that a yes or no?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't. Well, you didn't give me a button, so I figured you wanted an explanation.
Okay, fair. Well,
Luke has a cheat sheet on that one.
Yeah.
No, I mean, he's getting the answers from the guy right before he got up here.
That's not quite fair.
And right now, Travis is one of many that say right on the text line. Wes, your question. Inside the offensive huddle, do the Saskatchewan Roughriders receivers need "Hello, my name is" name tags when they're introducing themselves to Trevor Harris tonight?
Yeah, Trevor's getting a little older. He even took some shots, so I would say yes. He's like, hold on, who are you again? Oh, we kept you? No, I'm just kidding. No.
But take me inside that huddle with so many new faces. What's the huddle sound like now?
No, I think there is going to be a little slower huddle. I think they might get out to their positions a little later. You might see the receivers talking to each other a little more once they break the huddle. Like, do I have this? Do you have that? Who's got the motion to go over there? So it could get a little dicey from time to time, but I think Trevor has the wherewithal to understand maybe who's picking up the offense a little better, who isn't, and maybe he'll grab a receiver or two coming out of the huddle. Make sure if you see this, break this way or do this, or know that you got this on this play. All right, bet, because I might be coming to you first.
Yeah.
All right. So I think you'll see a little bit of that, a little more communication as the huddle breaks, and maybe a little less time on the play clock when they're getting that ball snapped.
All right. Rider Nation agrees with you, too, so you both are right. Congratulations, Teagan. It's up to you now to make this a perfect streak. Which is a more prevailing thought, which is a more dominant emotion, the desperation of the Ottawa Redblacks or younger players trying to make a statement on a Grey Cup champion team in the Saskatchewan Roughriders?
I think that the desperation is definitely the more intriguing story here. I mean, you got a guy in Jake Mayer who's going to be coming back after a Grey Cup winning season with the Saskatchewan Roughriders, who is the second in command to Trevor Harris. Now he's coming in as a starting quarterback, albeit, yes, winless thus far this season, but he's coming in with something to prove. You also look at some of the other members on this roster, CJ Rivas, AJ Allen, who, again, walked away from Saskatchewan after winning a Grey Cup here last season. So they're going to be coming back into this barn for the first time since the 2025 campaign and looking to prove themselves, because no one wants to be the only team in the CFL to go a complete season without winning an entire game.
You did well. You're right, too, according to
Am I
Rider
right?
Nation on the text line. You can text us anytime, 306-936-6262. Tyler must be watching the stream at sportscage.com or on YouTube because he says my tie is ugly. So,
what?
Hey,
Let's be nice.
I guess I'm the big loser here. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Wait, you don't have a right or wrong question?
No, I didn't. I failed tests miserably.
Oh,
So
that's unfortunate.
passing the test, though, should be the weather tonight. Looks like we're in for a gorgeous one, huh?
Yeah, let's take a peek at it with our Precision Weather Desk. It is brought to you by Quality Tire.
Looks like a beautiful evening for football tonight. We've got some gorgeous, gorgeous summertime weather. Lots of sunshine expected, just a little bit of passing cloud here and there. Kickoff time temperatures should be right around 17 or 18 degrees, dropping to around 16 degrees during the game. So maybe a light jacket or a sweatshirt. You should be in pretty good shape. We will have a west-northwest breeze at 15 to 25, but those winds will certainly start to drop off throughout the game. So all in all, looks like a great evening for some home football. And if you're headed to the game, have a great evening and go Roughriders.
Your Precision Weather Forecast, of course, is brought to you by Quality Tire. Beautiful night for some football here. Okay, maybe we should turn things over to head coach Corey Mace to see how he is going to be approaching this game again against a winless Ottawa Redblacks team.
Coach Mace, more bad news on the injury front this week. You continue to say it's always next man up. Are you ever surprised, though, at the success of next man up and the depth that you've shown this year?
No, I'm not shocked at that because I see these guys work nonstop. Our coach do a good job. For example, they'll give out tests every week to the position group, and you better have the answers, whether you're playing or not. So it just keeps everybody accountable, keeps them attentive in all the meeting rooms. We test guys in team meeting rooms. It's just the environment here, man. It's inevitable. We know that injuries are going to happen. So to not have people prepared would be a misstep. So I'm not shocked, that these guys are able to execute still at the standard that we're looking for. And truthfully, in these situations, you get excited for these guys to have the opportunities that they've been waiting for, man. So, we'll see what that looks like. But we know what we expect it to look like.
Ottawa coming in 0-7. Some would argue that this is a trap game. What would you say to that?
I'd say 2024 versus Edmonton here. Riders were 5-2. Edmonton was 0-7.
So how do you avoid the 2024 outcome?
We know what this is. There's no team in this league that you're just going to walk into the game and just show up and you're going to win. It's not going to happen. You've got to be on it, from the start of the week all the way to the last whistle. So I believe the guys understand that. But to expect the unexpected, you don't know. They might be a little more willing to try some different things that maybe in a traditional game you wouldn't. They got some new play callers on defense, special teams that truthfully, you haven't seen what they've been up to date, right? So, you got to just be prepared for anything. But at the end of it, like I said before, there's going to be 12 guys out there. We got jobs to do.
Your offense is better than 50% at scoring on opening drives. Given the challenges that your opponent is facing, is this first drive for your offense more important than any other, giving the opportunity to swing momentum in your favor?
The short answer is yes, but that's not, specific to this week. That's every week, man. We want to jump out on teams and start fast. And, whether that's, the defense getting out there and getting off the field or the offense going, or shoot, if we can, if we take a kickoff back to first play. I mean, we're always aiming to start as fast as possible. So, not really, like I said, specific to this week in general. It's an every week thing for us.
Ottawa's got a new defensive coordinator this week. Has that changed your preparation at all?
Yeah, it can. Also having the realization, it's hard to install a completely new defense in a week. But it's not like a guy that's coming in there and has never done it before. Jeff's been in this league forever. He's called defenses before. There's probably going to be some wrinkles and stuff that he likes as opposed to what they're doing. But there might be a lot of stuff that's similar, but maybe the cadence how it's called is different. But that again, in that situation offensively, we just got to be prepared prepared for whatever comes at us, man. And hopefully that, the rules that we have set in place will help us and allow us to run the ball, protect, and push the ball down the field.
Head coach Corey Mace chatting with our own Dave Thomas heading into this game tonight. Kickoff shortly after 7 o'clock. We are streaming live at sportscage.com as well as our YouTube channel. Come see us inside the Sports Cage Lounge live here. We are going to take a quick break on the Rider Nation pregame show. We are going to be back with a lot more, including your quarterback comparison, your injuries. Might take a second. And then we also have your starting lineup as well. So hang tight. We're going to be back on the other side. It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com.
Hey farmers, looking for an all-star canola hybrid? Start with the DeKalb 400 series, delivering the highest yield potential in the DeKalb lineup, plus premium agronomic traits like straight cut plus, club root resistance, and powerful herbicide flexibility. It's ready to challenge anything the competition puts on the field. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalb.ca to get the 400 series into your canola lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Premier Scott Moe.
This year's provincial budget is protecting Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan's trade is less reliant on the U.S. than any other province. But even so, geopolitical challenges are impacting our economy and our province's finances. The provincial budget protects important services like health and education. It protects families by keeping your community safe and your taxes low. And it protects our future. The 2026 budget, protecting Saskatchewan.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
In football, every player has to be productive. On your farm, every acre does too. That's why growers trust Salford, from I-Series and Halo tillage tools that manage soil and residue to spinner spreaders and the 90-foot AB 640 air boom applicator, built to cover more acres in less time. Whatever this fall throws your way, Salford has the equipment to increase your productivity. Visit your local Salford dealer today. Salford, field your best. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations.
Play 92, number 1 for throwbacks. You spin my head right around, so call me maybe. Streets back, all right. And home of Mark and Jess in the morning.
You know what's nice about going to a Rider game in the middle of the summer? Sitting on the shady side. If you have pale skin like me and you sit on the sunny side, you are taking your life into your own hands.
Mark and Jess wake you up 6 to 10 weekday mornings. Number 1 for throwbacks all day. Stream at play92.ca.
Hey, it's Dig Safe Doug. Well, it's that time of year again. Let's get to work tackling that backyard project or breaking ground on your construction site. But listen, before you start, there's a few things you gotta know. Get those utility lines located. Before you dig, take a minute to expose the utility lines if you're working near them. Don't take shortcuts and take your time. Hitting a line could cost more than a fine. Request a free line locate at digsafesask.com.
There's no better way to get you set to cheer anywhere else in the province. This is the Rider Nation pregame show. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Yes.
Sorry, my bad.
Welcome
My
inside
bad.
the Sports Cage Lounge here at Mosaic Stadium.
Trying to make some money, you know?
It's the Rider Farm Show game, so you're going to see a whole lot of Western vibes inside Mosaic Stadium. Come say hi to us in the lounge. All right, it is time to get you set for this game as we count down to kickoff just after 7 o'clock. Riders, Redblacks injury report is for Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association. Construction companies trust the SCSA to prevent serious injuries with training programs and advice at SCSA. or scsaonline.ca. Let me get that right. Okay, over to you, Dave.
Well,
got your work cut out for you.
Yeah, no doubt. Kian Schaefer-Baker is out, 6-game injured list with a knee injury. Sam Amelis, 6-game injured list with a foot injury. Of course, he tried to battle through it. That didn't work. Albert Awachi also goes on the 6-game injured list, meaning the Riders don't have any active fullbacks right now, with both him and Morgan Runge on the 6-game injured list. For Albert, it's an ankle injury. Roland Milligan Jr., head coach Corey Mace said that it isn't looking good for him this year to return, but he's not ruling anything out. He's got the knee injury on the 6th game. Some good news, though. James Letcher Jr. starting to ramp up. He's still got another game on the 6-game injured list. Ali Saad still got a couple of games left, but also starting to ramp up. Matthew Sexton is his cast removed, still on the 6th game, hard to walk, so that's going to be tough. And AJ Ouellette has got a knee injury that's put him on the 6-game injured list. Guys, real quick thoughts. You've been around teams that have had to go through injuries. What's the psyche like? How do you overcome that? I know you say next man up, but really?
Definitely have to figure some things out, know that there's going to be some guys coming in. I guess, NFL camp has started. We just saw the first preseason game last night. And, there's going to be some good talent out there. And I think that's kind of where you have to look when you're trying to realistically replace production. But, 2008, I was talking with Teagan about this earlier in the year. I hate to say this, but I was like, this feels like a 2008 year. We had 8 broken ankles. You remember that, Luke? I didn't know what it was. Your shoes.
We were going to have to blame someone for all this.
I was like, we came off a championship. We had balled. We had a loaded roster, and it was like injury after injury.
It was like 6 leg injuries.
Brandon Lynch. We had we had a bunch of people. It was too many to count. So
I think
stacked up, and we still ended up tied for first or like in second place. I think Calgary was 13-5. We were 12-6. So we still had our chance. So that's what I'm saying is we still had the opportunity to go win it, but it's just a grind, and they're going to have to really. Jeremy O'Day and Corey Mace have been doing a great job of bringing guys in. You look at like a guy like Roberson, and even if you talk about free agent signings in the offseason like James Vaughters, this dude is 1 sack away from his career record for a season. He's at 5.6 is the most he's had in a year. We're not even halfway through. So there's definitely some talent there, but guys need to step up and start making plays.
It's a great example using the 2008 squad. And one of the things that 2008 squad had was a ton of other guys that knew how to win. And we were able to surround those new players with us, with ourselves. We were there for them in the locker room. We watched film with them. Out at practice, we talked about sort of the ins and outs of what you were trying to accomplish as a unit, right? I think that when you have a core group of guys, like you're looking at Ferland, TH7, right? Brammer, Yoshi, right? DDB, Keyshawn Johnson. You could point to Grey Cup champions on both sides of our roster. Those guys, it's not just about being on the field and winning. Those guys know how to bring along teams, right? Because you have to meet guys where you're at. In a football game in a locker room, there's so many scenarios. Sometimes you got to have those guys that are vocal leaders that do everything, leading from the front. Sometimes there's those guys that understand what guys like Wes and how they accomplish things, but what guys need and they have to pull guys up, take some of the young guys, right? Make sure that they understand why the guys at the front are doing what they're doing and why it's important. And then there's the guys, right, that are just being inserted. That situation is still really important because all you're going to be asked to do is make your play, right? When it comes to you, make your play, right? Know where you're supposed to be, know what you're supposed to do. And I think that was one of the things that the guys who weren't hurt in 2008 were able to do with the guys that came in and replaced those guys, right? So you've got to surround your locker room with winners, with veterans, and I think that's what they're able to do.
All right, one more lineup change to tell you about that, but we'll address it in the starting lineups. Does that work?
Yeah, it's brought to you by Athelmary College of Notre Dame. So let's see who is going to be suiting up for the green and white tonight.
Well, just scratched left guard Daniel Johnson. He has been sick this week, not able to go tonight. So that means Eric Johnson, the rookie out of Western, will move into his spot at left guard, and coming onto the roster will be Jez Janvier. So
must be nice to be sick. Hey guys. Yeah, look, man.
Hey.
Got a stomach flu today.
Come on.
If you got the runs, you got the runs, dude.
Okay.
Got this doctor's note here, guys. Can't go today.
Keep going, Dave.
Okay, Peyton Collins, Eric Johnson, Logan Ferlin, Jacob Bramer, and Jamarcus Hardrick left to right on the offensive line. The receiving core is where you see the most change. Dylan Jette, the rookie, gets his first start. On the other side of the wideout spot will be Del Duncan Busby. Interior receivers, Keyshawn Johnson now, who will lead this young group out onto the field, along with Deshaun Mims and Johnny Johnson III. Quali Conley gets his second straight start in the backfield with TH7 at quarterback. Defensively, not much change in the front seven like you talked about, Luke. Derek Roberson, Caleb Sanders, Mike Rose, and James Fodders along the front. The linebackers, Josh Woods was a game-time decision. He will go. Jameer Thurman and Antoine Brooks Jr., they go ahead, who have both tackled 41 times on defense this year. They are the other linebackers. While in the secondary, Marcus Sales remains the same, as does Jackson Ford and DeMarcus Fields. You now insert Jonathan Edouard. He played there last week at half. The other corner is Nelson Lacombo. Draws back into the lineup and will start at the corner spot for the Riders tonight.
So that's your starting lineup. Thanks to Apple Murray College of Notre Dame. Still plenty more to come on the Rider Nation pregame show, including your quarterback comparison. We're going to do that next, which includes an exclusive conversation with Jake Mayer as he returns to the Queen City since the Grey Cup championship season in 2025. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Proven by countless farmers, 900 Series fence sprayers set the standard for your crops, and it's available at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. Featuring 370 horsepower, 132-foot boom, 1,580-gallon tank, smart drive four-wheel steering, and liquid logic recirculating boom, the 900 Series fence sprayers are backed by a 3-year, 2,000-hour Gold Star warranty. Leaders drive Fendt. To learn more about making your crops successful, visit Nick's Service today, nickservice.com.
Why juggle multiple providers when you can have one seamless experience? On the farm, acreage, or cottage, Access Communications has you covered with internet, TV, and security. One provider, one bill. One reliable rural home solution, backed by our great customer service. Get internet and Wi-Fi that hold up in tough weather, plus TV anywhere with Access Next TV. And security you can monitor from your phone. You can have it all with Access. Sign up today and save $20 per month when you combine services. Visit myaccess.ca.
104.9 The Wolf is Regina's rock station and home of Chet and Evan in the morning.
One of the things I love most about the Saskatchewan Roughriders, how family friendly it is. Game days at the games and listening to the broadcast on CKRM.
And standing in line for 20 minutes for mini donuts.
Oh yeah, well, see, when you're standing, it burns the calories that you're going to eat.
Streaming at thewolfrocks.com.
At Golden West Trailer and Equipment, they don't just sell trailers. They move the prairies. Canadian owned, prairie proud since 1979. With 3 local locations in Moose Jaw, Winkler, and Saskatoon, they've been your go-to for trailers, heavy equipment, and rec vehicles, new or used. Need parts? Need service? They've got both. With SGI and MPI accreditation and a fully stocked parts department. Golden West Trailer and Equipment. They'll hook you up. Visit goldenwesttrailers.com or stop by today.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
Before streaming, before smartphones, back when your biggest worry was scratching your favorite CD, Play 92 is your throwback time machine.
All the small things, everything Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
Play 92, number 1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
The only thing better before Rough Rider football is the sizzle of burgers on the tailgate barbecue. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Riders and Redblacks tonight, 7 o'clock here at Mosaic Stadium. I'm Teagan Witko, joined by Justin Dunk of 3downnation.com to give us our quarterback comparison, which is brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders and Avonlea for all of your hunting and shooting needs with all the top brands and knowledgeable staff. Visit prairieguntraders.ca or stop by today. Justin, Trevor Harris facing his second in command from the 2025 Grey Cup winning season in Jake Maier. How do you see this matchup going down?
It's an intriguing one for what you referenced, Teagan, because these two guys spent time together. And I don't think Jake Maier has been as bad as people have made him out to be starting with Ottawa. Yes, his win-loss record is 0-7, but I don't think he's the reason that the team has lost all of these games. Perhaps maybe you could pin one loss on him, but outside that game where he threw a bunch of interceptions against Edmonton, I don't think he's been that bad. And I would imagine coming into Saskatchewan that he's going to want to show that he's able to possibly get a win on the board. You know, it seems out of the realm of possibility to a lot of people, but that Redblacks locker room believes, and he's completed 30 or more passes in each of his last two games. I think he's settling into the offense here. So let's see how he does as a visitor at Mosaic Stadium.
Now, what do you see in Trevor Harris's game? Because he's on the verge of making some pretty impressive numbers up on his resume.
He's doing his thing, getting the ball out quickly, and he is 49 yards away to what you referenced from becoming the 12th passer to break the 40,000-yard passing mark in CFL history. And he's continuing to climb that all-time passing yardage list as well. And then one other note about Harris, Teagan, he's thrown every single pass this season for the Saskatchewan Roughriders as much as Tommy Stevens wants to throw the ball. It's been all Harris. And as a team, he has the Riders on track for a single season CFL record, completing 72.7 of their pass attempts so far. The mark was set by Edmonton last year. Cody Fajardo had a big part in that at 71.9%. So almost a full percentage point ahead of that single season CFL record for the team, but it's been Harris all the way. So he's been ultra accurate for this football team, has avoided taking big hits really for the majority of the season. I think that's going to be key again, going against Ottawa, get the football out quick to the playmakers in the receiving group.
The Riders and Redblacks have faced each other once already this season, but they haven't done it at Mosaic Stadium. And we had a conversation with Jake Maier about his return to Regina.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. A lot of familiar faces. Really enjoyed my time here. But yeah, I'm just excited to be in front of what I think is one of the best environments in the league. So it gives you a little bit extra motivation, and yeah, it'll be a lot of fun.
You spent a lot of time here with Trevor Harris and, learning a lot, working a lot with him. What are maybe some of the elements that you took away with your time, as a teammate of Trevor Harris that you still apply today?
Yeah, Trevor is the ultimate preparation guy. Just has a really nice routine that he was gracious enough to pass on to me. There's a lot of things that I took away from my time with him. And then, honestly, I think the biggest thing that stands out the most, not just with Trevor, but with that whole quarterback room, is just how close we all became. We're still close today. We're still really good friends. So it'll be nice to see all those guys again and be able to compete against them. But yeah, when it comes to Trevor, man, it's just about how well he prepares, and he's somebody that I looked up to while I was here.
So do you still keep in touch with Trevor pretty frequently? I mean, this week might be a little bit different.
Of course, yeah, pretty often, probably once a week or so. Not so much this week, just because obvious reasons. But yeah, we'll stay in touch, not just during the season, but throughout the off season. Man, we're pretty close. So yeah, it'll be fun to see him tomorrow, and hopefully it's a great game, and we have a lot of fun.
Spending your first season with the Ottawa Redblacks, of course, Ryan Didwitty also spending his first season as head coach and GM. So what have you learned from him?
Yeah, he's been somebody that's supported me every step of the way so far, and it's obviously been a struggle for us a little bit to get ourselves going. But he's been a pretty consistent guy every single day to make sure that we're preparing the right way. And, hopefully we can get over the hump sooner rather than later. But Coach has been somebody that's always in my ear and always communicating and always trying to make sure that I'm comfortable in his system and so that we can have some success.
You look back at the past couple of seasons in your career here, Jake, and you've had 3 different offensive coordinators and 3 different offenses. How have you been able to adapt year to year?
I've been fortunate. A lot of the things that we do here are similar to things that we did last year in Saskatchewan or similar to things that we did in Calgary. So I've been pretty fortunate to kind of live under this tree, if you will, of offensive systems to where there are some minor differences, but the nuts and bolts of it's pretty relative to one another. So I've been pretty fortunate in that regard, and it's allowed me to hit the ground running.
When it comes to your game, what have you been most proud of to start off this season?
I believe I've been battling every week. Had some games where didn't play as well as I'd like to, but then also have had some games that I've felt pretty confident about and felt good about in terms of just kind of our performance as an offense. But obviously there's a little bit more. There's a little bit more untapped potential that we need to get into in order to get over the hump and get ourselves our first win.
You've spent the majority of your career in the West Division. Now that you've moved over to the East, what's the difference there?
Not much. You play everybody a couple times a year anyway. Obviously, you have some East rivals where you play them 3 times, but you play everybody home and away. So in terms of the landscape of what it's like to play in the East versus play in the West, not really that big of a difference. The biggest thing is just, lifestyle and being a little bit further from home and getting used to the different time zones, the different cultures of whatever province you're in. So I feel like I've adjusted pretty well. I've been in 3 entirely different places over the last 6 years. So I feel like I know Canada pretty well, and I'm enjoying myself.
Well, thank you very much for the time, and welcome back to Saskatchewan, Jake.
Thank you.
And that was your quarterback comparison with Justin Dunk of 3 Down Nation, brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. Hang tight. We're going to be back in just a moment here. It is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey, my name is Samantha. I work as an assembly technician for Ford of Canada. What I love about working at Ford is knowing I'm part of something I'm proud to stand behind. And when Ford does something like employee pricing, it makes me even prouder to work here. And that means you pay what I pay.
Ford employee pricing is on now. On select 2026 F-150 models, get over $13,600 in total price adjustments. Visit your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through, and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
Get a phone for $0. Yep, you heard that right. With SaskTel, you can get a device with no upfront costs and no activation fees. Plus, save $10 a month for 24 months with an eligible wireless plan. $0 devices, zero stress, zero reasons not to. Visit a SaskTel store or sastel.com/0. Conditions apply.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Hey farmers, looking for an all-star canola hybrid? Start with the DeKalb 400 series, delivering the highest yield potential in the DeKalb lineup, plus premium agronomic traits like straight cut plus, club root resistance, and powerful herbicide flexibility. It's ready to challenge anything the competition puts on the field. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit dekalb.ca to get the 400 series into your canola lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Proven by countless farmers, 900 Series fence sprayers set the standard for your crops, and it's available at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. Featuring 370 horsepower, 132-foot boom, 1,580-gallon tank, smart drive 4-wheel steering, and liquid logic recirculating boom, the 900 Series fence sprayers are backed by a 3-year, 2,000-hour Gold Star warranty. Leaders drive Fendt. To learn more about making your crops successful, visit Nick's Service today, nickservice.com.
Blow the dust off your VHS player and fire up your flip phone. Play 92 is taking you back with the biggest throwbacks of the 90s and 2000s.
So I said, let's go. Let's get it started. Shoot, better, shoot, better. It's gonna be made. Please don't stop the music.
Play 92, #1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
Getting you set for Rough Rider Kickoff. Rough Rider Kickoff. It's the Rider Nation pregame show with Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Wes Cates, and Teagan Witko on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome back inside the Sports Cage Lounge here at Mosaic Stadium. Of course, you're welcome to join us here as we get closer and closer to a 7 o'clock kickoff. Riders, Redblacks going at her tonight. And yes, we're in the Sports Cage Lounge with all bets are off. Barney Shinkrook, fresh off of the tailgating experience. I can kind of smell the hot dogs from all the way over here. Was it good today?
Had a burger. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm just
outside.
Perfect
weather for tailgate today.
Oh yeah.
Like
Not too hot,
it is
not too cold,
perfect. Not
Goldilocks?
exactly. Everybody's loving it out there. And then when it gets to the bets, I don't know if I've been more confused, perplexed.
Gotta stop asking opinions.
Indecisive on this game. Like I do not know. First off, I see it at 8 points. I see it at 7.5. I see it at 7. I'm not touching that. No offense. There's a lot of green in here. I am not that confident on the Riders covering 7 points.
Nah. I said earlier, I was like, with everything that's going on last couple of weeks that the Riders have had and the injuries and Ottawa really being hungry for a win, and this is a great atmosphere. I feel like Ottawa will play up thanks to the fans and the atmosphere. Long story short, they're going to cover. Ottawa's going to cover, I feel
There's
like.
no value on the money line for the Riders,
Yeah.
obviously, with that many points. I have decided I'm going under 60.5. I hit 60.5, and as per last week, I went under 30 first half.
Yeah.
Slow start, maybe, but week. This could be an absolute shoot. It could be a flag football game.
Yep.
They could go back and forth, score for score. Who knows? So, like I said, this is the most confusing week that I've had. Harris over 312 yards and a half. I didn't take that. Mayer 293 over. I didn't take that. What I do like though, I took Tommy, the unit, Stevens, first TD of the game.
Okay.
So the odds are good there. I like Tommy first TD.
Yeah.
I got Dell. I was going to take Dell, Duncan Busby, and he should get a lot of looks. Now, what are we going with? Is it Jete? Is it De Jete?
Jete.
Okay.
I was told by Dave Thomas today, Jete.
From here on in, I'm calling him Double D. I got Double D,
Okay.
anytime
That's a safe
touchdown.
bet.
Yeah.
I got Thomas Bertrand Houdon, anytime touchdown. He was a long shot on the board.
Really?
So I thought there was value
Yeah.
there. And my last one is included in Edmonton covering tomorrow
Yeah.
with a Riders 2.5 with Edmonton covering 3 tomorrow.
2.5? You got
Long
it at
shot.
2.5?
Yeah. Edmonton's getting 2.5.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Okay.
So
My biggest question here before we got to go to a break, Barney, have you been tracking? Because you've been sprinkling on Dell Duncan Busby pretty much every single
I'm up.
game.
If
You
that's
are
what
up?
you're gonna ask,
Okay,
yes.
well, not only that, when has he been wearing the cleats and has been successful for you?
I haven't dug that deep.
You might need to track that. The bright green cleats.
My wife is probably looking at that. So that might be a lady thing.
Maybe.
I'm pretty
make him
sure
fast.
he scored with the green cleats on, and I know they didn't wear him last game. So
Yeah.
and he didn't score.
Okay, we're going to have to keep
That might have
tabs
something
on
to do with it. You might have to, well, I guess you don't know till he's out there.
Today's a confusing one, folks. I don't know.
Well, that is all bets are off with Barney Shinkruk. Join him on the Sports Cage weekdays from 3 to 6. We do have to take a break, and we're going to throw you back upstairs to the boys in the booth with Luc's 3 keys to the game. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Strong seasons start right here, right now, with the new 2027 equipment lineup from Kloss. Take advantage of the best deals of the season on select 2027 models, including new Lexion combines, Xerion tractors, and Jaguar forage harvesters. Competitive financing, competitive pricing, greater performance. Now through September 30th. Don't miss out because early action pays off. Contact your Kloss dealer to request a quote. Kloss, made for more.
Before the season starts, you've got a checklist. Inspecting equipment, testing the soil, and planning your field routes. Don't forget to add one more. Order your free SaskPower Farm Safety Decals at saskpower.com/comehomesafe tonight. Put one in every cab, so you always know what to do if you contact a power line. Because every good season starts with safety. And always remember to come home safe tonight.
Where was I when I won the lottery?
I was watching TV.
I was on a road trip.
I was on a tractor.
In my dad's shop.
On the job site.
I was on a trail ride with my horse.
Stars Lottery. When lives are saved, we all win. Your ticket supports critical care anywhere, and you could win millions with Lucky Stars 50/50 and Stars Daily Cash. Get yours today at starslottery.ca. License LR 260008. Saskatchewan only. 18+. Please play responsibly.
What's the biggest risk on your farm? Weather? Maybe, but it could just as easily be the small losses that chip away at your margin. Today, yield loss isn't the only thing putting farms at risk. That's why Global Ag Risk Solutions created Yield Plus. It works with your traditional crop insurance to protect your margin, giving you complete coverage for your farm. With the most successful product launch in Canadian private crop insurance history, Yield Plus has farmers feeling more protected and more confident. Visit agrisksolutions.ca to learn more.
Why juggle multiple providers when you can have one seamless experience? On the farm, acreage, or cottage, Access Communications has you covered with internet, TV, and security. One provider, one bill. One reliable rural home solution. Backed by our great customer service. Get internet and Wi-Fi that hold up in tough weather. Plus TV anywhere with Access Next TV. And security you can monitor from your phone. You can have it all with Access. Sign up today and save $20 per month when you combine services. Visit myaccess.ca.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com.
Proven by countless farmers, 900 Series fence sprayers set the standard for your crops, and it's available at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. Featuring 370 horsepower, 132-foot boom, 1,580-gallon tank, smart drive 4-wheel steering, and liquid logic recirculating boom, the 900 Series fence sprayers are backed by a 3-year, 2,000-hour Gold Star warranty. Leaders drive Fendt. To learn more about making your crops successful, visit Nick's Service today. nicksservice.com.
The countdown to kickoff continues with the Rider Nation pregame show. Get the latest on your team from our team at sportscage.com and here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
13 minutes before kickoff, it's the Saskatchewan Roughriders and Ottawa Redblacks tonight here at Mosaic Stadium. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder upstairs in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth. Luke, your 3 keys to the game tonight.
Man, listen, you know, we always think that these keys need to be like in depth, just like really sort of like next level. Sometimes they're not complicated, and I think today's keys are not complicated at all. Listen, this game offensively needs to go through the offensive line and Quali Conley. That's the first key, right? We win the game up front. It especially has to happen today. I think the second key to the game is you've got to find ways to get pressure on Jake Mayer. I really like the way our front seven's starting to develop. Derek Roberson looks like he's a fantastic addition to this defensive front. Glad he's getting the start today, get him a little bit more assimilated, but you've got to find pressure. So let's pressure that offensive front. Let's throw some blitzes at him. Just anything we can do to get Jake Mayer thinking a little bit quicker, because I think that's going to cause the turnovers that we want. And I think the third is just when you have, again, and we talked about this the last time we played Ottawa, you've got Khalil Pimpleton back there, one of the most dangerous players in this league. When you have a desperate team, a team that is scratching and clawing to find anything, special teams can be a massive momentum flip. You cannot let that happen today. So today, cover units on our special teams. That's kickoff cover, punt cover. Those guys need to come with it. We need to be disciplined in our lanes, and we need to make tackles, because you cannot let this Ottawa team find life in places that it normally wouldn't.
So there you go. The Ottawa Redblacks looking to find life at 0-7. They'll try to find that first victory, while the Saskatchewan Roughriders look to take another step forward in the West Division. That is coming up next as we get set to bring them out. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, I'm Trevor Harris, quarterback for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. At Capital Auto Group, you're part of a winning team, just like Rider Nation. With 5 dealerships and collision centers in Regina, Capital GMC Buick Cadillac, Capital Ford Lincoln, Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Mercedes-Benz Regina, Titan Automotive, and Universal Collision Center, we've got you covered across the board. We're proud to stand with Rider Nation. We drive Rider Nation.
Harvest savings are rolling into Redhead Equipment. Right now, you'll find major markdowns on select in-stock used harvest equipment. Whether you're looking for a combine, header, or other harvest essentials, now is the time to buy. Find the right unit to help you through harvest quickly and efficiently. Stop by Redhead Equipment or visit redheadequipment.ca today. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Play 92, number 1 for throwbacks.
All the small things make you proud.
And home of Mark and Jess in the morning.
You know Gainer's old touchdown car? It doesn't sadly run anymore, but if it did, I wonder how much it would cost to fill that thing now. Probably so much that Gainer would need to get a second, maybe even third job.
Mark and Jess wake you up 6 to 10 weekday mornings. Number 1 for throwbacks all day. Stream at play92.ca.
I'm Jared Clark, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Regina Wallshakers. Thousands of Saskatchewan people have expressed concerns about AI data centers near Saskatoon, near Regina, and in Moose Jaw. Saskatchewan NDP MLAs are listening. We believe in honesty and transparency. You should get to see the full assessment of the impact of these centers on power rates, on the environment, and on our economy. Frankly, you deserve a say in the future of your community. You can contact me at 306-352-8754.
At Golden West Trailer and Equipment, they don't just sell trailers. They move the prairies. Canadian owned, prairie proud since 1979. With 3 local locations in Moose Jaw, Winkler, and Saskatoon, they've been your go-to for trailers, heavy equipment, and wreck vehicles, new or used. Need parts? Need service? They've got both. With SGI and MPI accreditation and a fully stocked parts department. Golden West Trailer and Equipment. They'll hook you up
for $0. Yep, you heard that right. With SaskTel, you can get a device with no upfront costs and no activation fees. Plus, save $10 a month for 24 months with an eligible wireless plan. $0 devices, 0 stress, 0 reasons not to. Visit a SaskTel store or sastel.com/0. Conditions apply.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Pride.
Touchdown! Riders!
tradition,
And it's intercepted. Riders have it again.
excellence,
Gets across the 40, leapfrogs the man. A big first down run by A.J. Olette. What hops on that man?
For over 4 decades, Harvard Media has been the flagship broadcast partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, uniting our province from corner to corner. It's game time, Saskatchewan, on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Now to the broadcast booth. Here's your voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder.
Constable Chad Martinson and Constable Isaiah Dawson. Holding the Treaty 4 flag today from the Nekaneet First Nation is Chief Sonia Oakes. And holding the flag of the Métis Nation is Bryson Simpson. Fans, we ask that you please rise if you're able. Those who customarily remove their hats as a sign of respect are invited to do so. And welcome Saskatchewan's own Foxworthy performing our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car t'embrasser, porter les payeurs, et c'est porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for
It's Farm Show night, and 2 teams are looking to make hay while the sun shines. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Mosaic Stadium. I'm Dave Thomas, alongside Grey Cup champion Luc Mullinder to my right, celebrating his 10th season in the booth with our technical producer Carter here in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, while Colson Schultz is producing the game for all of Saskatchewan back in our Rose Street Century studio in Regina. The hometown Roughriders have to feel like a producer that's dealing with an infestation of wheat midge. Yes, the injury bug has bitten big time in Riderville, but the green and white are using the next man up method, just like a good herbicide, to look past the problem. Offensively, the Riders are hoping that a new crop of stars in the receiving corps can grow with the fertilizer that is quarterback Trevor Harris, who can nurture them to success. On the defensive side of the ball, the Riders are looking for ways to increase their yield in the turnover department. The front 7 need to do what they need to do so that they can swap the path to the quarterback to help a beaten-up secondary that feels like they've been battered by a hailstorm. In the nation's capital, the drought is real. The Redblacks are 0-7 this season alone, with a road losing streak that dates back 363 days. Ottawa is questioning their choice of inoculants and seems to have stunted their growth. Lineup changes, coaching replacements, all trying to find the right mix have been undertaken. The Redblacks are looking to get a pulse on their team to see if they can find a way to get a solid emergence from this lull to turn their talented roster into a bumper crop. You reap what you sow, and tonight, both teams are looking to harvest a victory as the Saskatchewan Roughriders have just won the opening coin toss for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. And at qualitytire.ca, the Riders have deferred. The Redblacks will take the ball on offense, and we're about 3 minutes away from kickoff tonight, Mr. Mullinder, here at Mosaic Stadium.
Well, let's go. I mean, first of all, welcome back to the fellas that helped us win a championship in 2025. Guys like A.J. Allen or Jake Mayer are on the roster for the Ottawa Redblacks, but this is a team that needs to find a win, and they need to find it quick. Week 9 is coming up. Dave, that's obviously the week where the vets are sort of focused in on whether they're going to be along for the ride for the rest of the year. So it's a team that's probably going through a lot of discussions in the locker room about how to turn around the ship today. And if you're the Saskatchewan Roughriders, yeah, you've got some injuries. Yeah, you've got some guys on the 6th game that you didn't want on the 6th game. But at the end of the day, you've still got a healthy offensive line. You've still got a healthy defensive line. Well, offensive line somewhat, obviously. But you got to go. And nobody wants to be the team that loses or to Ottawa for the first time in 2026. I don't think that's going to be Saskatchewan. I do think, though, that it's not going to be a cakewalk. This is a professional team that they're playing, not a high school team. So they get paid too. That's what we used to tell our young guys, right? No matter how bad the team was that we were playing, we always used to say they got pros on the other side of that locker room just like us. So I'm excited about this game, and I think the Saskatchewan Roughriders, if they can jump out to an early start and play some solid defense behind there, I think that they'll get the win.
Beautiful night for football here in the Queen City. A few clouds. Northwest wind is going to pick up a little bit with the temperature dropping to about 18 degrees by halftime. At kickoff, a few clouds again. Predominantly sunny skies. Northwest wind 22 gusting 33 kilometers an hour at a temperature of 22 degrees. The Riders wearing their green uniforms with the white numbers, green pants, green socks, and of course the green helmets with the S emblazoned at either side. Will be defending the north end zone, moving left to right as we see them here in the opening quarter. Alex Hale's already on the field. The kick cover team is about to join him. The Ottawa Redblacks wearing their road all white look, white jerseys, white pants, white socks with the black and red numbers on the jersey and the black helmet with the R on either side.
And when it comes to our 3 keys of the game, here's the most important one right now for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. It's cover units. You've got to start out well, and they got some threats on that other side, starting with Khalil Pimpleton.
Absolutely, averaging 29.2 yards per kick return this season. The average kickoff from Alex Hale this season has traveled 70.6 yards. The Riders are lined up behind him. It's Saskatchewan, it's Ottawa, and it's on a beautiful night as we celebrate farmers in our province. It's the Riders Farm Show, and it's about to kick off. The kickoff is brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. Alex Hale has got the ball on the right-hand hash, the near side, to kick things off here tonight at Mosaic Stadium as Kean Schaefer-Baker, one of the recently placed receivers onto the 6-game injured list, has got the mic, and he's getting Rider Nation worked up as we get set for this kickoff here moments from now. The 5-2 Saskatchewan Roughriders and the 0-7 Ottawa Redblacks. Play has been whistled in. Alex Hale has marched off his approach. He'll get set, as will this cover team, as they're going to kick with a little bit of a breeze at their back to start this football game and get this one underway. Hale approaches, steps into the ball, and his high end-over-end kick is going to be taken by Khalil Pimpleton back at his 16-yard line near side. Cuts to the far side, tries to get outside, not going to do it. Riders get there, Jonathan Edouard. Big tackle back at the 15-yard line. Long field ahead for the Ottawa Redblacks and quarterback Jake Mayer.
One of J.O.'s better signings here in the offseason, Jonathan Edouard. Nobody really knew who this guy was. He came in, though, with some experience on other teams. And I'll tell you what, man, he's been really good for the Saskatchewan Roughriders on the defensive side, but also, as you see, their special teams. He's going to be a key part of this defense moving forward, Dave.
55th career start for Jake Mayer. He has a career record of 19-34-1, but 5-3 all-time against the Saskatchewan Roughriders. The former Rider quarterback is in the gun on first down. He'll hand it off. Tackled right away. Oh, my. Jameer Thurman almost took the handoff from the quarterback. He got to Greg Bell that quick.
Well, we talked about needing to be aggressive, right, Dave? That's our second key to the game. That's where we're going to see the turnovers, I think, from Jake Mayer. But this is a great start from Saskatchewan. Jameer Thurman's made so many big plays this game, and we haven't really talked about much of them, but it's a basic four-man front. Jameer Thurman just shoots the A-gap between the left guard and the center, makes a tackle.
5 receivers set for the Redblacks. 3 come to the near side with a man in motion. For Jake Mayer, back to pass, fires over the middle quickly. Big catch is coming up with it was Aiden Everhart having a career year, and he'll move the sticks for about a 12-yard gain up to the Saskatchewan 27.
Saskatchewan sends the house, and it's a great read by Eberhardt. Eberhardt needs to cut off this route regardless of what was called in the huddle, because he's the only guy that Mayer's going to be throwing to based on where the gap was in the field and where he was being blitzed. So really good heads-up play by Eberhardt. Good look from Mayer, but that's the kind of start we want from Saskatchewan. Let's be aggressive.
Eberhardt give it a gain of 15 for a first down up to the Saskatchewan 28. Handoff on first down. This one goes to Bell once again out of the backfield. He'll cross the 30 up near the 31 for a gain of 3.
And it's Jameer Thurman again, right? I mean, he's up on the line of scrimmage as soon as the ball's snapped, and he is responsible because Greg Bell's got to make an early cut here. He doesn't want to cut. What he wants to do is let the offensive line set up in front of him, maybe get a guy at the second level where Jameer Thurman normally is, but because Thurman's playing on the other side of the line of scrimmage, he's got nowhere to go.
2nd and 7 Ottawa. Ball scrimmaged on the far hash mark at the Rider 31. 3 receivers far side for Mayer. Early movement on the line. No flags. Pitches it out far side. That's complete to the 35. Going to be well shy of the first down stick as he was able to hit Keelan White in that far side slot, but Jonathan Edouard comes up with the tackle, and Ottawa is forced to punt.
It's a good early start here for Edouard. Solid defense. Again, now we're not blitzing as many people just because we'd like a little bit more guys back in coverage. We get that, and that's the thing. That's what teams want to do. They're fine with teams' offenses take the short routes on those 2nd and 7+ situations because you can tackle down.
Getman on to punt. Back on the EB Power Sports in Assiniboia punt return is Daniel Weed. He'll field it back at his 17 far side of the field. Makes the first man miss. Now gets the corner. Tries to use his speed up to the 25. Cuts back to the 30. Still going. 35, 40 of Saskatchewan. 45, 50. Pushed out of bounds just shy of the midfield stripe. Excellent starting position for the Roughriders as they'll have the ball when we come back. 12 minutes to go in the opening quarter of a scoreless ball game at Mosaic Stadium. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi everyone, Sean here with Young's Equipment, your MacDon header headquarters in southern Saskatchewan. New or used, red, green, or yellow, whatever drives your farm, Young's Equipment has the MacDon header to lead the way. With MacDon's industry-leading Flex Draper technology, an FD Series header ensures your smoothest and most productive harvest yet. No matter your color, Young's has your header. Young's Equipment, leading the way in a thriving agricultural community.
Cooperators wants to remind you that if investing is the only way you're preparing for the future, you're only considering half your options. By making investments and life insurance part of your investment plan, you get the full financial picture. Plan your future holistically with investments and life insurance. Cooperators does both.
Call Jeremy Saxby in Regina at 306-359-2699 today. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Mutual funds are offered through Cooperators Financial Investment Services, Inc. to Canadian residents, except those in Quebec and the territories.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder back upstairs in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com as we go downstairs to Teagan Witko for a sideline report for Steelcraft Doors, Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. Teagan?
Well, now that the Saskatchewan offense is marching out onto the field, there's a milestone to watch for tonight at Mosaic Stadium as quarterback Trevor Harris enters this game. He's just 49 yards shy of reaching 40,000-yard mark. That is absolutely incredible. That would make him just the 12th quarterback in CFL history to reach that accomplishment. Just another chapter in what has been a remarkable career for the veteran pivot who continues to climb the CFL's all-time passing list. Harris has already cemented himself as one of the league's best and most accomplished. Tonight, you might be witnessing history here at Mosaic Stadium.
Absolutely. Thanks, Teagan. As Harris and the Rider offense breaks huddle, Harris' career 74-59-2. His play is blown in. The Riders just starting on their side of center after a 37-yard punt return by Daniel Weed. Backfield empties. Harris throws it near side for Dylan Jette. The rookie has his first career catch, and he's got the first down for the Riders tonight up to the 41 of Ottawa.
You know, Ottawa lines up, and again, we talked about Jeff Reinbold taking over for the Ottawa Redblacks as their defensive coordinators. When I played with him in Montreal, he utilized a 3-4, and it was a lot of things that we were throwing at opponents pre-snap. Here they come out in a 3-4, and they blitz 2 linebackers, which essentially turns into a 5-man front.
So the Riders send 4 receivers to the near side after the Cooperators insurance first down up to the Ottawa 40. Handoff to Quali Conley, runs into his own man, now bounces back, has room across the 35, still on his feet. What a great run by Quali Conley. 2 plays, 2 first downs for the Riders as he gets down to the 29 of Ottawa.
Well, this is all Conley. I mean, he came off the Edmonton game where he was the talk of the town when it came to the reverse hurdle that he pulled. Here he breaks 7 tackles. And again, when you're a bad team, and Ottawa's a bad team right now, you don't do the little things right. And one of the little things, especially on defense, is A, playing physical, but B, wrapping up, right, making tackles. Ottawa, 7 broken tackles there for Conley's first down.
1st and 10 for the Riders at the Ottawa 29, right-hand hash. 3 receivers, now 4 set up far side. That's where Harris looks. Going to throw it up. Far side, corner, end zone. Just missed his man. Trying to find Deshaun Mims, who was able to run free in the secondary and behind C.J. Rivas, but Mims couldn't catch up with the ball.
C.J. Rivas, another former Saskatchewan Rough Rider. Here, man-on-man against the youngster Deshaun Mims. Mims is running a quarter route right off between the hash and the numbers to Trevor Harris's left side. And you're right, Dave, just Harris a little bit inaccurate when it comes to making this throw. Ottawa playing man, so there was no safety over the top. He was occupied to the right.
How about Harris going to his young receivers early? Dylan Jette, the rookie, makes his first CFL catch, and then you go for Deshaun Mims.
Don't think he's got a choice, David.
Yeah, true. Harris says he uses a hard count, all kinds of movement along the line. Who jumped first?
Well, it was clearly Ottawa that jumped first here, so...
Well, Ben Major's going to sort it out. I thought I saw Jamarcus Hardrick kind of rock back momentarily, but Trevor Harris is pointing towards Ottawa, and I kind of believe him.
Oh, yeah, the sheriff. It's cowboy night today. You know, the sheriff's going to figure this out for us, Dave.
Well, Ben Major is going to look at it, and it is procedure.
Oh, wow. Dave, you're zeroed in today, man.
No.
Focused.
I was off. I thought it was Ottawa.
Right. No, I thought you said that Yoshi was rocking back.
Yeah, but it was actually on Logan Furland.
Oh, come on, Furland.
So I don't know how that happens with the center, if maybe he flinched with the ball. Regardless, 9:50 to go in the quarter. It's now 2nd and 15 for the Riders at the 34 of Ottawa. Harris in the gun, 5 receiver package, 3 go to the far side. Quali Conley, the lone back in the backfield. Ottawa with 3 down linemen. They're going to rush 4. Harris spots it, throws it, completes it. Jette's got it down to the 21. He's going to be about 2 long yards shy of the first down.
Yeah, Jette, as you said, the rookie, and it's adventure time. We got a field goal attempt coming up, Dave.
No, we don't. Tommy Stevens jogs out as the fans come to their feet.
I think the fans are coming to their feet, not only just because Tommy Stevens is out there, but I think that they're also glad that we're not going out there to kick a field goal just yet.
Northern Fireplace Barbecues and Smokers, 3rd down attempt for the Saskatchewan Roughriders this season on 3rd down. The Riders are 5 of 6. It would seem that Tommy's got more, but he comes in on 2nd down quite often. But this is 3rd and a long 2. Stevens settles in under center Logan Furland. Now the Riders jump offside, and you can see some frustration on the far side of that line as the Riders have got a lot of new personnel packages.
We'll go back 5 yards. We'll replay 3rd down.
And that personnel package jumped offside, and here comes Alex Hale to attempt his first of the night. He's 12 of 17 on the season, a long of 48. Oscar Chapman will be in on the hold on this Reliance Heath water heater rental field goal attempt. It's going to be from 34 yards for Hale in towards the south end zone. Really not much wind to speak of here for him to contend with.
Wow, we got an anxious crowd right now. But here's the good thing. I mean, it's not it's after 40 yards that Hale struggled this year. This is 35. So I think he's going to be good, Dave. What do you think?
Yes. So Hale lines it up. Chapman's down on a knee. The long snapper is Mike Benson. Clean snap, good hold. The kick from Hale is up. Splits the uprights. The Riders are up 3-0 with 8:32 to go in the opening quarter. We'll take a break. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Strong seasons start right here, right now, with the new 2027 equipment lineup from Kloss. Take advantage of the best deals of the season on select 2027 models, including new Lexion combines, Xerion tractors, and Jaguar forage harvesters. Competitive financing, competitive pricing, greater performance. Now through September 30th. Don't miss out because early action pays off. Contact your Kloss dealer to request a quote. Kloss, made for more.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres booked before September 15th.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
For the fifth time this season, the Saskatchewan Roughriders have scored points on their opening drive. They lead 3-0 thanks to the 34-yard field goal from Alex Hale. Hey, the B&A Petroleum text line always open for your questions, your comments, your thoughts, your shout-outs, whatever. 306-936-6262. B&A Petroleum in Swift Curtis, Assiniboia, Gravelbourg, and many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. And we had one here from Jeff in San Diego for Luke, talking about the field goal situation and if it's difficult to pin a team from 40 yards, given the struggles that Alex Hale has. He's alluding to the fact that should the Saskatchewan Roughriders, when they get down into that territory, perhaps think about punting the ball to pin the opposition as opposed to the field goal attempt.
I think that if you ever get into the situation where you're considering punting at the 40, you need a new kicker. That's what I think. I think that I get the question, and unfortunately, you only get the question today because that's a reality, right? We're not consistent from that spot. But
Riders get an opportunity to get the ball. It's loose, still on the carpet. Khalil Pimpleton couldn't find it. The Riders do. They pick it up and are bringing it back the other way. Pimpleton mistimed his run behind the offensive line. The snap hit him in the thigh, and the Riders' Antoine Brooks Jr. scoops it up. The Saskatchewan Roughriders have the football on an Olympic RTM's turnover. And again, a big thank you for that question from Jeff in San Diego. I got a little excited at the end of it all. Send us your questions, thoughts, whatever on the B&A Petroleum text line 306-936-6262.
Well, the Redblacks are in a hurry there, Dave. We're blitzing from the right side, and they know it. They're trying to get the ball to the left side of the field, so they probably get into just sort of this mentality where it's like, hey, this might be a great call against this defense, and just doesn't work out for them because timing is everything. And right now it's time for the Riders to convert this turnover into points.
Ball on the 24-yard line of Ottawa. Harris breaks the huddle. 5-receiver package for the Riders. Backfield empties. Harris to pass. Looks, throws it, intercepted. Gives it right back to the Redblacks, who have it up at the 20-yard line as Ottawa just dropped back into a zone, and Harris was trying to find Quali Conley over the middle. Instead, it's picked off. A nice play in the backfield by the Redblacks is coming up to pick it off. It looked like it was Lucas Cormier, and he'll get his second interception of the season with another Olympic RTM's turnover on back-to-back plays.
Well, Lucas Cormier is starting at that will linebacker position now in front of A.J. Allen, who was a key free agent addition signing in Ottawa from Saskatchewan, and he comes up with his second pick. You're right, Dave. It's just a basic zone where guys were dropping into coverage.
So 1st and 10 for Ottawa. They scrimmage now at their own 23-yard line. 7:40 to go in the opening quarter. Jake Mayer back to pass. Lots of time. Going to swing it out near side. That ball is complete, as coming out of the backfield was his fullback, Giovanni Robinson, and Robinson going to advance the ball across the 25 near the 27 for a gain of 4.
Well, actually, I think this is a little bit of a busting coverage here, and the reason why is you've got you've got DeMarcus Fields and you've got Josh Woods, Antoine Brooks dropping into the same area. One of these players has to be low. There's nobody low here, and that's where Mayer goes. Fortunately, he will make a good tackle.
2nd and 6 for the Redblacks on their own 27-yard line. Riders show 6 across the front. They'll drop back into coverage. Mayer throws over the middle. It's up, and it's knocked down. Tried to go deep, finding and or looking along the side for Cade McDonald, who's picked up the spot that was vacated by Gino Lewis when he was released this week. It's incomplete. Jonathan Edouard in coverage.
Yeah, this is a good throw by Mayer. Cade McDonald's got to catch this. It's in between a window of 2 Saskatchewan Roughrider defenders. It's not that far behind them, and I think this is a catch that they need to make. I mean, again, when you're a team that's looking for a win, one big play can essentially ignite just this firestorm of good fortune, and Ottawa's got to figure out a way to make a big play.
Getman punts it away as Daniel Weeb takes it back at his 29, drops it initially, scoops it up. Now he'll step ahead to the 40 as flags will fly from well behind the play. The Riders will have the ball, but it'll be pushed back deeper into their territory. Tell you about it in a moment. 3-0 the Riders lead, 6:25 to go in the opening quarter. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
Great coaches make great calls. And at home, you're in control of the game. Add SaskTel TV to your lineup and enjoy popular channels, including sports in stunning 4K for as low as $40 a month. So, what do you say, Coach? Ready to add in the difference maker? Visit SaskTel.com/make-the-call to learn more. Conditions apply.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Daniel Weave on the EB Power Sports in Assiniboia punt return, Southern Saskatchewan's destination for Arctic Cat adventures and off-road adventures. That is EB Power Sports in Assiniboia. Still sorting out the flags with Ben Major and crew. It looks like the Riders, though, at the end of the day are going to scrimmage from their own 40-yard line. Trevor Harris, and the countdown continues for him to get to 40K. Of course, needed 49 yards to get there. He's 2 of 4 thus far in the opening quarter for 29 yards, but probably wants that last pass back that was intercepted by Lucas Cormier. So things have sorted out. Got to get back to play here in a moment. 6:25 to go in the opening quarter. Riders going to break the huddle and scrimmage from the right-hand hash. And boy, Dylan Jette, the rookie, again, was on the 6-game injured list to start the year. All kinds of promise, of course. Second-round pick of the Riders in 26 has had a couple of opportunities to move the ball. As on first down, the Riders hand it off to Quali Conley. He's tackled immediately and actually going to lose a couple. Nice job of getting upfield by the Redblacks to make the play.
It's a good job by C.J. Rivas here with the tackle. And again, you see Jeff Reinbold. He's not going to be able to switch their scheme entirely. They've only had 3 days, but he is able to establish a little bit more of a culture and an expectation. And he comes out here in a 3-4 look again. You got C.J. Rivas playing down low and making a tackle that Rider Nation is all too familiar with, as he used to make those tackles all the time for the green and white.
2-yard loss for the Riders, 2nd and 12 from their 38. 3 receivers near side for Harris. Back to pass, looks to the near side, dumps it off. It's complete up to the 50, midfield and more. The Riders have a big first down, as coming up with it is Deshaun Mims. The Cooperators Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services first down. They're your first choice for insurance.
Yeah, it's got to be so frustrating for the Redblacks. You get the Riders in a 2nd and 7+ situation. Unfortunately, they didn't have anybody rushing the passer. They came out in 3 and dedicated the rest of the coverage. Problem was their coverage didn't get wide enough on their left side, and you've got Mims just sort of sitting by himself and able to convert.
1st and 10 for the Riders, now to the 49 of Ottawa. 3 receivers far side as the Riders remain in a 5-receiver set. Fake the handoff, throw it underneath. Keyshawn Johnson had it hit his hands but heard footsteps and drops the ball as Alonzo Ade was coming up from the safety spot.
Keyshawn Johnson scored the go-ahead touchdown and then the game-winning 2-point conversion, but one of the things that was synonymous with that game too was dropping catches like this. And we're not used to seeing Keyshawn Johnson drop these short balls over the middle. You're right, maybe he saw people coming and knew he was going to get hit, but either way, he's got to secure that for the Riders. They've got to lean on their experienced vets with all the injuries, and Keyshawn Johnson's one of them.
Riders on 2nd down this season are number 1 in the league, converting 58.9% of the time. Ottawa just going to rush 3 here on 2nd and long. Harris dumps it underneath for Conley, up to the 45, makes a man miss, trying to spin away, but Ottawa does a nice job of bringing in the cavalry to make the tackle. Yeah. A.J. Allen amongst the tacklers is Quali will get it down just inside the 45 to about the 41.
It's a much better job by Ottawa that time coverage-wise. Still only 3-man rushing, but at least now they're covering the right spaces on the field, especially with their linebacking core. It's the reason why they got to tackle down on Conley early.
Ottawa racing onto the field. They don't have the right personnel out, and now it looks like they're going to call a timeout. And again, this is going to be a challenge, as Jeff Reinbold was the special teams coordinator, promoted to defensive coordinator, as the problem is that the ball was scrimmaged at the wrong spot. So Ottawa gets a reprieve, not having to take a timeout. So Ben Major will blow it back in, as again, all kinds of personnel all over the place for Ottawa as the Riders lined up for an onside punt with Oscar Chapman awaiting the snap at his 55-yard line. High kick. Khalil Pimpleton going to have to take it at his 7 on the near side. Comes up the numbers across the 10, but going to be wrapped up there. Great downfield coverage. Nick Wiebe in on the tackle for the Riders. And with 3:43 to go in the opening quarter, Ottawa gets the ball back, trailing 3-0. Back with more from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 Series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
Hey, it's Dig Safe Doug. Well, it's that time of year again. Let's get to work tackling that backyard project or breaking ground on your construction site. But listen, before you start, there's a few things you gotta know. Get those utility lines located. Before you dig, take a minute to expose the utility lines if you're working near them. Don't take shortcuts and take your time. Hitting a line could cost more than a fine. Request a free line locate at digsafesask.com.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, taking a look at the Ritchie Brothers auctions numbers from that last punt, 35-yard punt off the foot of Oscar Chapman. Khalil Pimpleton returned it 6 yards before Nick Wiebe came in to wrap him up and make his 4th special teams tackle of the season.
Got some special guests in the house today, Dave. Hello to FC Barcelona Soccer Academy. They're here all the way from Spain. They're going to their first Canadian Football League game today, and what a place to go and see your first North American football action.
Wow.
Gridiron, as they call it.
They're going to
across the water.
Back to Spain and say, yeah, we saw a gopher dancing in the middle of the field that the fans seem to love.
Yeah, and he was vastly out of shape. The mascots in North America are all out of shape. That's what they're going to say.
So Jake Mayer comes back onto the field with the Ottawa offense. 1 first down thus far here in the opening quarter. It's 1st and 10 from their own 13-yard line. Mayer spins and hands the ball off, trying to get through the first wave successfully as Greg Bell gets across the 15 near the 18-yard line for a gain of 5, almost 6.
Yeah, this is actually a really good play considering it should have been gone for nothing. As a matter of fact, a loss. The Redblacks were pulling their center, but the Riders came out in a 5-man front, so there was a guy over top of the center. We should have had a tackle right off the bat because they weren't able to cut off the backside defensive back when the center left, defensive lineman, but it worked out. Bell with some good work in a small amount of space.
2nd and 4 Ottawa from their own 19. Riders going to rush 6. Mayer, ball tipped, gets it away, gets it almost completed, dropped on the far side as he had a man open but just couldn't make the catch and squeeze it as Nelson Lacombo comes up from the corner to put the hit on the receiver and jar the ball loose.
Yeah, this is a great job by the Saskatchewan Roughrider defense. We struggled with this a little bit in Edmonton with backs coming out of the backfield. Bell can catch the ball. Here he does not. And Lacombo makes sure of it as he was bobbling it at the end of that play.
Getman back on to punt once again for the Ottawa Redblacks with 2:34 and counting to go in the opening quarter. Daniel Wiebe awaits the punt back at his 40. Riders block it. It's on the turf. They scoop it up down to the 8-yard line. We've got flags down on the field and injured Redblacks everywhere, and the Riders get the ball into the end zone. It's David Benda. I thought the play was over. So did the Redblacks, but Benda scoops it, takes it into the end zone. The officials have their hands in the air. We await on the penalty flags as Ben Major is commuting with the CFL Replay Center.
Yeah, this is all sorts of chaos, and it's Nick Wiebe coming straight up the middle, putting a hand on the football as it's being punted, and then just the Riders end up with it in the end zone. This is a good job with the scoop drill.
Here comes Ben Major to explain.
We have unnecessary roughness against the long snapper, Saskatchewan number 95. This is a 15-yard penalty applied from the point of last scrimmage, and it's an automatic first down for Ottawa.
Unnecessary roughness against the long snapper. So the long snappers, before they pick their head up, are considered defenseless. So there were a certain amount of things that as a punt cover unit you can't do. That includes hitting the long snapper. That includes piling over top and jumping the long snapper. There's a number of things you're not allowed to do, and that's what Devin Adams just got accused of by the Canadian Football League referees, and I think it's the long snapper that's down.
I think you're right, and the long snapper is Peter Adjei, who is a 4-year pro out of Queens.
Well, and the problem with that injury is that you don't travel with a backup long snapper, right? And so you see him come out. Whoa. Yeah, I don't know about this. I think that what happened is Devin Adams, he went straight at the left guard, and the long snapper came in. This is a bad call. Like, there is no violation of any long snapping rules visible on this replay.
This is just, I'm with you in that it's a bad circumstance, is that Adams directed towards what would be the left guard spot, then redirected towards the long snapper who had the head up.
Totally right. And if he had gone straight at the long snapper, that's where the violation would have occurred. That's where the penalty would. But he did not do that.
Now, this is my question, to me, this looks like clear and obvious. The CFL Replay Center from Regina Trades and Skills Center doesn't jump in here. And again, there's no challenge that Coach Mace can throw.
When you say doesn't, that mean they can't, or is it just they haven't?
They haven't.
Okay.
And I don't know that they can.
Yeah, see, that's what I was about to ask.
I believe they can if it's a clear and obvious error that is made on the part of the officials. But the replay center, in conversations that I've had with the officials, and again, you know how much respect I have for officials, right?
Yep.
And the one thing that they're saying is that they don't want the replay center to interject and supersede the officials. They want the on-field officials to maintain control of the game.
Right.
And they don't want to undermine them. Now,
you don't want to just sort
Ben
of be
Major
like,
is coming over.
You got that wrong. You know what I mean? Right now, though, Anthony Gosling, number 45 for their fullback, he's taking the long snapper reps as he warms up, and hopefully this young man's okay. You're only 4 years into a career. I'll tell you what, man, the long snappers, those guys' careers can go forever.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Jordan Hughes, you look at a guy like Josh Fournette I played with, Marty Bedard out in Montreal. Like, all these guys played so many years. If you can be a good long snapper, which means first and foremost getting the ball back to the kicker accurately, man, you can play forever in the CFL.
Injury break for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. A strong Saskatchewan is a safe Saskatchewan. And a round of applause going up for young Peter Adjei, who's getting up on the cart. Again, unfortunate circumstance. The Riders still continuing to talk it over with the officials. Coach Mace wants to find out more, as again, this is a touchdown that's coming off the board, and Coach Mace just kind of puts his hands over his head, and Ottawa is going to get to retain possession again. Feel terrible for young Adjei, who is making his own way off the field and not using the cart.
Not sure why we even brought the cart out.
Yeah, no, good for him.
Maybe they were just testing the car battery, see if it was working.
Well, you use it so much in training camp that you often wonder, but
I don't know. That's not the cart we use. Are you kidding me? Ours is a bougie cart. You know, nice leather seats, got a sound system, some fans.
So after all is said and done, and again, whether this is an error or not, the CFL Replay Center has not interjected. They will at times interject and call roughing the quarterback.
Right.
They won't do it here, and this is going to be a major point of contention for Rider Nation as Ottawa gets the ball back at their own 34 with 2:21 to go in the opening quarter. 1st and 10 following the penalty. Ottawa breaks huddle. Rider Nation on their feet here at Mosaic Stadium. It's a 5-receiver look for the Redblacks with now 4 going to the far side of the formation. Fake the handoff, throw it out far side, complete to Pimpleton. Makes the first man miss across the 35 up to the 39. That's where he's swarm tackled there by the Riders. Jameer Thurman in amongst the tacklers. Yeah. It's going to be second down at about 5.
The guy who makes this happen is Nelson Lacombo. He comes barreling down and sets an edge. He immediately makes a Pimpleton as soon as he turns around with the football, cut on the inside. inside. And when you cut up on the inside, all of your help as a defender is coming down that pipe. So great job by Nelson Lacombo. Sometimes you don't make the tackle, but you make the play.
2nd down and 5 for the Redblacks from their 39 far hash. 3 receivers settle far side for Mayer with Bell in the backfield. Mayer looks near side. It's complete into the flat. Pimpleton's got it again. Going to be wrapped up at the 49, but it's a gain of 10 on 2nd down and will move the sticks as Nelson Lacombo came up to make the tackle.
Yeah, strong side linebacker Antoine Brooks Jr. sees this as he's dropping back into his coverage, but he just gets there a tad bit too late. Pimpleton makes the catch. Good job by Lacombo having his teammates back, but the Redblacks move the sticks. And again, they're very extremely fortunate they're not down 10 right now, Dave.
This is a free possession for Ottawa. Many will see it. Hey, go to the B&A Petroleum text line, 306-936-6262. Was it a penalty? Yes or no? Let us know. Jake Mayer in the gun, waiting for his receiver to settle in along the line. Does, and hands it off to Bell. Looking for a hole. Can't find much of one. Will crash across the 50, shoulders down to the 52 of Ottawa. Going to be a gain of 2. It'll be 2nd and 8.
Saskatchewan's done this a couple times against the run today, where they've collapsed the strong side of the field. So what I'm saying is the widest side of the field, that's where the Saskatchewan Roughriders are blitzing from, off that edge. They're sending a linebacker in the B gap, and they're sending someone from the outside. Ottawa there tries to reverse it and run away from it. It just doesn't work because we do a great job on the front side of that play at the line of scrimmage.
2nd along 7 for the Redblacks from their own 52-yard line, likely the final play of the opening quarter. 4 receivers far side for Mayer. Riders rush 4. Mayer back to pass, throws to that far side. It's complete into Rider territory, down near the 51-yard line as White hauls it in again, and he may have the first down.
Yeah, they like Keelan White. He's a Canadian receiver. They think he's got a bright future here. And what I like about this is White essentially, you know how we've seen the Rider receivers not catch the ball? They've started moving towards where they think they're going before they secure it. Here, he catches it and then makes sure to get the yardage. Good young play.
This will be the last play of the opening quarter. 1st and 10 for the Redblacks of the Riders 50. Mayer in the gun, fakes the handoff, pulls it, throws it far side, completes it as it's going to be Pimpleton down to the Riders 40, inside the 40 near the 38. Another first down, and that's how the opening quarter will end with the Riders in front 3-0 on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. The second quarter is next. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey farmers, looking for an all-star canola hybrid? Start with the DeKalb 400 series, delivering the highest yield potential in the DeKalb lineup. Plus premium agronomic traits like straight cut plus, club root resistance, and powerful herbicide flexibility. It's ready to challenge anything the competition puts on the field. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalb.ca to get the 400 series into your canola lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Harvest savings are rolling into Redhead Equipment. Right now, you'll find major markdowns on select in-stock used harvest equipment. Whether you're looking for a combine, header, or other harvest essentials, now is the time to buy. Find the right unit to help you through harvest quickly and efficiently. Stop by Redhead Equipment or visit redheadequipment.ca today. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Remember Y2K panic? Rewinding VHS tapes? And burning the perfect mix CD? Play 92 brings it all back with throwbacks like this. You spin my head right round, right around. Here's my number, so call me maybe. This is what it feels like. Backstreet's back, alright. Play 92, #1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
It's time for second quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder back upstairs in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land in the equipment department. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. Is joining us on the sidelines, as always, the one and only Teagan Witko. Teagan, what do you have?
I think that a big topic of conversation following this game, regardless of the result, is going to be that unnecessary roughness call on Adams, on the long snapper of the Ottawa Redblacks, Peter Auger. I can tell you they did bring out the card, as you two alluded to, upstairs in the broadcast booth, but I got a little bit of a closer look at it here as he was leaving the field. He was exiting, wincing, in quite a bit of pain, and he did have his left arm what appeared to be an air cast. So I wouldn't anticipate his return, but I'll keep an eye on things down here.
Hey, thanks so much, Teagan. Of course, her sideline reports tonight, and as always, brought to you by Steelcraft Doors, Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. And on the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262, Allen in Milestone says, my buddy Bill says, no way it's a penalty.
Yeah, I agree with Bill.
Want to know why the challenge flag wasn't thrown? Can't throw a challenge flag on that one, unfortunately. Lots of no's there. We'll get back to that in a moment. First, though, the Redblacks back to work. Mayer throws it near side, completes it out of the backfield, coming up with Eberhardt, but a solid tackle on this near side flat. Going to limit his gain to just 6, maybe.
It's a good job by Marcus Sales. Comes down into coverage. Wraps up. Marcus Sales is known for a big hit. Here, he's not going for the big hit. He's wrapping up. We saw him miss a couple big hits in the Edmonton back-to-back. Good job by him, just sticking with his fundamentals. Got to bend without breaking here for Saskatchewan. What I mean by that is you're okay if Ottawa gets out of here with a field goal. You just don't want them to cross the end zone with the football.
2nd and 4 for the Redblacks. A drive extended by penalty. Contentious one at that. Mayer in the gun. Hands it off. Room to run for Bell. Is Greg Bell going to get down around the 25-yard line, which will be plenty for the first down as the Redblacks continue to move the sticks, and that was Daniel Adeboboye instead of Greg Bell, on the carry for Ottawa.
Yeah, Adeboboye does a good job, despite the Riders essentially sending their pressure from the right side of their offensive front in Ottawa. Adeboboye stays the path, cuts it up, and then goes and gets that first down. That's a tough run there. It's a great job initially by the fullback with the block out of the backfield, so Adeboboye can even get going.
7-yard run for Adeboboye on his first touch of the ball game. It's 1st and 10 for the Redblacks and the Riders 26. Pitch to Adeboboye, going to be caught from behind and then stood up at the line of scrimmage. Great play there by the Rider defense, and again, it's Jameer Thurman coming up to make the play.
Yeah, this is a great job. Strong side linebacker Antoine Brooks Jr. is blasting upfield from his linebacker position on a blitz. And again, it's one of those deals like Lacombo a few plays before, just forces everything back, forces Adeboboye to cut back into the teeth of the defense, and we hold them at 2nd and 12.
Loss of 2, initial contact made by the Colonel on the play. That'd be Caleb Sanders. 5-receiver look for the Redblacks. Mayer back to pass over the middle. It's up, and it's caught right down to the goal line, and to the 1, not quite in, as Eberhardt able to make the catch. The Riders looked like a pair of players had a beeline on it, and now we've got an eternal struggle right at the 1-yard line as the ball kind of popped out near the goal line. Thurman had a shot at picking it off. Instead, it's going to settle at the 1, and Eberhardt makes the catch after a tackle and touchdown saver from Edouard and Jackson Ford.
Problem is there's no pressure here, and Mayer is able to make a comfortable throw from the pocket. He gets it right over the outstretched hands of Jameer Thurman, who's dropping into coverage. It's a great catch by Eberhardt, and this is on the 1-yard line.
1st and goal from the 1 into the game. Bryson Barnes, 3rd and short, was the nemesis of the Redblacks last week. Barnes goes down the line, gets to the end zone, and touchdown Ottawa. They'll crack the end zone as Bryson Barnes will punch it in, his 4th touchdown run of the season, and Ottawa makes good on an extended drive due to controversial penalty.
Yeah, everything kind of went right on that play for Ottawa. I wouldn't recommend the way that Bryson Barnes approaches this goal line stay. He lets the offensive lineman completely separate from him and kind of shuffles down the right side, but he does do a good job finding the space that he initially needs. He's got a couple big offensive linemen in Jelani Stafford as a wing back on the right side. He follows those guys and he's in. This is a interesting development here, obviously, Dave.
Point after attempt from Lewis Ward is wide, and it's mishandled there by Johnny Johnson III, who picks it up, brings it out to the 12-yard line on the convert attempt. So no good convert. 6-3 Ottawa leads. 11:33 to go in the first half. Come back with more from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Cooperators wants to remind you that if investing is the only way you're preparing for the future, you're only considering half your options. By making investments and life insurance part of your investment plan, you get the full financial picture. Plan your future holistically with investments and life insurance. Cooperators does both.
Call Jason McEachern in Saskatoon at 306-934-7315 today. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Mutual funds are offered through Cooperators Financial Investment Services, Inc. to Canadian residents, except those in Quebec and the Territories.
Play of the game? Touchdown! More like the game to play. The new Saskatchewan Roughriders Scratch and Win ticket. It's your chance to win 10 years of Rider season tickets, a premium suite for the home opener and the Labor Day Classic, and tons of Rider swag. Plus, 2 chances to win $75,000. Tickets available at your favorite lottery retailers. Proudly brought to you by Sask Lotteries, supporting sport, culture, and recreation across the province. Please play responsibly.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Unlike a week ago where the Redblacks couldn't do anything in the Ashdown Furniture Appliances and Interior Red Zone, they're 1 for 1 tonight. Ashdown Furniture Appliances and Interiors for all your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. Ashdown's Furnitures and Interiors in Moose Jaw. Ottawa jumps out to a 6-3 lead, their first lead of the ball game, but the Riders might be wondering what might have been. Blocked punt that they took into the end zone, a deep opportunity after a turnover where they could have had a ball that Trevor Harris threw into an interception after a fumble recovery deep in Ottawa territory. A couple of missed opportunities, but the Riders need a bounce back.
Yeah, the Redblacks, it's kind of like, you're sitting there and you know that all the Riders need to do is just make a play, and so far it's been more the Redblacks getting incredibly fortunate with the way the ball's bounced or the ref flags have gone, right? So, again, though, that's something that Ottawa's just fine with, right? We talked about it. Ottawa's looking for any way they can get some momentum.
Getman will kick it off once again for the Redblacks. Johnny Johnson III will return it for the Riders from his 5-yard line. Goes straight ahead up the numbers to the 25, 30. Big pop at the end of the play as he gets across the 30 near the 31. And here comes the Riders offense with 11:27 to go in the second quarter. Now trailing by 3 points as Johnny Johnson kind of shakes his head after taking that big hit.
Johnny Johnson, I tell you what, that's a guy that Rider Nation needs to keep their eyes on when it comes to who's going to step up and be a playmaker in this offense. I think that he's got tremendous ability, and he might be one of those guys to fill the gaps.
So first down, Saskatchewan, ball right-hand hash for Trevor Harris at his own 31-yard line. Ottawa puts 5 men down along the defensive line. Now will drop back into coverage, but rush 4. Harris, far side. That ball complete up across the 35 to the 40, 41-yard line. It's going to be a first down for Keyshawn Johnson. First downs for Cooperator Bazendowski Insurance and Financial Services.
There you go. That's more like you, Keyshawn. Always got to do a good job just flushing some negative plays, right? Anything that happened in the previous sort of quarter, that's what it's all about in sport, is flushing the bad, flushing the good too, right, Dave? It's always about the next play. It's never about the one, no matter how big or how small it was.
11-yard reception for Keyshawn as the handoff goes to Quali Conley along the right-hand side. Going to get across the 45-yard line by a smidge. It'll be a gain of about 3 on the play as Ottawa was kind of in a run blitz almost.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, right now, the Ottawa Redblacks are doing a fan. Our first key of the game was, listen, this game needs to be controlled on the line of scrimmage by this O-line and Quali Conley. And this defensive front from the Ottawa Redblacks and new defensive coordinator Jeff Reinbold have come to play. They look good up front.
And with that completion to Keyshawn Johnson, we congratulate Trevor Harris, now over 40,000 yards in passing in his CFL career. As Harris in the gun on 2nd and long, calls out the cadence, looking far side, throws it up. It goes incomplete into the Ottawa bench, looking for Johnny Johnson III on that far sideline. Just couldn't connect. It's an incompletion, and out comes Oscar Chapman to punt the ball away.
Chapman, I think, has been having a good year, right? There's obviously you never want to talk about the punter having a great year because that means you're punting a lot. But when he has been out here, his ball placement's been good. He's got a big leg, and again, when you're the Saskatchewan Roughriders and you're looking for guys that are just going to move you forward into the future, I think Chapman's a guy you can build behind on the punt. 47.4
yard average for Oscar Chapman this year as Khalil Pimpleton back to return. High sidewinding kick that Pimpleton has to run onto. There's no blocking in front of him as Jonathan Edouard turns him back, and now he'll get tackled and wrapped up by the long snapper, Mike Benson, after he gets across the 35-yard line. Good punt by Chapman, good return by Pimpleton, and Ottawa will have the ball, leading 6-3 when we come back. 9:20 to go here in the second quarter. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Introducing Gleaner T-Series Combines. These powerful machines leave a lighter footprint, which cuts down your fuel costs and minimizes soil compaction. They're gentler on crops too, allowing you to sell at premium prices. All this spells better yields and better overall harvest performance. That's Gleaner to a T. Get more information about Gleaner T-Series Combines at gleanercombines.com or visit us at Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford.
With wedding season upon us, turn heads in a fresh look from Colin O'Brien. A light sport jacket for a casual outdoor wedding, a classic single breast, or a timeless tuxedo. You'll be ready to mingle with the singles. A style, a fit that looks great and feels better. Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. Find us on Instagram and at colinobrien.com.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, Trevor Harris may want that last pass back. However, he is 5 of 9 for 70 yards on the night. Of course, your stats brought to you by Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers, and Trevor Harris now up over 40,000 yards in his career. So congratulations to Trevor on that. However, I'm sure he'll take little solstice in that statistic, knowing that his team had to punt the ball away to Ottawa, who now have a 3-point lead and maybe a little momentum on their side.
Yeah, again, if you're Saskatchewan, you just got to, on the sideline especially, you just got to be like, look, guys, let's just keep plugging away here, right? Like, things are not bouncing our way. But the good thing is that we're in the right place at the right time, right? Yeah, that penalty against us sucked, but more importantly, we got back there against the kicker when we tried to block it, right? Yeah, you know what? There's been some other things that haven't gone our way. Yeah, we've turned the ball over. We just got to keep plugging away. Eventually, these bad teams crumble if they're not able to capitalize on any momentum to get.
So Ottawa breaks huddle, 1st and 10 from their own 34-yard line with 9:10 to go. Here comes the heat. Mayer sees it, throws it, completes it to Hardy, who breaks 2 tackles, gets across the 50 and 51 of Ottawa. Going to be a big first down and a gain of 17 yards.
Yeah, sometimes as a secondary and a linebacker, you get so focused in on trying to make the big hit that you don't actually make the tackle. I mean, this is a blitz call for the Riders, and Mayer finds the right person. We just don't wrap up, and we got one guy just sort of throwing his body at a receiver. You got to wrap these guys up.
1st and 10 for Ottawa after the yak yards for Pump Jack Cathedral, and a first down for Ottawa. Mayer fakes it to Adeboboye. Now going to throw it out near side. That ball is complete into Rider territory inside the 50, stepping out of bounds at the 47 after a first down was Keelan White, pardon me, it looked like at the end of it, and indeed it was. Yeah, first down.
Our second key of the game was you got to be aggressive. You got to find a way to get Jake Mayer off his spot. This is a good example of where Jake Mayer is at his finest, when he's just allowed to drop back, sit in the pocket, and pick targets. He'll kill you if he's allowed to do that. It's when you get him moving around and thinking quick and having navigate a collapsing pocket, that's where he throws his turnovers.
Up to the 47 of Saskatchewan is Ottawa, 1st and 10. 8:06 to go in the second quarter. 6-3 Redblacks lead. Mayer hands the ball off. Across the 45 and not much more. Maybe a gain of 2 on the play, and that'll be it, as Adeboboye got the carry for the Redblacks.
Desmond Evans does a good job playing from the tackle position here, just sort of coming down the line of scrimmage on a down block. It forces an early cut. And again, the Riders have been doing good up front, forcing those early cuts and getting guys around the football after. They just got to do a little bit more consistently.
Second down and 8. Ottawa number 8 in the CFL in second down conversions, looking for one here in Rider territory. Riders show blitz and they'll drop back into coverage. Mayer feels the pressure, going to scramble out across the 50. Now dumps it. That's complete to White down to the 27-yard line of Saskatchewan. Patience from Mayer paid off, and he found the young Keelan White for a first down.
This is a great job by Jake Mayer. The pocket, this is what we want to do in front of him, is collapse the pocket, but he finds some space on the right side of his offensive line when the pocket collapses, and then as he's running, you see our secondary and linebackers sort of attack the line of scrimmage because they think he's going to take off with it. He does a great job of looking back across the middle and finding an open receiver.
6:48 and counting to go. First and 10 for Ottawa from the Saskatchewan 26. 4 receivers far side of the formation. Mayer, who throws it out that way, complete to Pimpleton. Looking for room, not going to find it. Great job by the Riders on the far side. DeMarcus Fields came up along with Nelson Lacombo to shut that down before it started, and it's going to be a loss of almost 6.
Aiden Eberhardt's got a couple nice catches in this game, but as far as blocking goes, he's coming up short. And you're not playing any physical brand of football here on the edges. These wide receiver screens aren't going to work. DeMarcus Fields walks right through Eberhardt's block and then wraps up the running back.
I'm not sure about this spot, but regardless, it's only a loss of 4 and not 6. Looked to me like he was brought down at the 32. Regardless, it's second and 14 from the 30. Mayer back to pass. 4-man pressure for the Riders. They're going to get there, put a hand on him, but then he dumps it off. It's complete down to the 19-yard line. Still going to be well shy of the first down, however, as coming up with the catch, coming across the middle late. It looked like it was Cade McDonald that had it, and it's going to be 3rd and 4.
I'll tell you
and
what,
Ottawa looked like they're going to go for it.
Yeah, you got 0 wins in the league. You got to go for these, especially, because you know what? Field goals aren't going to beat teams, right? Especially the Riders who can get into the end zone quickly. You're not going to beat them by just kicking field goals all the time.
Olympic RTMs. Turnover possible on a 3rd down gamble for Northern Fireplace Barbecues and Smokers.
I say you blitz it right here, though, Dave.
Mayer in the gun, backfield empties. He's back to pass, pressure comes, throws it, and it's going to be incomplete. Mayer got hit at the end of the play as Devin Adams got to him. And Adams kind of looks around, no penalties, and it's a turnover on downs for Ottawa. Keep in mind, their long snapper went down, and the field goal attempt that was a convert missed earlier. Rider ball, though, when we come back. 5:12 to go in the opening half. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Strong seasons start right here, right now, with the new 2027 equipment lineup from Kloss. Take advantage of the best deals of the season on select 2027 models, including new Lexion combines, Xerion tractors, and Jaguar forage harvesters. Competitive financing, competitive pricing, greater performance. Now through September 30th. Don't miss out because early action pays off. Contact your Kloss dealer to request a quote. Kloss, made for more.
Get a phone for $0. Yep, you heard that right. With SaskTel, you can get a device with no upfront costs and no activation fees. Plus, save $10 a month for 24 months with an eligible wireless plan. $0 devices, 0 stress, 0 reasons not to. Visit a SaskTel store or sastel.com/0. Conditions apply.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
5:12 to go, and a gorgeous night for football here in the Queen City, sitting at 22 degrees. Even better, your share of $245,000 in the 50-50 jackpot for the Saskatchewan Roughriders Foundation. Help support youth programming in our province. Whether you're in the building or not, you can get a ticket anywhere in the province. Riders5050.ca, that's Riders5050.ca for your share of the jackpot that's climbing, already over $245,000. So the Ottawa Redblacks' second turnover of the night is on downs on a 3rd and 2 gamble. They fumbled once, turned it over on downs. The Riders have been picked off once for Trevor Harris. That was interception number 7 on the season, compared to 17 touchdown passes. And right now the Riders are going to take over the ball on their own 20-yard line following the turnover.
Yeah, and again, you're only down 3 points here. Plenty of time. Just got to start rolling, right?
So Harris in the gun. Extra blocker comes in from the Riders as Quali Conley gets the handoff, makes a man miss in the backfield, spins around across the 23, call it the 24-yard line. 2nd and 6 upcoming for the Riders. Looked like CJ Rivas in on the tackle for the Redblacks.
Yeah, critical here that Conley evades the first tackle, and this is kind of where everything opens up for him. He's able to dodge a blitzing linebacker at the line of scrimmage. I mean, he doesn't get a ton of yards, but that could have been a loss. So 2nd and 7, we'll take it.
5 receiver look for Saskatchewan. Ball left-hand hash with 4:36 to go in the second quarter. Harris's 3 receivers to his far side right. Here comes the safety blitz. Harris sees it, throws it, completes it. Keyshawn Johnson up to the 44-yard line for a gain of 21 yards and a first down, Saskatchewan.
Keyshawn Johnson just coming over the middle after running about 10 yards upfield, But more importantly, the blitz here is a good call, but it's late. You've got a linebacker coming up the A gap till Trevor Harris is left, but he times it wrong and he's late, and that's why Harris is able to hit him.
Riders hurry to the line. Harris near side completes it again to Keyshawn Johnson up to the midfield stripe.
There you go.
Looks like he'll have another first down for a gain of almost 11, and indeed he will.
And again, Dave, we mentioned how important Keyshawn Johnson becomes in moving forward with his offense and these injuries at the wide receiver spot. And now it looks like he's getting a little bit of momentum for himself, right? Get him the ball. Let him get comfortable.
Well, he did last time against Ottawa. 9 receptions, 137 yards back July 3rd. On first down, Harris fakes it, throws it, completes it again. It's Keyshawn, and he's got it to the 47 of Ottawa for a gain of 7. It'll be 2nd and 3.
And this is a dart here from Trevor Harris. He had 2 options. One to the outside where I think it was Deshaun Mims was waiting, and then the next receiver inside was Keyshawn, and that's where he goes. Go with the guy that you know the most in that situation, I think.
How about this this heavy set that comes in for the Riders as Tommy Stevens comes into the game on 2nd down and 2 with 3:06 and counting to go. Ottawa late making a change. Riders aren't going to get this ball off before the 3-minute warning, so we'll take a timeout and come back with the conclusion of the opening half in a moment. Ottawa 6, Saskatchewan 3. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you're looking for an efficient, reliable tractor that works as hard as you do, Massey Ferguson has your answer. From row crops to dairy operations, the Massey Ferguson 7S Series is a perfect match for your farm. Don't let another season pass by without the straightforward, dependable equipment you need to succeed. Stop by Ag West in Yorkton and Weyburn today, or visit MasseyFerguson.com to learn more about the Massey Ferguson 7S Series.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com. Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The 3-minute warning brought to you by Brett Young. When it matters most, choose Brett Young Liberty Link and TrueFlex Hybrid Canola Seed. Trusted across Saskatchewan. Visit brettyoung.ca. So the Riders 2nd and 2. From the Redblacks 46-yard line. The Riders have been real good all season long, late in halves, putting up points on the board. And the Riders, by the way, did defer the opening coin toss victory, so they'll have their choice of end zone to defend or receiving a kick to start the third quarter.
One of the other things that you're looking at for the Riders right now, Dave, in this 2nd 2, it's essentially a 2-down situation for them, right? Like you're going for it on 2nd and 2, and you're probably going to go for it on, even if they don't get anything, you're probably still going to go for it on 2nd and 2 with Tommy Stevens in there. Right, he's just so capable of getting those hard yards. Teams haven't really figured it out as yet. But again, it's a tough down in general, a tough formation to play against the QB sneak formation. I mean, I played in the league for 9 years, and right, you're old, like, for a play that happens as much as it does, it's incredibly sort of telling on just how hard it is to stop across the league, with the amount of success these teams have, right?
So 2nd and 2, Tommy Stevens will go in under center. Logan Furland as Thomas Bertrand Houdon moves in motion. And now Stevens goes outside, has a lane to the 40, 35, spun down at the 30-yard line. 16-yard gain for Stone Cold Tommy Stevens.
He gets a fantastic block from number 95, Devin Adams, and I believe it's Thomas Bertrand Houdon as the wing. I want to make sure it's right. No, actually it's not. I'm sorry. It's Devin Adams and it's Caleb Saunders. They collapse the right side of this. They take the tie. Oh, man, this is fantastic execution.
First down for the Riders from the Ottawa 31-yard line. Trevor Harris back into the ball game as the backfield will empty on first down. Harris to pass over the middle, in and out of the arms of Keyshawn Johnson, who had the safety Alonzo Ade coming up quick on him to bat it down.
Yeah, Alonzo Ade's taking a chance here, taking a shot, and it works out for him. He sees this quick sort of in route coming and arrives there right at the same time as Trevor Harris has tried to put it on his receiver to his right inside the numbers. Keyshawn Johnson just not able to haul this one in.
Ball spotted at the 31 for 2nd and 10 Saskatchewan. 2:37 and counting to go in the opening half. Saskatchewan trailing by 3. Harris is in the gun. Quali Conley, the lone back in the backfield. 3 receivers sprint out far side of the formation for Harris. He'll look near side to the corner to Keyshawn Johnson, who's got it out of bounds at the 9-yard line. First down, Saskatchewan. Gets a horrible spot at the 11, but it doesn't matter. It's a first down.
Keyshawn Johnson's in the slot to Trevor Harris's left, and he's going to run a corner route, and then he's going to, instead of heading towards the corner, he's going to cut it towards the sidelines a little bit more at the top of it, and Trevor Harris finds him open. He's got the safety that's not able to hinder the play because of how low Keyshawn Johnson ended up running this corner route. Great football from Trevor Harris here.
Into the Ashdown Furniture and Appliances and Interiors red zone for the Riders. They scrimmage at the 11. They're number 2 in red zone touchdown conversions this year. Harris in the gun, trips formation to the far side. Handoff, Conley has a hole, tries to jump, and then gets taken down around the 7-yard line. Going to be a gain of 4. The Riders can get a first down without scoring with 2:27 to go in the second quarter.
Conley gets a good block initially from number 85, Deshaun Mims, coming in as a bit of an H-back here. But the guy Deshaun Mims blocks initially just sort of pops back up after Mims throws his block and ends up getting a little bit in on Conley. And I would recommend, I know he's had a highlight film jump already, but you don't want to spend too much time jumping.
Yeah, he got hurt doing that, Luke, as he comes off to the sideline. Second down for the Riders. Harris, far side, almost intercepted as he tried, and it is. No, it's not. As Del Duncan Busby was right there and coming up on him real quick, and I don't know that Trevor saw him, was King Ambers. Fortunately for the Riders, the ball will fall incomplete, and Alex Hale will come up for a second field goal attempt.
Fortunately is right, because if the Redblacks are able to hold on to this ball, this is great anticipation here from the defensive back. I believe it's Cuba.
Yeah, it was Shadwell Cuba.
Shadwell Cuba, but man, I'll tell you what, if he catches this, Dave, he's got a touchdown. This is a pick 6. There's nobody back there. But fortunately, he did not catch it, and we're out here kicking a field goal to tie the game.
14-yard attempt coming off the foot of Alex Hale, 1 of 1 from 30 far so far. This is a tough angle as the Riders try to do a little funky stuff with the snap. Can't go ahead and draw Ottawa offside. Instead, the ball sails through. Alex Hale is 2 for 2, and we're tied at 6 with 2:03 to go.
Well, they brought in a new kicker, a young guy from Laurier this week, Dave, and I actually really like the move. I've told Rider Nation and yourself, Dave, a ton of times that I've always believed that kickers need to see their competition consistently in the locker room. So hopefully that competitive sort of edge or fire that all athletes need to strike a career for themselves, hopefully it gets lit under Hale as he continues here with some competition in the locker room from this point on. I love it. I thought it was what they should have done.
So 2:03 to go in the opening half. Ottawa going to take the ball at their 40-yard line. How big is this drive at the end of the half for the Redblacks and the Riders?
Yeah, totally. I mean, right now, if you're the Redblacks, you score a touchdown here. There's plenty of time to go. You're feeling really good about yourself going into the locker room.
So 1st and 10 for the Redblacks. Backfield empties. Mayer back to pass. Looks near side. It's up for Eberhard. He's got it. DeMarcus Fields, though, on his back like a backpack and rides him down to the 46-yard line after a gain of 6.
And Mayer is kind of moving his hand around. This is a great job on a bull rush from Devin Adams. Essentially runs the left guard, Samuel Carson, right into Mayer, I'm surprised he even finished that throw. It's impressive to actually get that off, considering he's got an offensive lineman in his lap. Eberhardt gets 8. It's 2nd and 2.
Ball on the Ottawa 47-yard line. Mayer, the shotgun formation. 5 receivers set for the Redblacks. 3 near side. Mayer back to pass. Looks far side. Doesn't like it. Throws it underneath. Eberhardt will have it at the 51 for a first down. Tight coverage as Josh Woods was right there.
Yeah.
But Eberhardt able to survive contact and make the reception.
Eberhardt gets about a yard over the line of scrimmage and then starts inching his way towards midfield. Or sorry, the line of scrimmage where the tackle is. And he doesn't run into coverage. He kind of just shuffles into some empty space, and Mayer finds him to continue the drive.
It was Edouard in on the tackle, and initial contact cleaned up by Woods. 1st and 10 Ottawa from their own 51 with the 1:22 to go. Mayer looks near side up for Pimpleton, and it's almost picked off, but it's out of bounds and incomplete as Edouard tried to step in front of Pimpleton, and the football couldn't come up with it, but nor did Pimpleton. Incomplete.
Yeah, this was a ball that either Pimpleton was going to catch or they were going to move on to the 2nd down. It's a tremendous effort by both players. Edouard, if he has about 2 more inches of vertical to him, he might intercept this football, but Pimpleton does everything he can to keep it in bounds. Doesn't work out. 2nd and 10. And by the way, Dave, there's 1:17 left on the clock. You know, if you're able to block a kick, right?
Yeah.
Or you're able to get a good return, if you can keep the Redblacks from converting this 2nd down, you got a lot of time left on the clock.
Well, sorry, go ahead, Luke.
No, that's only if you're able to either block a kick or get a good return out of it, right? I think that if you don't get a good return and end up getting the Redblacks to kick it, you probably just take it into the locker room after a couple plays to move the sticks.
Here's 2 factors to consider. One, Khalil Pimpleton is down. Looking at his hand right now is the medical staff for the Redblacks. Of course, WorkSafe Saskatchewan brings you injury breaks, but the other consideration, Luke, the long snapper for the Ottawa Redblacks is out of this game.
Yeah.
How badly do you want to risk a punt in your own territory at this point if you were still going to be 3rd and 10, say the Riders get the stop?
You know, and I see that. You've got Anthony Gosselin. He's played long snapper before. Like, it's not like he doesn't have experience. But I completely agree with you. Like, you're running the risk, right?
So Ottawa will break huddle after Pimpleton sprinted off the field. It's 2nd and 10 from their own 51, a minute 17 to go. Mayer back to pass, 4-man pressure, loads it up, looking deep. It's up. Marcus Sales gets a hand on it but can't haul it in. But there's flags down as he was in a battle along the sidelines and kind of got ran into by the receiver, Cade McDonald. And now we're going to wait and see who this is against.
Yeah, I think this is going to be 3rd down for the Redblacks. I think the Rider is going to go against the Redblacks, and the Riders are going to decline it.
So maybe
there's no flag on the field. The result of the play is 3rd down.
Okay, so they didn't get it either way.
So don't call offensive pass interference or illegal contact on the receiver.
Well, a couple of things there, though, Dave. Now that we've seen that incomplete, the clock is stopped again.
Yes.
Right? So there's 1:11. You're going to get this ball with 1:11. You get a good return. And by the way, you're looking at Daniel Weeb, who's like a Redblacks killer. Right? Like he ran a punt in for a touchdown against the Redblacks earlier on in the season. He gets a good return. You got a ton of ton of time left on the clock.
So Getman, low snap, picks it up off the carpet and then going to put it out of bounds at the Rider 27-yard line in front of Daniel Weeb. So there's the snap that we were going to watch and see, and it was very low. He did well to pick it up and get it away, and now the Riders will have a minute 4 to work with the ball going to be spotted at their own 29. And again, Trevor Harris and the crew will jog back out onto the field. Harris 9 of 15 for 130 yards. Conversely, Jake Mayer having a pretty decent first half. He's had a pretty decent season.
Yeah, Mayer's played well.
Being on an 0-17.
Yeah, you're just on a terrible team. Here we're going to find out a lot about what the Riders think of this last minute. If they run the football here just sort of between the tackles, they're running the clock out. If they don't, or they get a big run, it'll be a different story.
Ottawa on a 3-4 as Harris back to pass on first down. Near side, wide open. Keyshawn Johnson couldn't keep his feet in bounds as he steps out at the 51 after a gain of 22 yards for Keyshawn Johnson and 59 seconds left.
Happens to the left side, just in front of Amari Henderson, who's backpedaling and giving way too much space to Johnson if he's in man coverage. But there you go. So now you see the Riders, they have 59 seconds left on the clock. This is actually really good field position. Problem is, Dave, is we got to remind everybody we've been struggling from outside the 40 in terms of the field goals, so you got to think they got a little bit closer. They need to get a little bit closer.
I think you really needed to remind anybody. First and 10 for the Riders at their 51. Ottawa shows blitz. They bring it. Harris going to pull it down, go for a jog. T-Mobile puts his head down as there's flags deep in the secondary for Ottawa as Harris is going to be wrapped up and brought down, but we wait to see what the penalty is.
Well, first of all, Trevor Harris needs to slide. I'm not sure what a 41-year-old quarterback is going head first into the pile. I'm not sure if anybody wants to see that. We got Jeremy
Scramble, legal contact on the receiver, Ottawa number 20. This is a 10-yard penalty, makes it a first down for Saskatchewan.
Jeremy O'Day's actually joined the coaching staff in the booth. I think it's because Carl Carson's probably traveling. But I'll tell you, nobody in that coach's booth next to us wants to see Trevor Harris running and diving headfirst into a pile.
And who does he go and dive into? His old teammate, A.J. Allen.
Yeah.
First and 10, Saskatchewan following the penalty. Now at the 49 of Ottawa. 53 seconds to go in the half. 5 receivers set. Ottawa going to rush 5. Harris sees it, throws it, dropped it. Keyshawn Johnson had it up at the 33, but it falls incomplete.
And things are about to get difficult here. Keyshawn Johnson catches this. And again, he's really struggling over the middle, Dave. He's fine towards the sideline, but for some reason, just those balls over the middle, there's nobody around him either. This is just a flat-out drop.
Amari Henderson was a couple of yards behind you, right?
Amari Henderson's just sort of in cruise control out there in coverage.
So second and 10 for the Riders at the Ottawa 49. 5 receivers set Saskatchewan, 3 near side, 4 down linemen for Ottawa. Here comes a 5th. Harris sees it, throws it, going to be up across the 39, completed to Johnny Johnson the third. That'll be close to the first down with 44 seconds left.
Yeah, so the time is going to start as soon as the referee blows his whistle. The referee's marked it short, or at least that's what it looks like so far. So this will either be they're going to move the sticks at the end of the day. So the Riders are already up to the line of scrimmage, which is good. Shows urgency, right?
So first and 10, Saskatchewan ball at the 39 of Ottawa. Harris,
I love this,
screaming out the play call to his receivers as the Riders are lined up. 4 down linemen for Ottawa. Harris back to pass, looking, finds Del Duncan. Busby tries to extend, can't, as he'll be brought down at about the 33 after a gain of 6.
Yeah, Del Duncan Busby has had a very good season for the Saskatchewan Roughriders so far. He scored his first touchdown of the year against the Redblacks, so you know he likes playing against Ottawa. 32 seconds left. Plenty of time, Dave.
Ball is spotted. Clock is counting. Harris in the gun. 3 receivers far side. Ottawa with 4 down linemen. Once again, they drop back into coverage. Harris looks for the double move. Over the middle. Has a man. It's complete down inside the 15 to the 14-yard line. Johnny Johnson the third. Big first down, Saskatchewan. 20 seconds to go.
This is a great job by Harris moving off his intended target. He wants to go upfield to Del Duncan Busby on the left. Sees it's covered and immediately goes back over the middle. It's a great job working through progressions.
First down to the 14. Harris to pass again. Near side flat. Keyshawn's got it. And he'll get down to the 5-yard line with 13 seconds to go.
Yeah, and I think they're going to move the sticks here and give him a first and goal. Maybe not. Maybe they're going to keep him short. But I'll tell you what, you got 13 seconds. That's a world of time in this part of the field.
Offense in the gun, ready to snap it again. Ottawa have got 5 along the line. Here comes the blitz. Harris, end zone, touchdown, Riders! Keyshawn Johnson hauls in his 6th touchdown reception of the season, and the Riders put a score on the board with 7 seconds to go in the second quarter.
Ottawa's caught low. They've got no safety over the top because of their coverage responsibilities. So what it does is put Keyshawn Johnson in a one-on-one situation with, I think it's Deontay Ruffin, and he beats him easily on the inside with a little outside juke and comes back inside. Because the safety's traveled over to the other side of the field, there's nobody back there once he wins his one-on-one, and that's cake for number 3, Riders. Touchdown.
5-yard touchdown for the Riders as Alex Hale comes on to attempt the point after. Hush falls over the Mosaic crowd. Clean snap from Benson. Chapman's hold is good, and so is the point after. Riders lead 13-6 with 7 seconds to go as we take a look at your scoring drive. Brought to you by Nelson GM in Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find the right vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for nearly 70 years. Visit nelsongm.ca today. The Riders on that drive started back in their own territory at the 29-yard line. They moved the ball 71 yards in 8 plays and are able to put the score on the board, as that really only took approximately, and again, the CFL stats a little bit wonky here, but to me it shows that took 56 seconds for the Riders to move the 71 yards to pay dirt as they take a 13-6 lead.
Well, it was all going to be predicated on what happened in the first play down here, right? And the first play was a long first down to Keyshawn Johnson down near the sidelines. And that really sort of told the intent of the Riders as they then continued to pick away at the Redblacks defense. And I think that Ottawa was trying to just get into the locker room at half tied, and now they go into the locker room and they're down an entire touchdown here. And that's probably right. I think that if they don't make some adjustments and the Riders come out there motivated, I think in the third quarter, very early on, Dave, you've got a chance for the Riders to just pull away quickly.
So Alex Hale's got the ball teed up at the 30. Just going to take a couple of steps and then squib it towards Daniel Adeboboye, who returns it from his 19 for Ottawa. Up across the 30, 35, 40. Going to be strung out there by Nick Weeb, then get some help from his friends as the ball goes just across the 40 near the 45. But that'll do it for the opening half on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Saskatchewan 13, Ottawa 6. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan at qualitytire.ca. Hang on, Rider Nation. We're going back down to field level for the YAC Auctions halftime report with Teagan Witko and Wes Cates. That's on board next. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Winter shop schedules fill up fast. That's why now is the time to pre-book your WinterWorks AG equipment inspection at Redhead Equipment. Book before December 31st and receive 10% off labor. Want to save even more? Book and prepay by October 31st to receive an extra 10% off labor. It's a smart way to save money, avoid the spring rush, and ensure your equipment is field ready when the season begins. Book today by calling your local Redhead Equipment or find a location near you at redheadequipment.ca. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
104.9 The Wolf is Regina's rock station and home of Chad and Evan in the morning.
One of the things I love most about the Saskatchewan Roughriders, how family friendly it is. Game days at the games and listening to the broadcast on CKRM.
And standing in line for 20 minutes for mini donuts.
Oh yeah, well, see, when you're standing, it burns the calories that you're going to eat.
Streaming at thewolfrocks.com. 30 minutes are in the books. It's time to get the story behind the score. It's the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report. Here's Teagan Witko and Wes Cates.
We join you live from field level now as the Saskatchewan Roughriders are now up 13-6 over the Ottawa Redblacks. This is the YAC Auctions halftime report. Of course, for YAC Auctions, your legacy deserves a crowd. Just like a home game, sell it right with YAC Auctions. Let's talk about how we got to this score through the first half of this football game with your halftime rewind, which is brought to you by Quality Tire. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca.
Get this one underway. Hale approaches, steps into the ball, and his high end-over-end kick. The former Rider quarterback is in the gun on first down. He'll hand it off, tackled right away. Oh my, Jameer Thurman almost took the handoff from the quarterback. He got to Greg Bell that quick. Clean snap, good hold. The kick from Hale is up, splits the uprights. The Riders are up. Riders get an opportunity to get the ball. It's loose, still on the carpet. Khalil Pimpleton couldn't find it. The Riders do. They pick it up and are bringing it back the other way. Pimpleton mistimed his run behind the offensive line. The snap hit him in the thigh, and the Riders' Antoine Brooks Jr. scoops it up. Turnover possible on a third down gamble. Mayer in the gun, backfield empties. He's back to pass. Pressure comes, throws it, and it's going to be incomplete. Can't go ahead and draw Ottawa offside. Instead, the ball sails through. Alex Hale is 2 for 2, and we're tied at 6. Offense in the gun, ready to snap it again. Ottawa have got 5 along the line. Here comes the blitz. Harris, end zone, touchdown, Riders! Keyshawn John Johnson hauls in his 6th touchdown reception of the season, and the Riders put a score on the board with 7 seconds to go in the second quarter.
And that, of course, is how we got to this result right now. Saskatchewan up 13-6 over the Ottawa Redblacks, and that was your halftime rewind, thanks to Quality Tire. Now, we are going to take a quick break here, Wes. We're going to come back, some instant analysis, stats of the game, and maybe some adjustments we want to see from the Riders in the second half. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey, my name is Samantha. I work as an assembly technician for Ford of Canada. What I love about working at Ford is knowing I'm part of something I'm proud to stand behind. And when Ford does something like employee pricing, it makes me even prouder to work here. And that means you pay what I pay.
Ford employee pricing is on now. On select 2026 F-150 models, get over $13,600 in total price adjustments. Visit your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
Where was I when I won the lottery?
I was watching TV.
I was on a road trip.
I was on a tractor.
In my dad's shop.
On the job site.
I was in the delivery room. I was on a trail ride with my horse.
Stars Lottery. When lives are saved, we all win. Your ticket supports critical care anywhere and gives you a chance to win over $4 million in prizes. Get yours today at starslottery.ca. License LR 260008. Saskatchewan only. 18+. Please play responsibly.
In football, every player has to be productive. On your farm, every acre does too. That's why growers trust Salford, from I-Series and Halo tillage tools that manage soil and residue to spinner spreaders and the 90-foot AB 640 air boom applicator, built to cover more acres in less time. Whatever this fall throws your way, Salford has the equipment to increase your productivity. Visit your local Salford dealer today. Salford, field your best. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at any Mazer Group location.
Get a phone for $0. Yep, you heard that right. With SaskTel, you can get a device with no upfront costs and no activation fees. Plus, save $10 a month for 24 months with an eligible wireless plan. $0 devices, zero stress, zero reasons not to. Visit a SaskTel store or sastel.com/0. Conditions apply.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres booked before September 15th.
Taking a deep look at the game with instant insight and analysis. Watch our analysts live at sportscage.com. This is the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome back to Field Level. Teagan Witko, Wes Cates with you. YAC Auctions Halftime Report is for YAC Auctions. Your legacy deserves a crowd just like a home game. Sell it right with YAC Auctions. Saskatchewan up 13-6 through the first half of this football game. So let's dive right into it. Your initial thoughts here, Wes?
Yeah, it's definitely been a rough game. I mean, obviously we've got two teams that are, one is riddled with injuries and the other one is struggling as far as getting the wins and just having production on offense. Both defenses have been playing great. No rushing game to speak of for either side of the ball, but both quarterbacks are playing pretty well. Jake Mayer did come out, have 160-plus yards passing, no interceptions. Trevor Harris is up at 200 yards, so he's on pace to break 400. Does have a touchdown to Keyshawn Johnson and 1 pick. But Keyshawn Johnson, it's been all Keyshawn Johnson. He's at 8 catches for over 100 yards, has the touchdown, does have 1 drop. The other receivers are getting in on the action, but only 1 or 2 catches for about 20 to 30 yards for each of the support receivers, we'll say, in this game. So it's basically been Trevor Harris and Keyshawn Johnson against the Redblacks, and then Jake Mayer's been finding his way to make it interesting, but it's still looking like the Riders are handling business. They got that big score at the end of the half to kind of put some distance, but Ottawa has been making it a game.
They've absolutely been making it a game. I mean, only a score separates the two at this point. Now, when we look at the stats there, it is brought to you by Saskatchewan Highway Hotline, by the way. Make sure that you check road conditions on the app before you head to the game. So we got to talk about it at least a little bit. I know it's going to be coming up on the post-game call-in show here. The unnecessary roughness call on the long snapper for the Ottawa Redblacks. What did you see? Do you think the refs got it right?
Well, I mean, there was a guy that went off the field because he was pretty banged up, so I'm guessing that there was maybe a little bit of unnecessary contact with that play. I didn't really get a good view of the replay, so I can't really say for sure, but I'm imagining that, yes, it was the correct call based on the delay and the fact that the player needed some help off the field. Just go ahead and ride with the refs on this one today.
That's fair. We can always go back and look at the game tape, of course, because we always stream at 620 or at sportscage.com as well as on our YouTube channel. So, Wes, as we look at the second half of this game, what adjustments do you think the Riders need to make?
Yeah, I think the Riders need to go ahead and just maybe send a little more pressure at Jake Mayer. He was looking like he was just getting a little too comfortable. He actually scrambled around and made some plays down the field, which is not necessarily characteristic of his game. So I think giving him a little bit too much time in the pocket, haven't gotten him on the ground yet, so no sacks for the Riders defense. So I think just crank up the pressure, make sure to get to him, make it a little harder for the Redblacks to sustain drives. I think the biggest reason why they stayed in the game was because they were able to kind of eat up some clock, sustain drives. But the Riders look like the better team, obviously, but they haven't done a ton. Maybe get the ground game going a little bit so the Riders can kind of possess the ball, see if Quali Connolly can have another breakout game, or I should say have another good game after his breakout performance last week.
And I will also just add Trevor Harris deep into that second quarter there. He hit the turf. He went down. He didn't slide. I heard Luc Mullinder upstairs a little bit frustrated about that. Did not slide. Hit the ground. Everybody went up to him looking like he was broken. No, he's totally fine. But you could hear a pin drop in here, Wes.
Yeah, he's a competitor. He's a tough guy. So I think he's going to. He wants to smoke, but everybody else in the stadium is like, "Calm down, Trevor. We know you're you're getting up there in age, a little long in the tooth. You might not be able to handle the hits like you think you can. So go ahead and let's relax, get it into the playmakers' hands, let them do the heavy lifting. You just sit back in the pocket and get it out of your hands as quick as possible."
We'll see what the second half has in store for us here as the Saskatchewan Roughriders are up 13-6 over the Ottawa Redblacks. As the players are slowly starting to make their way back out onto the field, and our guy Bud Edgar is wrapping up his performance here on the field as well. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey, it's Dig Safe Doug. Well, it's that time of year again. Let's get to work tackling that backyard project or breaking ground on your construction site. But listen, before you start, there's a few things you gotta know. Get those utility lines located. Before you dig, take a minute to expose the utility lines if you're working near them. Don't take shortcuts and take your time. Hitting a line could cost more than a fine. Request a free line locate at digsafesask.com.
It's late, the day is done, but you still need that part for your AGCO equipment. Good news, Nick Service now brings the parts department to your fingertips with their new e-commerce site online parts platform, Genuine AGCO Parts on Demand. You can search fast, check in-stock items anytime, and see accurate pricing in seconds. No waiting, no guessing, just Genuine AGCO Parts available when you need it. Easy, fast, stress-free. Nick Service puts the parts counter in your pocket. Order anytime at nickservice.com.
Play 92, number 1 for throwbacks.
Please don't stop the music. It's gonna be me.
And home of Mark and and Jess in the morning.
Going to Rider games are the best, man. With friends, family members, you make such great memories that you take with you for your entire life. Some more vivid than others. Others maybe a little bit blurry.
Mark and Jess wake you up 6 to 10 weekday mornings. Number 1 for throwbacks all day. Stream at play92.ca.
I'm Jared Clark, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Regina Wallshakers. Thousands of Saskatchewan people have expressed concerns about AI data centers near Saskatoon, near Regina, and in Moose Jaw. Saskatchewan NDP MLAs are listening. We believe in honesty and transparency. You should get to see the full assessment of the impact of these centers on power rates, on the environment, and on our economy. Frankly, you deserve a say in the future of your community. You can contact me at 306-352-8754.
Hi, my name is Samuel Emilis, receiver for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. At Capital Auto Group, it's all about being part of something strong, just like Rider Nation. With 5 dealership and collision center in Regina, Capital GMC Buick Cadillac, Capital Ford Lincoln, Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Mercedes-Benz Regina, Titan Automotive, and Universal Collision Center, you've got a full team ready to help you out. We're proud to stand with Rider Nation. We drive Rider Nation.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
104.9 The Wolf is Regina's rock station and home of Chad and Evan in the morning.
Chad, have you ever worn a watermelon to a game?
I haven't, no.
Really?
No.
You haven't lived. I never did it in Regina, but I've done it in Edmonton. And I got picked on.
Is it just as sticky there as it is here?
Way stickier, because people throw beer at you.
No, don't. Streaming at thewolfrocks.com.
It's time for third quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Co-operators Rider Broadcast Network.
We are back in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, great job. Teagan Witko and Wes Cates down on the sidelines at halftime, breaking down this 13-6 lead for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. After the first quarter, I said the Riders might be wondering what might have been. What was is that they've got a 7-point lead. Your thoughts?
Yeah, you're back in the driver's seat. Now what you need to do is just establish the line of scrimmage, continue pressing the run with Quali Conley. I had a visit with Brad Sinopoli, who does the color commentary when the Redblacks are on the road. And he told me that, you know, he didn't like the fact that the Redblacks weren't leaning on the run. He didn't feel like that they were able to get anything going on the ground. I agreed with them there, but I also said I thought that the Redblacks were doing good against our run. So let's see if the Riders can start establishing more of a little bit of a physical approach up front. And I know that I always go back to that, right, for our listeners and stuff like that, but it's truly where the game is won and lost, in the trenches. And I think that that's why, you know, when you have so many new players in and out, right, like I'm thrilled that they started leaning on Keyshawn Johnson a little bit more to end that half, right? But yeah, when you got all these new guys, right, let's make it simple for yourself and run the football and establish yourself as the physically dominant opponent. Team.
Well, I'll elaborate on that thought on the running game in a moment. First, though, we get set for the second half kickoff for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and QualityTire.ca. The Riders, who won the coin toss, have elected to receive. So, back to kick it off is Noah Getman, and the third quarter is underway as Johnny Johnson III will take it at his 9-yard line, far numbers on the far side of the field. Tries to make a man miss. His flags come down late. He takes a big hit at the end of the play. The collision ended up at the Riders' 26-yard line, and that's where Trevor Harris and the offense will jog on, likely an illegal block, however, coming.
You know, we also talked about, with Brad Sinopoli, we also talked about just sort of what he thought was the type of season Jake Mayer was having. And he's like me. I think he thinks that Jake's having a great season. He says that they just haven't been able to establish the run in Ottawa, which has really made it hard. He said I think he's just alluding to the fact that they spent far too much time in Ottawa in 2nd and 7+.
So in the Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers stat look, Trevor Harris 15 of 22 in the opening half for 201 yards, a touchdown and an interception. And after the penalty, the Riders are going to start all the way back at their 9-yard line for their first possession here of the second half. Riders are going to break huddle, send 5 receivers out with 4 now moving to the far side of the formation. That's where Harris is going to throw. It's complete out across the 10, diving ahead near the 15-yard line. Not going to get a great spot, though. Spotted at about the 13-yard line to Johnny Johnson III.
You motion it into a 4-by-1 set to Trevor Harris's right. So 4 receivers to the right side, you run a screen. Unfortunately here, we just don't get enough of a block on the initial 2 red-black defenders that we're going to try to come and make this tackle. So you're caught in a 2nd and 6 situation here at the 12-yard line.
The safety Alonzo Adai came up to make the play as he's had a terrific night in the absence of Niles Morgan, who of course led the team in tackles. 5-man pressure for Ottawa, 2nd down. Harris steps up, throws it, in and out of the arms of the receiver as Deshaun Mims had his mitts on it in first down territory at the 20. Instead, it's a 2-and-out for the Riders, who send out Oscar Chapman and the punt team.
Yeah, I think it was just a really good job by coming down and forming up a tackle by Lucas Cormier, the weak side linebacker for the Ottawa Redblacks. And again, though, Trevor Harris puts this right in the hands of Mims, another receiver coming across the middle that isn't able to catch the ball. We're having great success towards the sidelines, right, and especially on the slants in the end zone when there's no safeties. But for some reason, coming over that middle right now is a problem for the Riders.
So the Riders, Oscar Chapman stands a couple of yards deep in his end zone to punt this one away to Ottawa. 13:44 and counting to go in the third quarter, as now a time count violation is going to be called against Oscar Chapman, who extends his arms. And I'm not sure they're going to come in and talk about
clear
this.
The clock is at 0 on this side, so
I see 3 zeros everywhere on the scoreboard and the clock. And right now, referee Ben Major is actually talking with the CFL Replay Center. I can hear the B&A text line already at 306-936-6262 saying, why didn't he do that when there was that unnecessary roughness call?
It was our mistake. We took too long to get a new football in. We'll replay it down with a 20-second clock.
So the referees say, look, that's our fault. We were loafing.
That's the way to be accountable, right there. So Chapman will get another opportunity, a couple of yards deep in his end zone. Clean snap, but Ottawa put the pressure on. Khalil Pimpleton up to return to the Riders' 50 already. 45, jumps into the arms of Nick Weeb at the 42. Excellent field position, though, for the Ottawa Redblacks, as a couple of Riders collided at the end of the play, and both are down and shaken up.
Got Nick Weeb, and I believe it's also Edouard. So Edouard obviously is a guy they're going to need to play this defensive snap, and doesn't look like he's going to. Oh, he's slow to get up. Looks like he's recovering here. Oh, but Dave, I think you mentioned it right then is when you said Redblacks at the 50 already. Like, that was fantastic field position. It was a great win for them to hold the Riders to a kick in their end zone there, taking advantage of the initial penalty. But now to start this drive in the Riders side of the field, I mean, that's a good opportunity as any, Dave, to get some significant points on the board.
So they say Benoit Marion made the tackle, 93, not 43. It was Nick Weeb tied up with Jonathan Edouard, and Edouard has been banished to the sidelines for 3 plays. So the Riders' secondary that's already beat up has to make an adjustment. Marcus Sales moves to the half. The rookie Malcolm Bell on the corner, and that's where Jake Mayer looks on first down. Loads it up, fires it. It's complete in between the Riders' zone coverage, and a first down as Antoine Brooks makes the play on Justin Hardy, who gets it down inside the 20 near the 18.
This is a fantastic throw by Mayer in all sorts of traffic. There's 4 jerseys around this football. Mayer also wanted to test Malcolm Bell deep, and you can tell Malcolm was playing sort of that cover 2 look where you use the sideline as a second defender to double team the receiver that's lined up over top. So he came back over the middle. Great first down throw.
1st and 10 Ottawa at the Riders' 18 now. Mayer in the gun, back to pass, has time. Pocket collapses, swings it out, and it's incomplete. Tried to hit Greg Bell, escaping the backfield, but it falls incomplete. It'll be 2nd down.
Yeah, so this is a good job. You only have 4 Rough Riders rushing the passer here, and we get to him in the middle, and Mayer's probably got to make a little bit of a panic dump off here to Bell, and they can't connect. 2nd and 10.
Ashdown Furniture, Appliances, and Interior red zone enacted by Ottawa as they're at the 18 of Saskatchewan. 12:45 and counting to go in the third quarter. Saskatchewan in front by 7. Mayer in the gun, 3 receivers near side. Riders load up the line. Lots of early movement, and Ottawa's going to be penalized for jumping the gun on that. Julian Pearl, the right tackle, jumped. The rookie from Illinois couldn't hold the 6'6", 312 frame back.
The Ottawa receiver in the slot was also 6 yards offside. So
you're saying I'm
offside? Ottawa on 7.
Oh, there you go.
5-yard penalty. It's still second
Luke
down.
standing up for the linemen everywhere.
Yeah, I get emotional about our offensive and defensive fronts here, Dave.
It's a fraternity.
Yeah, Aiden Everhart was at least 6 yards offside.
2nd and 15 now for Ottawa. Ball backed up to the 23-yard line with 12.5 and counting to go in the third quarter. 5 receivers set for Mayer. He's in the gun. He's got Bell standing to his left. Backfield empties as Mayer's back to pass. 4-man pressure. Mayer loads it up to the goal line and touchdown. Ottawa extends the ball and breaks the play, and it came loose after the fact as the Riders tried to jump on it, but it's a touchdown reception for Ottawa as Eberhardt will make up for his offside to haul in the reception and his 3rd touchdown catch of the year. And pardon me, that's not Eberhardt, that's Justin Hardy for his 4th.
I'll tell you what, Dave, this is almost an impossible touchdown to make just because of where all of the Riders are playing. We've got the linebackers and the secondary essentially protecting the 5-yard box and the end zone, and Mayer puts it right in the middle of everybody to Hardy on his left side, right between the numbers and the hashes. And Hardy does a great job just trying to reach over and get across the line of scrimmage with the football. It's fantastic execution, and Ottawa off to a great start here.
And are going to go for 2 to try to take the lead as the replay center is looking to see whether indeed or not he crossed the plane. It looked pretty academic, and the replay center confirms the score. So Ottawa will go for 2 on their initial possession of the second half after holding the Riders to a 2-and-out. So ball placed on the 3 left-hand hash for Jake Mayer and the Redblacks. Looking to jump in front. As it stands now, they trail by 1. 3 receivers far side of the formation. Mayer back to pass. Looks far side. It's up corner of the end zone, and it's caught for the 2-point convert. Nice play there. Khalil Pimpleton in front of Marcus Sales. Yeah. And the Redblacks jump out in front 14-13 with 11:56 to go in the third quarter. We'll take a break and come back with more from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
During harvest, efficiency is everything. A grain cart ensures the combine keeps moving and shortens the required harvest window. Trust the Brent Avalanche Dual Auger Grain Cart from Unverfirth Manufacturing. They have the largest capacity, up to 3,150 bushels. Supporting these world-class carts is your choice of tires or tracks. Unloading up to 1,000 bushels a minute gets harvest done in a hurry. Check out the Brent Avalanche 98 Series grain carts at youngs.ca today.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, the Ottawa Redblacks capitalize on field position to start the second half as they go ahead and put together a 4-play, 48-yard drive for a major score that completed with a 23-yard toss from Jake Mayer to Justin Hardy. For Jake, that is his 9th touchdown pass of the year, Justin Hardy's 4th touchdown reception. Ottawa moves back in front by a point. It's 14-13 with 11:56 to go here in the third quarter. So not the way the Riders wanted the second half to start, not only with poor field position after a penalty on the kickoff, but also with a 2-and-out that followed. So the Redblacks will put the ball up on the tee with Noah Getman ready to kick this one off. Thomas Bertrand-Houdin and Johnny Johnson III await back inside their 10-yard line. Getman's arm in the air. And now we'll receive the okay from Ben Major to mark off his approach, which he will back at the 20-yard line. And away we go with the Riders to get the ball for the second time. As Getman's kick is an end-over-ender that Johnson will have to jump up on. He'll get it at the 8. Starts out to his right, far side numbers, following Thomas Bertrand-Houdan. Gets across the 30, 35, up near the 40-yard line. Good return there for Johnny Johnson III. And the Rider offense will have good starting field position for their second drive of this second half.
You said it, Dave. Sorry, I'm just breaking the booth here while you do your job, as I do my best to break this expensive monitor we've got in the booth. There's bright cleats, and then there's the LED neon cleats that Del Duncan Busby is wearing, and I cannot take my eyes off them.
And Johnny Johnson III.
Johnny Johnson III, they're both wearing them. It's like they both shop at Nike.
And they both come to the near side of the formation as the Riders start out 1st and 10 from their 41. Ottawa looks to send pressure. Harris reads it. Going to be caught from behind, though. Held onto it too long as the Redblacks were able to get there and get the sack. As getting home to make the play was Bryce Carter for his second sack of the season.
Well, Bryce Carter is going to beat Peyton Collins, and that doesn't happen a lot, by the way. But here's actually where the problem happens. The problem happens because, he actually beats Darius Bell, who's in there as a tight end. The problem happens because the way this play is formatted, it just takes a little bit too long. You've got an RPO look, right? So you've got a fake handoff, and then you've got receivers that are running deeper routes. So if you're not able to protect your quarterback, on those deeper throws, obviously, I know I'm being Captain Obvious here, but the result is what you see there, which was eventually a sack. But it's just a play that was designed that just needed a longer amount of protection than was afforded, obviously, there.
So Bryce Carter, the 4-year pro out of James Madison, is on the turf after making the sack. They're checking out his lower body and lower leg right now. This injury break for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. A strong Saskatchewan is a safe Saskatchewan. As we're going to take a break, Riders will have it 2nd and 14 when we come back. 11:16 to go in the third quarter. 14-13, Ottawa leads. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Introducing the new Massey Ferguson 1M Series Compact Tractor. Built for long work days and demanding jobs, it combines rugged durability with unbeatable comfort. Experience a deluxe cab, air-suspended seats, and advanced lighting that will keep you going longer. From snow removal to landscaping, the 1M Series powers through any task with ease. Learn more at masseyferguson.com or visit Owens & Schweitzer in Eston.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres booked before September 15th.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
$250,000? Check that. $316,000. Now the jackpot and the all-new Rider Foundation 50-50. You got your ticket and a strategy.
Yeah, I got a strategy now. So Rider Nation, I've been contributing to this 50-50 since its inception. Last home game, Dave, my strategy was to not buy a ticket.
Okay.
Break the chain of bad luck. Buy a ticket this week, and now I'm going to win and break even over my lifetime.
If you want to take Luke's money, go to riders5050.ca. That's riders5050.ca. 11:16 to go here in the third quarter. Loss of 4 on the quarterback sack, so it's 2nd and 14 Saskatchewan. 4 receivers come to the near side for Trevor Harris. He's back to pass. Going to throw it over the middle. Whoa. And what a catch.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. In traffic, hauling it in. Deshaun Mims in first down territory.
Yeah, much better protection here on a longer developing play. And just Harris is afforded the time to wait till Deshaun Mims runs upfield and then starts working his way back towards Harris. Harris throws a strike, and we got a first down.
Riders hustle to the line, so it can't be challenged. Hand the ball off. Thomas Bertrand-Houdan puts the shoulder pads down into Ottawa territory inside the 50 near the 47-yard line for a gain of about 5.
You got big Peyton Collins. You got Eric Anderson in there that's starting left guard, throwing a great block, knocking one of the defensive tackles about 4 yards off the line of scrimmage, and that's where TBH is going. So they get 5 yards, 2nd and 5.
Riders have Harris in the gun. 4 down linemen for Ottawa. Harris back to pass. Looking, doesn't see anything. Going to pull it and take off. Takes the slide down to the 37-yard line, and T-Mobile gets the first down.
And it's a first down slide that is not a head first dive. The entire coaching booth up here is now happy. Look at T-Mobile, man. Number 7, he's 100 years old, just out there with his walker getting the first down. That's motivating.
Riders hurry up. 39-yard line of Ottawa for 1st and 10. 4 receivers far side. Harris looks, has a man. That's complete far sideline. Who else? Keyshawn Johnson hauls it in down around the 23-yard line for another. Cooperator Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services first down.
I like this play. Keyshawn Johnson, the innermost receiver in a wide kind of bunch formation, and he just sort of sneaks over to the sideline where the first down marker is as the receivers in front of him will run deep routes. It takes the safeties and DBs, and they get a first.
Hand off to Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. First down from the Ottawa 23. He gets inside the 20 near the 18 for a gain of almost 5. As you got to wonder if Quali Conley, who was shaken up late in that first half, whether or not he's come out yet. I haven't seen him on the field.
I haven't seen Quali.
He's on the sideline, though, standing beside running back coach Andrew Harris.
Oh, there, you're right. There's the number 24 right there. TBH, good job. I mean, he's just a hard runner, right? 5 yards easy.
2nd and 5, Saskatchewan. Here comes 5-man pressure from Ottawa. Thrown far side. That's complete. 5, 4, 3, 2. Touchdown! Riders! Hopping into the end zone for his first career CFL touchdown. It's the Jet, Dylan Jeté.
Finally, a receiver catches it over the middle, Dave. You got Dylan Jeté just sort of working his way in. Trevor Harris snaps the ball. And Jeté just comes from his wide side position, breaks 1 tackle from the Redblacks as he catches this ball, and then he's cleared for passage to the end zone. That's great execution, and congratulations to Jeté. Welcome to the league.
Dylan Jeté.
Oh, do you have to say it fancy like that?
Yep.
Jeté.
Jeté, the 2nd round draft pick.
Jeté. It's like Dijon mustard.
18-yard touchdown reception
Jeté
for Dylan. As the Riders are going for 2. They'll spot the ball on the right-hand hash. At the moment, the Riders have a 5-point lead.
Flying on a private Jeté.
Harris in the gun, 5 receivers set. Harris looks near side, loads it up, fires it, corners it, touchdown! Yeah, add the 2. It's Keyshawn Johnson again. He just keeps running that route. A little out to the sideline, and Trevor Harris keeps laying it in there.
This time he's matched up on Amari Henderson again, and again, it's just out route to the sideline. No safety, no help, low. So it's just Amari Henderson isolated in coverage, and we are up 7.
21-14, the Riders with the lead. 8:33 to go in the 3rd quarter. We'll take a break. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Play of the game? Touchdown! More like the game to play. The new Saskatchewan Roughriders Scratch and Win ticket. It's your chance to win 10 years of Rider season tickets, a premium suite for the home opener and the Labor Day Classic, and tons of Rider swag. Plus, 2 chances to win $75,000. Tickets available at your favorite lottery retailers. Proudly brought to you by Sask Lotteries, supporting sport, culture, and recreation across the province. Please play responsibly.
Play 92, number 1 for throwbacks.
Please don't stop the music. It's gonna be me.
And home of Mark and Jess in the morning.
Go to Rider games are the best, man. With friends, family members, you make such great memories that you take with you for your entire life. Some more vivid than others. Others maybe a little bit blurry.
Mark and Jess wake you up 6 to 10 weekday mornings. Number 1 for throwbacks all day. Stream at play92.ca.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
7-play, 69-yard touchdown drive for the Riders. Of course, touchdown drives for Nelson GM, Assiniboia, and Avonlea, capped off by an 18-yard touchdown reception by Dylan Jete, his first career CFL touchdown for the Jet, as Trevor Harris likes to call him. He was not to be denied once he made that catch. He broke a tackle and spun his way into the end zone. Those yards after catch for Pump Jacks Cathedral, as the cart is over on the Ottawa Redblacks sidelines, and I believe it's taking off Bryce Carter, who you'll recall was shaken up after making a sack, as the eagle-eyed Colson kind of alluded to the fact that Trevor Harris may have landed on his knee at the completion of the play. So regardless, the Ottawa Redblacks have had a couple of serious injuries tonight that have required the cart, as Alex Hale gets ready to kick this one off back to the Ottawa Redblacks, as he'll tee it up at the 30. 8:33 to go as the Riders move towards the north end zone here in Mosaic Stadium. End-over-end kick to Khalil Pimpleton. He'll back up, take it at his 10-yard line, right on the numbers on the far side. Up to the 20, 30, jukes, jives, can't make anything else happen as he's tackled to the 34-yard line. As once again, let's go downstairs. Teagan Witko is on the sidelines, brought to you by Steelcraft Doors, Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. Teagan?
Yeah, you guys got a view of the cart coming over here to the sidelines for the Ottawa Redblacks, and yes, I can confirm that was in fact Carter who was being carted off, and he was also being loaded into the cart after lengthy deliberation in the medical tent, and he was wearing an air cast on his right foot, so that's something that they're definitely going to want to be looking at in the back.
Thanks so much, Teagan. Of course, sideline reports brought to you by Steelcraft Doors. Is it first down for Ottawa? Backfield empties for Jake Mayer, who's in the gun. Loads it up, fires it up, almost intercepted as the ball looked to be threaded on a needle for Justin Hardy. However, it landed almost right on the numbers of Jonathan Edouard of the Riders.
Yeah, this is essentially the same throw that the Redblacks got across the line at the end zone with Justin Hardy before. And this time he's just unable to reel it in, and it hits Edouard right in the chest.
Second down and 10 for Ottawa. They've got the ball on their own 35-yard line, 7:50 and counting to go in the third quarter. Ottawa trailing by 7. It's 21-14 Saskatchewan. 5 receivers set. Riders going to rush 4. Mayer to pass, feels the pressure, steps up, dumps it off underneath. That's complete to Eberhard, and he'll have the first down as he launches himself over the 45-yard line into the first down territory, as Ottawa will move the sticks.
Eberhard's moving over the formation just in the middle of the field in front of the secondary and just a step over the linebackers, and Mayer, who feels the pressure, just moves up in the pocket and finds him open as he's kind of just shuffling, hoping for the football, and then does a good job to reach across the line to gain.
11.5 yards for Eberhard on the first down catch. It's first down now for Ottawa at the 47.
The blitz.
Back to pass Mayer. He'll beat the blitz by throwing it out far side. That is complete. Going to be good for a gain of about 4 yards and no more, as Keelan White came up to make the catch.
Yeah, and it's a good job by DeMarcus Fields and Jackson Ford, who comes down to help him, just wrapping up, going through an initial block to get in on this tackle. That's a tremendous play, and Jackson Ford does a really good job by just sort of adding some support from his safety spot. 2nd and 8.
2 yards on that catch for White. Mayer in the gun sends 3 receivers to the near side of the formation in a 5-receiver package. 4-man rush Saskatchewan. Mayer to pass far side, right at the sticks. Did he keep his feet in? Yes, he did. Good catch right on the sideline for McDonald to move the ball down into Saskatchewan territory at the 41. Ottawa hustling to the line as it looks like it's a good catch.
Oh, it's the left foot that the referee thinks made it down in time. Yeah, Ottawa's moving to try to not let the Riders replay this, and
they'll get the snap
but they got it off. It doesn't matter.
Ball played near side. Eberhard going to catch it. No, drops it at the last second. Looked like it was going to be a good catch near the 40.
Yeah. I think that. Sorry, Dave. My bad.
No. It's an incomplete pass. End of the day. A second down coming up.
Yeah. After the replay too, it was a clear catch. So the Redblacks essentially rushed themselves for no reason.
2nd and 10 for the Redblacks now at the Riders' 41-yard line. 5:50 and counting. Of course, kicker Brett Lawther, who's 20 of 20 for the season, is on the 6-game injured list for the Redblacks. So Lewis Ward playing in his 2nd game in his return to the Redblack roster. Mayer, though, wants to avoid that. Back to pass. Hit as he throws. He dumped it off to no one in particular. Did he get it across the line of scrimmage? I'm not sure, as that would be grounding, and indeed it's going to be as Ben Major throws the flag.
The Riders sent 6. It gets through. Yeah, and there's no receiver anywhere to be found where Jake Mayer just tosses this ball. He's trying to get it out. I mean, there's somebody on the opposite side of the field, but that's, yeah, he just got grounded this, and Ottawa's going to end up punting.
So this
I'll tell you what, Dave, they're just, Ottawa, and to the Riders' credit, they're just spending too much time in 2nd and 7+.
Well, and Ottawa, interestingly enough, they would have had a decision to make without that penalty. However, the ball is spotted now back at the Rider 51-yard line. Pardon me. It's 3rd down and 20, and Noah Getman, the rookie, is on once again looking to punt and pin the Riders deep. Daniel Weeb standing back at his 9-yard line on the return. Getman. Good snap again from the backup long snapper. He'll get it away. Gets hit as he did so. Don't see a flag yet as Daniel Weeb picks it up. Trying to find some room. Going to be snowed under back at the 15-yard line as the rookie Daniel Weeb did what he could to try to find a seam. Doesn't find much of them. And the Riders will have a long field ahead of them when they come back on.
They're sick and tired of Daniel Weeb in Ottawa.
21-14, the Riders lead. We'll take a break with 5:14 to go here in the 3rd quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
At Redhead Equipment, come check out our lineup of Platinum Super B grain trailers and Triaxle hopper trailers. These Platinum grain trailers are the most durable, most configurable, and the highest revenue trailers on the market, with excellent standard features and fully customizable options. Got some grain to haul? We're here to do whatever it takes. Check out our lineup of Platinum grain trailers today at your local Redhead Equipment. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Hi, I'm Samuel Emilis, wide receiver, number 19 for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. The Capital Auto Group Pick 6 contest is back and is your shot at something big. One lucky Rider fan will drive away in a brand new vehicle at the final home game of the season. Get closer to the driver's seat and stop into any Capital location or enter online at pick6.ca to get your name in a draw. Pick 6, we drive, Rider Nation.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Riders will take over the ball at their own 14-yard line. You know, we were talking about the running game of the Ottawa Redblacks, and it's interesting. I know that they went out and they acquired Greg Bell in free agency in the offseason. However, he's not having the season he would want. Now,
well, their O-line's not blocking anybody,
The Redblacks, have been behind, and game situation may dictate he doesn't get the ball as much as he would want, but he only had 217 yards this season coming in 7 games, where Daniel Adeboboye, who I think an argument could be made that he could be a starter on a lot of teams. And Adeboboye actually averages 5 yards per carry, while Bell's average is at 3.87.
Yeah.
So I know, again, you went and made the move to bring Greg Bell in to ignite a running game, but at some point you turn to Daniel Adeboboye and say, okay, maybe it's your turn.
Yeah, maybe it's not the O-line, right? Maybe it's not the O-line. Maybe we're not getting what we need up front. But again, those are... I've always found the Canadian running backs kind of get the short end of the stick, right? Because you need them for special teams, and So
Trevor Harris throws the ball complete for 12 yards and another first down. Johnny Johnson makes the catch just above the 25, near the 26-yard line, as Trevor Harris gets another first down on the board with 4:45 to go in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, and if you're the Riders now, you're not in a rush, right? You're up 7. Let's just control this clock, control the tempo of this game.
4:39 to go. Harris in the shotgun again, this time 4 down linemen for Ottawa. Hand the ball off, fake it indeed, now screen it out far side. Deshaun Mims looked like he got it, indeed he did. Will get up across the 30 near the 31 for a gain of almost 6. As Deshaun Mims, again, one of the young guys that has an opportunity to step it up, and he does with a little underneath screen pass.
Yeah, but a good job by Ottawa rallying to this football. And keeping this game, I mean, this could have been a first down if Mims just gets a little bit more of an edge, but Ottawa comes down the field and does a good job making the tackle.
Second down and call it 4 after the 6-yard reception by Deshaun. It's 3:53 to go here in the third quarter. 21-14, the Riders lead. Harris is in the gun, 3 receivers far side. He looks near side, though, on second down. Guns it over the middle. Ball complete up across the 41-yard line. Deshaun Mims does the first down all himself with a second consecutive catch.
You always need good protection, but Trevor Harris does such a good job of going through his progressions. He doesn't get stuck on any one receiver. He just understands 1, 2, 3. Here's where I want to go. Here's where I need to go after. Execute.
Riders on first down, screen it out near side. Johnny Johnson III across the 40-45. Steps out of bounds near the 48-yard line after a gain of 7 for the Rider receiver, as the Riders use a little bit of tempo late in the third quarter.
Well, yeah, I mean, you get the feeling that if you score again here in Saskatchewan, it's going to put this game out of reach for the Redblacks. They haven't manufactured any sort of significant tempo or momentum in their offensive drives. It's been sort of a feast or famine deal for the Redblacks.
Backfield empties on second down. Riders throw it near side. Keyshawn Johnson, sure hands and all, makes the catch right at the midfield stripe for another Rider first down.
Yeah, Keyshawn Johnson stops right on the top of the center line of the field. Trevor Harris understands the assignment in terms of getting the ball out quick. And again, we're moving the chains.
Riders in tempo again. Trevor Harris calling the play at the line of scrimmage. He's in the gun with 3 receivers near side. 4 down linemen for Ottawa. Handoff, Thomas Bertrand-Houdon across midfield to the 50 of Ottawa, down to the 45, and dragged down to the 43. He'll have another first down, Saskatchewan.
I like Thomas Bertrand-Houdon's running style. It's a one cut and get everything that you can. Quali finally checking in the game. Bertrand-Houdon's been doing the majority of this, but he's such a hard runner. I love the pace that he approaches the line of scrimmage with.
First down, Saskatchewan, now at the Ottawa 43-yard line. 2:12 and counting to go in the third quarter. 21-14, Saskatchewan leads. Riders actually went into huddle that time. Now they send 3 receivers near side. Deshaun Mims going to stay in to block. Handoff, Quali Conley. Inside the 40 to the 39. Not much more there, but still going to be a gain of 4, almost 5, but they're actually going to call him shy of the 40. Not a great spot, as they'll put 3 yards on the board for Quali Conley.
Mims comes from left to right and tries to cut out the defensive end on the Riders' right side, Charlie Parks. But Parks does a good job of absorbing the block and then just jumping back up and getting in on the tackle to hold the Riders to a 3-yard gain at 2nd and 7.
And if you missed it, Charlie Parks, great conversation with Teagan Witko at the pregame show. You can find all the podcast information you want and more at sportscage.com. At second down and 7, Saskatchewan. Harris back to pass. Backfield empties. Harris throws it near side. That's complete once again. Deshaun Mims makes the catch well inside first down territory up at the 30 of Ottawa.
And right now, you get the feeling that the Saskatchewan Roughriders are in rhythm. Harris is dropping back with all the confidence in the world. There's very little pressure. Reinbold, that you got to think that at some point he just throws the blitz at this Rider offensive front.
4-man pressure coming from Ottawa on first down. Harris spots it, throws it far side, completes it inside the 25-yard line. Is coming up with the catch is Jete for the Riders.
Yeah. And even when Reinbold employs the blitz, it's incredibly late. He wants to come off the left side of the Riders' offensive line, and the blitzing Redblack, I mean, you may as well not even blitz from the time he comes. So it's just not working for the Redblacks right now, and Saskatchewan's in rhythm. Look at Trevor Harris just approaching everything with confidence now, moving guys around.
6-yard game, 2nd and 4 as Harris guns it. 1-step drop, completes it, far side, 10, down to the 9-yard line. How do you defend that? He got rid of the ball quicker than anybody can move into the arms of Johnny Johnson III for another Rider first down.
Well, it was all the work he did in the pre-snap, right? He got everybody lined up. He got everybody moved around. And he kind of called it at the line of scrimmage and understood where he wanted to go and where the space in the defense was going to be.
First and goal from the 9 for Saskatchewan. Likely final play of the third quarter. Harris hands it off. Thomas Bertrand-Houdon to the 1. Not going to get in. Spotted down at the 1-yard line is Thomas the Train. Almost got to the end zone for the first time this season. Instead, on the Quality Tire scoreboard, it's Saskatchewan 24, Ottawa 14. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. The Riders are knocking on the door. The fourth quarter is coming up in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
If you've got a Steelcraft garage door, you've got a door with parts manufactured and assembled right here in Canada. A door with better insulation and seal, plus a warranty you're probably never going to use. Combined with a LiftMaster opener, it's the right choice. And if you don't have a Steelcraft garage door, you should get one. And a LiftMaster opener. 100% made by Canadians for Canadians. Steady, tariff-free pricing and great quality, no matter what.
Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door. We offer more.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durant every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com. Don't go anywhere. Anything can happen. This is fourth quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder back in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. The Saskatchewan holding on to a 21-14 lead as we start the fourth quarter of play. However, they are second and goal from the 1-yard line of Ottawa. The good news for the Riders, when leading after 3 quarters this season, they're 5-0. Ottawa, when trailing after 3 quarters, are 0-6. So the Riders have an opportunity to go up 2 scores, their biggest lead of the ball game.
Well, actually, Dave, the Redblacks, trailing at any point this year, are 0-8.
Even when they're leading. Surprise.
Yeah,
I know crazy.
It's a cool stat.
So you're carving up my stats. Okay,
no, I'm not carving it up. I'm just
understood.
I'm not carving it up at all.
So
but you can just sort of create it, right?
Yeah,
like, you know, whenever it gets dark, the Redblacks are 0-8.
Yeah. So Tommy Stevens in under center. It's second and goal from the 1. Stevens to the right, to the end zone, to the touchdown. Riders, Tommy Stevens, touchdown number 9.
When Tommy Stevens scores the 9th touchdown of the season, the Redblacks are 0-8. Did you know that?
Thanks for that, Tips. So 7 seconds in, 17 scores his 9th of the year, and him and the offensive line go for a run into pill country because they know they're getting donuts because Tommy Stevens broke the plane once again.
Oh, poor Ottawa. You know, and that's indicative of the bad teams in this league, right? Is if you don't sort of get a motivating sort of lead going into the half, and again, the Riders are one of the top teams in the league, you just kind of shrivel up and die, right? Yeah, it doesn't look like the Redblacks have a good fortune coming their way in the last 14:31 of this game.
Alex Hale's point after is good, and it's 28-14 for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Just 29 seconds into the fourth quarter of play. That touchdown drive for Nelson GM and Assiniboia and Avonlea. 12 plays, 96 yards for the green and white. It took 5 minutes and 29 seconds off the clock for the Riders to score. It was effective, it was efficient, and if you're the Ottawa Redblacks, are you saying, here we go again? You talked about a tough team that you were on. At what point does that start to creep into your psyche?
Now. It's creeping right on the sideline right now. I'm telling you, man, they're going to be thinking about this going home. It's just the nature of the business, right? Changes are made when teams don't live up to the expectations that are set for them in the beginning of the year. And this is a team that wanted to make investments in certain guys to get them right to the next level. And they're not doing it. And I'll tell you what, you fire the defensive coordinator, right? You cut a bunch of guys. and you essentially say, oh, well, this guy didn't fit, and this guy was bad in the locker room, and you know what, I didn't get what I wanted out of this person. Eventually, the head coach, unfortunately, is going to have to be accountable at some point, right? And right now, Dinwiddie, I'm sure he's extremely frustrated with where they are, but the arrow eventually is going to point right at the head coach, who is obviously and also the offensive coordinator of this team.
Well, Alex Hale puts the ball on the tee as the Riders will now approach the end zone, the south end zone, as Khalil Pimpleton will take this kick at his 16-yard line. Comes up the near side numbers to the 30, 35, runs into his own man and then stumbles ahead near the 40-yard line. Here comes Ottawa and Jake Mayer and the offense as, again, they now trail by 2 scores for the first time in this ball game tonight. Give you some numbers for you as we take a look at the numbers, which are brought to you by Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. Keyshawn Johnson has 11 catches for 133 yards so far tonight. Trevor Harris is 28 of 36 for 335 yards, 2 touchdowns and an interception. But talking about the younger guys needing to step up, Deshaun Mims 5 catches for 69 and Dylan Jette 4 catches for 53 and a touchdown. So Jake Mayer and the Ottawa offense go to work in their 40. Ball left-hand hash, 3 receivers near side. For Mayer, back to pass, looking, can't find anybody, dumps it underneath. That is complete to Bell, who dekes out. Jameer Thurman dives ahead across the 50 to the 51 of Ottawa for a first down and gain of 11.
Yeah, Bell catches this over the middle and just gets Jameer Thurman to stop his feet. So he pauses and hesitates. Coming out of the backfield, getting the ball, pauses, and it sort of freezes Thurman and then gets going and shows a good little first step and burst to get the first down.
First down, as you mentioned, to the 51 of Ottawa. Jake Mayer in the gun, sends 3 receivers near side. There's an extra tight end along the offensive line. Hardy and Eberhardt move in motion far side. That's where 3 receivers settle for Mayer, who's back to pass. Lots of time. Guns it out far side to Pimpleton, but he's met right away. Yeah. Coming up is Marcus Sales to make the play at midfield after a gain of 4.
Well, and here's the problem now. It's you drop back your quarterback, and it looks like he's also got all sorts of time, but the way the Riders are playing it, they're not playing the low pass. They're playing deep because they know Ottawa's got a fair amount of pathway to go to tie this game up. So we're playing our deep guys, and Ottawa's not going to win this game or even come back if they're just relegated to throwing 5-yard short throws.
2nd and 6, Riders load up the line on 2nd and long. They'll bring the house. Mayer reads it back to pass, throws it off his back foot, and it's intercepted. The Riders secondary finally get one. It's Jonathan Edouard having a night tonight, and he picks it off for his first of the campaign.
Yeah, Edouard's been great on specials today, and here he just anticipates and jumps the coverage. Mayer's got to get this ball out because of the action happening in front of him, and Edouard knows that once Mayer looks to commit to this ball, he can't bring it down because he's going to get hit. So he gets to jump it and makes the catch low. I'm not sure the receiver would have caught that anyways, but it's a great play by 31.
12:48 to go in the 4th quarter. Riders have the ball back. We'll join them when we come back. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Cooperators wants to remind you that if investing is the only way you're preparing for the future, you're only considering half your options. By making investments and life insurance part of your investment plan, you get the full financial picture. Plan your future holistically with investments and life insurance. Cooperators does both.
Call Carmel Solveson in Saskatoon at 306-649-1420 today. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Mutual funds are offered through Cooperators Financial Investment Services, Inc. to Canadian residents, except those in Quebec and the territories.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres booked before September 15th.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Love hearing from you, Rider Nation. A great point on the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262. B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelburg, and many other locations. Serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. I'll read this verbatim. On the bad call, the refs called it a touchdown on the field. If you're going back to that long snap penalty and the unnecessary roughness that took a blocked punt off the board and a subsequent fumble recovery in the end zone. Again, the text line, if they called it a touchdown, how is it not reviewed by the command center and not all scoring plays reviewed? So, good point there. It was called unnecessary roughness on the field. Regardless, after the interception, the Riders take over the ball on their own 30-yard line, and Thomas Bertrand-Houdon takes the ball up across the 35 near the 36 for a gain of almost 6.
And this is why the Riders are having such success offensively, because every time they run the football, they're getting 6 yards. Right? And so you're finding yourself in 2nd and 5, 2nd and 4, and that's where Trevor Harris will absolutely just murder you as a defense.
So the ball on the 36, it is a 2nd and 4. Harris uses stop motion to get the Ottawa defense to declare as they show four-man front.
Confident quarterback right now, Dave.
Harris now calls for the ball as his receivers waggle to the line. Harris to pass. Middle. Got it. Tony Johnson, the third. Makes the man miss to the 35, 30, down to the 25. Finally brought down at the 22-yard line. Big catch over the middle after Trevor Harris red blitz and saw a vacated safety.
Yeah, so Trevor Harris stop motions everybody, and he goes to the line of scrimmages and changes it up. And the result of the play is Johnny Johnson takes the seam just right up the hash, and Harris waits for him to get over top of the linebacker and hits him perfectly. Johnny Johnson does the rest. We're on the 22.
1st and 10, Saskatchewan. 4 receivers near side. Once again, a little stop motion. Ottawa shifts a touch, and Harris changes the play. Thomas Bertrand-Houdon, the long back in the backfield, now stands to the left of Harris. He's back to pass. Flags fly. Ball thrown up near side. That's complete right on the sideline to Del Duncan Busby. He hauls it in at about the 16 for a gain of about 6.
This might be offside on the Riders. I'm not sure.
Offside. Saskatchewan, number 85. We'll go back 5 yards.
Just
we'll replay first down.
We're too far over the line of scrimmage in our waggle here. It's Deshaun Mims, unfortunately, that backs the Riders up.
Well, the Riders coming into this football game in the penalty department, the least penalized team, just averaging 6 calls against them all season for 51 yards per game.
And really, it's that there's a spike there. It's the Edmonton game last week where we felt like there was a ton of penalties called against the Riders, but that was really the exception.
So now 1st and 15, Saskatchewan at the Ottawa 27. 4 down linemen for the Redblacks as the handoff goes to Thomas Bertrand-Houdon, who gets across the 10, 15, almost down to the 6-yard line. Pardon me, got to the 20, the 10, and then wrestled down to the 6. Big carry for Thomas Bertrand-Houdon of 19 yards.
And again, when you're a team that just wants to control the tempo of the game, you know, our key number one was go through the offensive line. It didn't turn out to be Conley right now, but it turns out to be Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. It's a great job getting upfield by Jacob Brammer, the right guard. He gets one block on the line of scrimmage and then travels upfield to get a block on a linebacker at the second level. And Bertrand-Houdon just follows him up, and that's just too easy.
Tommy Stevens into the game, 1st and goal from the Ottawa 6. Fakes the handoff. Now he'll go right ahead through the middle. Touchdown! Stone cold Tommy Stevens, his 2nd of the night, 5th in 2 games, and the Riders extend it to a 3-score lead.
And it's interesting here when Tommy Stevens checks in, the whole world knows what play's coming. It's the fake handoff to where the halfback turns into the fullback and Tommy Stevens turns into the running back, and Ottawa still can't stop it. You know what's coming, you know where it's coming, you know what they're doing and who's going to be doing it, and you still can't stop them. That's excellent execution, and it's really indicative of a team that just feels like they own the Redblacks physically.
Alex Hale on to attempt the point after. The Rider offensive line are getting 24 donuts this week for starters. His touchdown Tommy gives him a dozen every time he breaks the end zone, and he broke the plate again for a 2nd time. Point after from Alex Hale. Sails through, and it's 35-14, the Riders lead with 9:38 to go in the 4th quarter. We'll come back with more in a moment from Mosaic Stadium. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Great coaches make great calls. And at home, you're in control of the game. Add SaskTel TV to your lineup and enjoy popular channels, including sports in stunning 4K for as low as $40 a month. So, what do you say, Coach? Ready to add in the difference maker? Visit SaskTel.com/make-the-call to learn more. Conditions apply.
Premier Scott Moe.
The Patients First healthcare plan was built by listening to Saskatchewan families and frontline healthcare workers. Our goal is clear: connect every Saskatchewan resident to a primary healthcare provider and a timely surgery. We're delivering through 50 focused initiatives so you can get the right care in the right place at the right time. The Patients First healthcare plan. Saskatchewan is putting patients first.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Co-operators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, here are some Ritchie Brothers auction stats that aren't that flattering for the Ottawa Redblacks. It has been a grand total for Ottawa, 363 days since they won on the road, 2,883 days since Ottawa has won in Saskatchewan, and they've got a tough uphill climb as they trail by 21, following Tommy Stevens' second touchdown of the night and 10th of the season. As Alex Hale and the Riders.
The only interesting part of this game right now is going to be to see if the bettors who took the under on 57.5 are going to get paid.
All right, now the Riders, they've talked about this, keeping their foot on the gas, keeping that brick down on the gas pedal, and ensuring that they don't let their opponent up off the mat. We'll see how they respond after taking a 3-score lead with Alex Hale putting the ball on the tee at his own 30-yard line, ready to kick it off once again. Khalil Pimpleton and Daniel Adeboboye back to return as Hale's kick, end-over-ender, that Pimpleton is going to take just inside the numbers at his 12-yard line. Gets up across the 20 to the 30, looking for a hole, runs into a couple of Riders. Lots of bodies flying there at the end of the play, up around the 30 of Ottawa, and here comes the Ottawa Redblack offense, and Jake Mayer trotting onto the field. Again, Jake Mayer, 23 of 32 for 261 yards, a touchdown and an interception. Trevor Harris now has thrown for 386 yards, by the by, with a couple of touchdowns and an interception.
Yeah, the offense has just sort of remained in control. Took a while for them to get going, right, Dave? But once they did, everything has kind of looked easy. They've really gotten everything that they've wanted. When they've wanted to run, they have. When they've wanted to throw, they have. And Ottawa was in trouble.
Mayer back to pass, 5-man pressure. Saskatchewan dumped off underneath, complete to Bell. He'll put his shoulder pads down, drive across the 40, near the 41, and close to a first down for Ottawa.
You can tell the Saskatchewan Roughriders, I mean, they're excited about being out there on the field. You got a blitz pressure coming here. It almost gets home. Mayer finds Bell at the last minute. 2nd and 1.
Redblacks hustle to the line. Quarterback sneak up the middle for Jake Mayer, and he will get the yardage required across the 41, near the 42, which is a first down for Ottawa with 8:42 to go in the fourth quarter.
Right, but again, when you're the Riders defense, right, you're essentially having the conversation with your opponent saying, oh, you can have all the 5-yard and 1-yard gains you want. You need to score.
Well, interestingly enough, big plays have not happened well for the Redblacks this season. They were minus 13, so they've given up 13 more than they've created. As Mayer back to pass, looking for a big play, and that ball hits the carpet, intended for Eberhardt, as flying in over the top from his safety spot was Jackson Ford.
Yeah, Jackson Ford now. And you can see the confidence that he's building in his game the more he plays, and it's been really good to see. And more importantly, it's great to see Nelson Lacombo and how sort of flexible he's been in and out of the roster, playing different spots. He's playing in another one today, which was the wide side corner spot in this defense, and those are 2 draft picks that J.O. really has paid off for him.
2nd and 10 for the Redblacks from their 41. Ball complete far side across the 50 near the 53-yard line. Big tackle at the end of the play, but it is a first down for the Redblacks. As coming across was McDonald to make the catch.
It's a great catch by McDonald considering the circumstances. He's coming inside the teeth of the defense of the Riders at about 8 yards, and there's like 4 guys around him bearing down trying to hit him. Holds the ball secure. Good job moving the sticks by Ottawa.
1st and 10 Ottawa at their own 54. Riders going to bring 6, thrown far side. That is complete. White makes the catch. He's wrapped up immediately by Jackson Ford, but not before a gain of 8.
Yeah, White's the only receiver here who's actually can get the ball. And Jackson Ford knows it because he's in the safety spot, really essentially responsible for him. Everybody else is covered down on. It's a good find by Mayer.
2nd and 1 for the Redblacks, 7:01 to go. They're in Saskatchewan territory at the 46. Mayer to pass, throws it complete to Hardy. He'll get down near the 40, breaks a tackle, still on his feet to the 35. Finally caught from behind. Coming back to make the tackle was Josh Woods, also getting some help from Benoit Marion, but it is a first down for Ottawa inside the 35.
This is a great effort from Benoit Marion. He's playing the left defensive spot, and he tracks all the way back down at 9 yards and runs this down. It's a great effort.
Ball at the 34 of Saskatchewan for Mayer. Back to pass again. Pressure comes, steps up, dumps it underneath. That's complete, making a man misses the receiver Eberhardt inside the 20, down near the 17-yard line. Is Ottawa looking effective and not throwing in the towel tonight.
Yeah, you don't see Josh Woods miss too many tackles, and this one was just a one-on-one that he overplayed to the outside, and Eberhardt gets the first down. You're right, Dave. This is a good drive from Ottawa.
Ashdown Furniture Appliances and Interior Red Zone is where the Redblacks find themselves. 1st and 10 at the Saskatchewan 17. 6 to go in the 4th quarter. Mayer back to pass, pumps, throws underneath. That's complete to Bell as he'll dive ahead near the 12-yard line for a gain of about 5.
So you got 2nd and 5 here, and if you're Ottawa, you got to think that if you get a couple of yards and you're 3rd and 3, Dave, you're going for it, right?
Down by 3 scores, 35-14 with 5.5 to go in the 4th quarter. It's 2nd and 5 on the 12. Mayer to pass, looking far side, guns it far side. It's up, and it's batted down as Eberhardt, the intended receiver, was in a battle with Jackson Ford. And Ford looks like he wanted the interception, but it falls incomplete.
Yeah, and it's a good job by Ford just avoiding any unnecessary contact, because this is a play that you can potentially get flagged on. And you've got a Redblack down. I believe it's Giordano Vaccaro. Is that who it is?
Yeah, Giordano Vaccaro, the rookie out of Purdue that plays right guard, So the Redblacks have a moment to consider what they're going to do on 3rd and 5 from the Riders' 12.
Well, yeah, if you're Redblacks, I mean, here's the thing. You've had success over the middle, just over the top of the linebackers in front of the safeties. Not sure you're going to get that much time. Maybe a screen pass. You haven't ran a screen play to Josh Bell yet. Take advantage of the defenders getting upfield, because they're pass rushing right now on 3rd and 5. Maybe that's the play. But Vaccaro's going to come out. Zach Barley's going to have to check in at the right guard, or they're going to have to move some guys around.
It's been a process for the Redblacks tonight, as it's been a physical affair, and Vaccaro fortunately gets off under his own steam, going to take a slow jog to that far sideline following the WorkSafe Saskatchewan injury timeout. So the ball right between the goalposts, if you will, at the 12-yard line of Saskatchewan. It's 3rd and 5, another Northern Fireplace Barbecues and Smokers 3rd down gamble for Ottawa.
Ottawa's going to look short here. I'd imagine they go out towards the numbers.
4 down linemen for the Riders, 5 receivers for Ottawa. Mayer to pass near side. It's complete to White. Spot is going to determine whether or not he got the first down. It's around the 7. He almost needed the 6.
This is exactly where I thought they were going to do, right, Dave? Right around the numbers, short, because that's kind of where you're going to see any gaps in the defense if you do see any, and they're going to measure this. This is not a guarantee, Dave.
Oh, it is now.
Until now.
Ben Major signals first down for the Redblacks. It was
close.
Dave,
when the Redblacks convert a 3rd and 5 with under 5 minutes left, they are 0-8. Did you know that?
Thanks, man. First and goal for the Redblacks from the Riders 7, 4:36 to go in the ball game. Mayer back to pass, looking near side, doesn't like it, pulls it down, guns it, and he guns it into the ground, incomplete, as he really didn't have anything open, and it'll be 2nd and goal.
Well, you're starting to get pressure from all around you, and you're right. He just throws it at the feet of his receiver, because I mean you're in tip and overthrow scenario right there when your target is encased by defenders, right? So.
Looks like we've got a shaken up player on the field with 4:21 to go. I'm just not sure where, as the water bottles and everything have come running onto the field, unless this is one of the FIFA hydration breaks that I have heard so much about. 4:21 to go. Now, I don't see anybody down. So maybe a timeout has been called, and indeed it has by the Ottawa Redblacks. Ben Major just didn't inform anyone. So the timeout called, that stops the clock. 4:25 to go. It's 2nd and goal for Ottawa from the 7 of Saskatchewan. Ball left-hand hash. 4 receivers go to that wide side of the formation for Ottawa. One back in the backfield in Greg Bell. Mayer back to pass. Looks over the middle. It's up and it's caught. Keelan White finds it in the end zone as the Riders looked like they had a shot with Josh Woods, going airborne, but he couldn't get his fingers on it, and it falls into the arms of Keelan White from 7 yards out.
Well, so Ottawa just basically sneaks guys behind coverage, right? I think that the Riders were anticipating something coming low towards the front of the goal line, and you're right, Keelan White just kind of edges his way past the linebackers. Mayer's found his targets there consistently today. It's probably been one of the only susceptible spots on the defense.
So the point after attempt coming from Ottawa after Keelan White's 3rd touchdown reception of the season, this time from 7 yards, and Jake Mayer. Lewis Ward on to try it. He hammers it, and it's wide to the left. The 2nd time he's missed a convert tonight, as the Redblacks will stay down by 15 points, 35-20. The Riders lead with 4:08 to go here in the 4th quarter. We'll take a break and come back with more in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Strong seasons start right here, right now, with the new 2027 equipment lineup from Kloss. Take advantage of the best deals of the season on select 2027 models, including new Lexion combines, Xerion tractors, and Jaguar forage harvesters. Competitive financing, competitive pricing, greater performance. Now through September 30th. Don't miss out, because early action pays off. Contact your Kloss dealer to request a quote. Kloss, made for more.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Luc Mullinder up high in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth. Down on the sidelines, though, closest to the action is Teagan Witko. Her sideline reports for Steelcraft Doors, Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. What's up, Teagan?
Well, you know, we do have to give Charlie Parks his flowers here, because a bittersweet evening for him. If you're looking at the score right now, he's with the Ottawa Redblacks, 35-20 right now for the Riders. But he is a hometown kid who's coming in to play at Mosaic Stadium in his first pro football game in Regina. You know, I had an opportunity to speak with him yesterday as he arrived in town, and I asked him about that mental preparation. You know, it's one thing to go into a game when you're at 0-7, but it's a lot more challenging to decompartmentalize that when you're also going to your hometown where you grew up just 10 minutes away. You know, just a 10-minute walk. He attended the 2013 Grey Cup here, and he said that he had to spend a lot of time trying to block that out heading into this week so he could stay focused as best as he could.
Thanks so much, Teagan. And if you missed that conversation, of course, catch up with it at sportscage.com. As the Ottawa Redblacks showed that they were going to try for an onside kick, the Riders briefly and quickly called a timeout of their own to counteract that, to make sure that they've got the receiving team out onto the field, which they're going to do now with the hands kickoff recover team coming out now with Kent Majuri, the special teams coordinator, huddling up at the Ottawa 52-yard line with 4:08 to go here in the 4th quarter, as the Redblacks, and why wouldn't you, pull out all the stops when you're 0-7, looking for a spark, trailing by 15. Never say never in the Canadian Football League, as Lewis Ward once again will move the tee now, this time to the 30-yard line. He has 5 targets, or 5 cover people. Now that'll be 9 as the kick motion comes to the near side of the field. Ward's kick is up, high in the air. Keyshawn Johnson has it, takes a knee down at the Ottawa 43-yard line. The Riders safely recover the onside kick from Ward, and Saskatchewan and Trevor Harris will get the football back with 4:06 to go here in the 4th quarter, and a healthy lead of 15 points.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, right? If you're the Saskatchewan Roughriders, do you ever consider putting Jack Cohn in at this point, right? You got 406, you're at the 43 of the Redblacks. Like, you know, at what point do you give Cohn some reps? Or do you just continue to just say, you know what, if Harris is hurt, that's when he's going in? Right?
I would say so, but you never know.
Right.
As Tommy Stevens is into the game at quarterback. Going to go right up the middle behind Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. It started at the 43. He'll get to the 40. It's a gain of 3. It'll be 2nd and 7 Saskatchewan. 3:43 to go here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it's the last thing in the world the Redblacks want to see is Tommy Stevens right now, right? It's just, great. We're down by 15, and now we just got to deal with this truck of a human being.
Well, and interestingly enough, the Riders used the formation where Trevor Harris was lined up as a wide receiver. At some point, you think Harris can coax the Riders into allowing him to go for a reception?
He's probably been campaigning for that since they put the formation in.
So Riders use stop motion on 2nd and 8. Ottawa didn't flinch this time, but are going to change up their defensive alignment, move into a 3-4. Harris back to pass, 5-man pressure. He dumps it near side up near the 30. Bouncing off a tackle is Deshaun Mims and into first down territory up to the 26 for a cooperator, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services first down.
Well, now you're at the 3-minute warning. You got the Tommy package ready to go. He's going to keep that on the sideline for now, and you're probably going to give the ball to Thomas Bertrand-Houdon.
Well, we'll take a break for the 3-minute warning. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Remember Y2K panic? Rewinding VHS tapes? And burning the perfect mix CD? Play 92 brings it all back with throwbacks like this. You spin my head right round, right around. Here's my number, so call me baby. This is what it feels like. Back streets back, alright. Play 92, #1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485 bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus, the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at AgriLink Equipment in Brownlee.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The 3-minute warning is brought to you by Brett Young. Lock in your acres with Brett Young canola seed featuring Pod Defendar disease protection and dependable yields. Visit brettyoung.ca today as the Saskatchewan Roughriders will be 1st and 10 at the Ottawa 26 when we resume play. 3 minutes remaining on the clock as the Riders look to pick up their 6th win of the CFL season, while the Ottawa Redblacks are desperately trying to avoid falling to 0-8.
Yeah. When the Riders play the fan jam at the 3-minute mark of a Friday night game, the Redblacks are 0-8 every time it happens.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. It's just that. So we're looking good.
Riders are going to break huddle. Tommy Stevens in at quarterback. Trevor Harris sprints out to the far side as a receiver. Thomas Bertrand-Houdon the lone back in the backfield. Riders bring extra bodies in along the offensive line. As Stevens in the gun, going to call for the ball, fake the handoff to Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. Had a bit of a hole inside the 25, down to about the 23-yard line. Call it a gain of 3, almost 4, as it looked like Stevens had a hole and room to run.
Yeah, Stevens actually has a lot of room to run here initially, and it just kind of collapses on him as he gets through the tackles. It's more of his own teammate getting in his way, really. I think that affected that run. So you're at 2nd and 6 now. You're in hail territory here, right, Dave?
Absolutely. But if you're gaining 4 yards every time Tommy runs,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Statistically, you'd get to a first down stick. 2nd down at 6. Stevens again to the right. Bounces off a man at the 20. Spins near the 17-yard line, which would be about a yard shy of the first down, pending the spot with 2:32 to go. And Ottawa is going to call their final timeout of the game on what will be a 3rd and 1 situation for the Riders. On the 17 of Ottawa's.
Yeah, at this time, Ottawa's just trying to salvage as much clock as they can, right? They got a guy faking an injury now to give his team a rest.
Well, they did call a timeout, though. So I'm not sure that.
Right. Yeah, I guess they didn't need it. My bad.
You can say no. It's Daniel Okpoko, the second-year pro to San Diego State, playing in his 2nd CFL game that's down on a knee. I'm not sure if Ottawa can ask. I don't believe they can ask for the timeout back, but again, they would start the clock as soon as play was whistled in, so the timeout will stand regardless with 2:32 to go. Coming up, of course, the 5th quarter post-game show, where we'll go live to the Rider locker room and hear from our offensive and defensive game stars. Also get ready to honk your horn, Saskatchewan, with, of course, the happy honker for McBids. And, interestingly enough, the radio roundtable will follow, where there may be a call or two questioning the blocked punt and the unnecessary roughness penalty assessed the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Yeah, well, I definitely think there'll be some calls, but at least it'll be, on the heels of a win, right?
So play whistled in as Okpoko goes to the Redblacks sideline. It is 3rd and 1. Riders remain in the gun. Handoff fake to Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. Tommy Stevens keeps it, goes to his left, and we'll have a first down with 2:28 to go on the ball in the Redblacks 15.
Ottawa actually played this pretty well. They had him at first, and just unfortunately, he kind of ping-ponged his way up to the first down marker.
How different is this? As last night, Dave Dickinson of the Calgary Stampeders lost a game going 3rd and 1 from the gun. This time the Riders do it no problem. Stay in shotgun, Tommy, and with 2:22 and counting, the Riders are just milking the clock as best they can as Stevens remains in.
In Ottawa, if you're Ottawa, you know what's coming. Just show a little pride, right?
Trevor Harris lined up on the wrong side of the formation. He moves in motion, and the handoff goes to Thomas Bertrand-Houdon, who reaches out to the 10 for a gain of 5 on first down. It'll be 2nd and 5 Saskatchewan inside the Ashdown Furniture Appliances and Interiors red zone.
Defensively, you're kind of just collapsing, and more importantly now, they're sending guys straight at Tommy Stevens when he goes to make that play fake on the RPO look.
You know, how deflating is that? As a player, everybody in the building knows what the Roughriders are doing on 2nd and 5.
Yeah.
They haven't been able to stop it yet. As Stevens in the gun, again, 1:47 and counting in the 4th quarter. Stevens fakes the handoff, keeps it this time, dives over a man. He had to get down around the 10-yard line. Looks like he'll be stopped at the 11. It'll be 3rd and 1 Saskatchewan.
Yeah, it'll be third. I think it'll be 3rd and 2 here, Dave. It looked like they got him. I don't know. It depends where. Yeah, they're going to clock it at 3rd and 2.
And Coach Mace looks at Kent Majuri and just waves his arms and says, I will go for it. It's 3rd and 2 on the 7 with 1:41 and counting to go in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, this has just been a physical assault here on the Redblacks defensive front. You got a lot of hands on hips out there, and you're right, Dave. You're probably just like, oh, here comes 17 again.
So 1:27 to go. Tommy Stevens moves Keyshawn Johnson in motion to the far side of the formation. Fakes the handoff. Now he'll pull it, get to the corner, get to the end zone. Another hat trick for Stone Cold Tommy Stevens as he'll run it in from 7 yards out.
And this is a really good play by Stevens here. He knows that all of the Redblacks are just going to be diving and trying to create a pile on the line of scrimmage between the tackles. You can see him looking outside right away and just seeing how soft that edge will be, and then takes it. He gets a good sort of upfield gap created by Yoshi Hardrick, enticing the defensive end on the right to go upfield, and takes advantage of it, and half of Rider Nation gets up and starts leaving because you can beat the traffic.
So Tommy Stevens puts up the 61st point of the ball game. Just pointing that out. As Alex Hale's point after is up and through, and it's 42-20. The Saskatchewan Roughriders lead thanks to Tommy Stevens and his 7-yard touchdown run. Interestingly enough, Luke, if Tommy looked up when he made the play fake, Keyshawn Johnson was wide open.
Yeah.
Absolutely wide open.
He's not passing to Keyshawn Johnson at that
Why don't we go ahead and point that out right now? You know, we got nothing better. So on the Nelson Gieb and Assiniboia and Avonlea touchdown drive, the Roughriders go 8 plays, 43 yards after the onside kick. Tommy Stevens runs it in for his 3rd touchdown of the game from 7 yards out. And Saskatchewan now has a 42-20 lead with 1:17 to go.
Listen, I mean, it's just you put that battering ram of an offensive set into the game, right? And here's the other thing. It excites the offensive line, right? When you got number 17 back there and your offensive coordinator says it's the Tommy Pack time, the offensive line get excited too, because that's right up their alley. They want to run the ball. They want to dig guys out, right? They want to just want to own the line of scrimmage. And so they go in extremely motivated when that pack gets called.
So Hale to kick off once again tonight with 1:17 to go. End over end kick will be taken by Khalil Pimpleton back at his 11-yard line here on the near side. He'll start up across the 20, gets to the 30, going to run into a couple of riders along the way. Ryder Varga being one of them. After he stumbles ahead to the 35, does Pimpleton is not letting him up as Malik Straker, who also was in on that tackle. And it's mop-up time here for the Redblacks, trailing by 22 with $1:11 to go.
Yeah, at this point, you just kind of want the Redblacks to just run out the clock somehow, right? Get a couple of first downs and then get to the locker room. You want to get through. Now you start thinking about, okay, well, you know, just let's avoid the injuries. Make sure our second defensive line's in there. Get some of the younger guys like Aubrey Miller out there.
And into the game at quarterback is McLeod Bethel Thompson for the Redblacks. 1st and 10 from their own 35. McLeod Bethel Thompson swings it out far side. That's complete. Took a hit along the way as Daniel Adeboboye able to catch it, get across the 40 for a gain of 5, almost 6.
Yeah, McLeod Bethel Thompson checks in and gets immediately hit. Your guy who you really like, Adeboboye, nifty set of moves there to get 5 yards.
2nd down for the Redblacks. They'll move into no huddle offense as McLeod Bethel Thompson near side for Pimpleton. It's up and incomplete. In on coverage, Malcolm Bell, the rookie, knocks it away, and it'll be 3rd down.
It's a good job by Malcolm Bell meeting the receiver, and while he high points the ball, just getting his hand in there to obstruct what he can legally.
We do have a shaken up rider down on the play. Grabbing at the shoulder right at the 40-yard line of Ottawa is the shaken up rider. Of course, injuries for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Didn't quite get a number or read on which player it was that went down. Looks like it's the Colonel, Caleb Sanders.
Yeah, Sanders.
Indeed it is.
Didn't spend a lot of time, obviously, in training camp. Only kind of checked in with the few days to go because of an injury he suffered in the offseason. But he's played well when he's been on the field.
Well, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but Caleb really looks like he's growing week over week over week all the time.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think that and the other thing, too, is that they're getting a lot of production from Evans, running him inside at tackle, too. So they got a nice little rotation between Saunders, Evans, Savage Mike.
3rd and 4 Ottawa. McLeod Bethel Thompson to pass. Eberhardt's got it in traffic as a number of riders had converged on the play to make the tackle and break it up, but Eberhardt does have the 1st down across the Ottawa 50 near the 51.
You know, Eberhardt's played a good game. They got it out of some guys, right? It's just they don't, you know, I mean, the Riders are one of the best teams in the league. You know what I mean? The top 3 teams are Montreal, Edmonton, and Saskatchewan.
Back to passes. McLeod Bethel Thompson pumps once. Here comes the pressure, and he fumbles the ball. It's on the ground. The Riders scoop it up. Big pickup, big turnover as MBT is slow to pick himself up off the turf for the Ottawa Redblacks. But the Riders come up with a 4th.
Yeah. Well, this
turnover
is a great job by youngster Liam Hoskins, who checks back into the roster, and it's just continuing to make effort. He gets around the corner, and McLeod Bethel Thompson comes back a little bit too far in his drop and runs right into Liam Hoskins, who's running that corner around the offensive tackle, and MBT gives it up. So you're either going to see more Tommy Stevens or just a quarterback kneel here, Dave.
McLeod Bethel Thompson, the fumble, the recovery by Benoit Marion on the Olympic RTM's turnover, and the Riders are going to go into victory formation with 34 seconds to go. Trevor Harris doesn't even do up his chin strap. He'll just take a knee, and that'll do it because it's academic from there. So Ben Major waves the red flag, if you will, and this one's over on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Saskatchewan 42, Ottawa 20. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. 42-20, the Saskatchewan Roughriders improved to 6-2 on the season. The Ottawa Redblacks remain winless and fall to 0-8 as a raucous celebration from those remaining in attendance here at Mosaic Stadium after a big Rider victory tonight. Coming up, it is the 5th quarter post-game show as the Roughriders will go live to the locker room here from our offensive and defensive game stars. And of course, we'll get to the unsung hero, the Happy Honker Award, and more. And in just moments, we'll go downstairs and join Teagan Witko. Of course, we'll be joined by a special guest, as you can well imagine. The handshakes are going to take a while here on the field tonight with so much familiarity between the two teams and so many Ottawa Redblacks making their return to Mosaic Stadium for the first time since winning a Grey Cup with the green and white. As we go downstairs, Teagan Witko standing by with a special guest. Teagan?
Well, Dave, I am down here with Dylan Jete, and you know what? Tonight, you got your first touchdown as a Saskatchewan Roughrider, first start here at Mosaic Stadium with your team. Walk us through that play.
It was basically just an in route, and then I saw the ball, and I was like, we were so close to the end zone, I had to go score. So broke the first tackle and then went in, and it's just amazing. It's a blessing.
Dylan, this was a long time coming. You battled through injuries yourself, and you finally got to get onto the field. What was that like to stay mentally sharp?
It was hard, but I got a good circle. I got a good support system. I got my faith, which is the biggest thing for me. So it's all God. Like I thank the organization for letting me, drafting me hurt and believing in me, but they seen that I'm that dog. So yeah.
Well, you know what? You have some other, receiving core guys who are down and out and injured at this point, but your team seemed to pull together tonight. How did that happen?
It was just the guys that plays. It's just amazing how the group is. Like, no matter who it is on the field, they're going to make a play. Sam, Shafe, they're always there trying to watch film with me, trying to make sure that I'm doing everything that I can, so when my opportunity comes, I do what I did. So it's all because of them.
Dylan Jete, enjoy the win, and congratulations on your first career CFL touchdown.
Thank you.
Teagan Witko at field level for Steelcraft Doors, Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. Again, the final score, 42-20. The Riders defeat the Ottawa Redblacks tonight. 5th quarter post-game show coming up in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you've got a Steelcraft garage door, you've got a door with parts manufactured and assembled right here in Canada. A door with better insulation and seal, plus a warranty you're probably never going to use. Combined with a LiftMaster opener, it's the right choice. And if you don't have a Steelcraft garage door, you should get one. And a LiftMaster opener. 100% made by Canadians for Canadians. Steady, tariff-free pricing and great quality, no matter what.
Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door. We offer more.
Where was I when I won the lottery?
I was watching TV.
I was on a road trip.
I was on a tractor.
In my dad's shop.
On the job site.
I was in the delivery room. I was on a trail ride with my horse.
Stars Lottery. When lives are saved, we all win. Your ticket supports critical care anywhere and gives you a chance to win over $4 million in prizes. Get yours today at starslottery.ca. License LR 260008. Saskatchewan only. 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
We've been hearing it from a lot of farmers. DeKalb DK401TL is the best canola hybrid they've ever grown.
Clean fields, ease of harvest, and yields that have them locking it in for next season. But here's the real headline. DK401TL beat in Vigor L340 PC by 3.4% on average since 2023. That's real data. Learn more at DeKalbYieldResults.ca. Results based on average yield differences from 77 Bayer market development trials, 2023 to 2025. Moisture adjusted before dockage, non-replicated large-scale trials. Invigor is a registered trademark of BASF. Used under license by BASF Canada.
Is your to-do list longer than your weekend? Need a lawn mowed, furniture moved, a shelf hung, or a new set of taps installed by someone who, actually read the instructions? Download the Lend a Hand app. Lend a Hand connects local people who need help with local helpers who know what they're doing. Got skills? Earn a few extra bucks helping people nearby. Need help? Find someone local, ready, and qualified. Hey, duct tape can't fix everything. Download the Lend a Hand app today.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
104.9 The Wolf is proud to be Regina's rock station for 30 years. Streaming anywhere, anytime at thewolfrocks.com.
The final gun is sounded, the outcome is in the books. Now it's time to break it down with analysts who have been in the trenches. See our game stars live from the Roughriders locker room, and head coach Corey Mace will join us with his thoughts. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Have something to say? Text 306-936-6262 to share your analysis with our team. Now, back to Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates.
42-20 the final score. The Saskatchewan Roughriders improve on the season to 6-2 with the victory over the Ottawa Redblacks tonight. How did it happen? Let's get to your post-game rewind for Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs with all the top brands and knowledgeable staff, visit prairieguntraders.ca or stop by today.
He'll hand it off, tackled right away. Oh my, Jameer Thurman almost took the handoff from the quarterback. He got to Greg Bell that quick.
Getman on to punt. Back on the punt return is Daniel Weed. He'll field it back at his 17, far side of the field. Makes the first man miss. Now gets the corner. Tries to use his speed up to the 25. Cuts back to the 30. Still going. 35-40 of Saskatchewan. 45-50. Pushed out of bounds just shy of the midfield stripe. So Hale lines it up. Chapman's down on a knee. The long snapper is Mike Benson. Clean snap, good hold. The kick from Hale is up. Splits the uprights. The Riders are up. Riders get an opportunity to get the ball. It's loose, still on the carpet. Khalil Pimpleton couldn't find it. The Riders do. They pick it up and are bringing it back the other way. Pimpleton mistimed his run behind the offensive line. The snap hit him in the thigh, and the Riders' Antoine Brooks Jr. scoops it up. Backfield empties. Harris to pass. Looks, throws it, intercepted. Gives it right back to the Redblacks, who have it up at the 20-yard line as Ottawa just dropped back into a zone. First and goal from the 1 into the game. Bryson Barnes, third and short, was the nemesis of the Redblacks last week. Barnes goes down the line, gets to the end zone, and touchdown Ottawa. They'll crack the end zone as Bryson Barnes. Turnover possible on a third down gamble. Mayer in the gun, backfield empties. He's back to pass, pressure comes, throws it, and it's going to be incomplete. can't go ahead and draw Ottawa offside. Instead, the ball sails through. Alex Hale is 2 for 2, and we're tied at 6. Offense in the gun, ready to snap it again. Ottawa have got 5 along the line. Here comes the blitz. Harris, end zone, touchdown, Riders! Keyshawn Johnson hauls in his 6th touchdown reception of the season, and the Riders put a score on the board with 7 seconds to go in the second quarter.
Ottawa's
backfield empties as Mayer's back to pass. 4-man pressure. Mayer loads it up to the goal line, and touchdown! Ottawa extends the ball and breaks the play, and it came loose after the fact as the Riders tried to jump on it, but it's a touchdown reception for Ottawa. So ball placed on the 3 left-hand hash for Jake Mayer and the Redblacks. Looking to jump in front. As it stands now, they trail by 1. 3 receivers far side of the formation. Mayer back to pass. Looks far side. It's up, corner of the end zone, and it's caught for the 2-point convert. Nice play there. 1st and 10 from their 41. Ottawa looks to send pressure. Harris reads it. Going to be caught from behind, though. Held onto it too long as the Redblacks were able to get there and get the sack. As getting home to make the play was Bryce Carter for his 2nd sack of the season. 4 receivers come to the near side for Trevor Harris. He's back to pass. Going to throw it over the middle. And what a catch.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. In traffic, hauling it in. Deshaun Mims in first down territory. 2nd and 5, Saskatchewan. Here comes 5-man pressure from Ottawa. Thrown far side. That's complete. 5, 4, 3, 2. Touchdown! Riders! Hopping into the end zone for his first career CFL touchdown. It's the Jet, Dylan Jeté. Harris in the gun, 5 receivers set. Harris looks near side, loads it up, fires it, corners it, touchdown! Yeah, add the 2. It's Keyshawn Johnson again. He just keeps running that route. A little out to the sideline, and Trevor Harris keeps laying it in there. So Tommy Stevens in under center. It's 2nd and goal from the 1. Stevens to the right, to the end zone, to the touchdown. Riders, Tommy Stevens. Touchdown number 9. 2nd and 6. Riders load up the line on 2nd and long. They'll bring the house. Mayer reads it back to pass, throws it off his back foot, and it's intercepted. The Riders secondary finally get one. It's Jonathan Edouard having a night tonight, and he picks it off for his first of the campaign. Harris now calls for the ball as his receivers waggle to the line. Harris to pass, middle, got it. Tony Johnson the 3rd makes a man miss to the 35, 30, down to the 25. Finally brought down at the 22-yard line. Big catch over the middle. Tommy Stevens into the game, 1st and goal from the Ottawa 6. Fakes the handoff. Now he'll go right ahead through the middle. Touchdown! Stone cold Tommy Stevens. His 2nd of the night, 5th in 2 games. Ball left-hand hash. 4 receivers go to that wide side of the formation for Ottawa. 1 back in the backfield in Greg Bell. Mayer back to pass. Looks over the middle. It's up and it's caught. Keelan White finds it in the end zone as the Riders looked like they had a shot with Josh Woods going airborne, but he couldn't get his fingers on it. Tommy Stevens moves Keyshawn Johnson in motion to the far side of the formation. Fakes the handoff. Now he'll pull it, get to the corner, get to the end zone. Another hat trick for Stone Cold Tommy Stevens as he'll run it in from 7 yards out. Back to passes. McLeod Bethel Thompson pumps once. Here comes the pressure and he fumbles the ball. It's on the ground. The Riders scoop it up. And this one's over on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Saskatchewan 42, Ottawa 20. Your post-game rewind for Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea for all your hunting and shooting needs with all the top brands and knowledgeable staff. Visit prairieguntraders.ca or stop by today. We'll head to the Rider locker room in a moment. The Riders win tonight here at Mosaic Stadium. Much more to come. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi folks, Tim here. Now is the time to purchase a quality used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Did you know that on qualified used combines, we offer an interest waiver and a protection plan? Wow, talk about the total package. But most of all, the peace of mind knowing that you purchased your used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Priceless. Guarantee a smooth harvest. Check out Young's Equipment today.
Why juggle multiple providers when you can have one seamless experience? On the farm, acreage, or cottage, Access Communications has you covered with internet, TV, and security. One provider, one bill. One reliable rural home solution, backed by our great customer service. Get internet and Wi-Fi that hold up in tough weather, plus TV anywhere with Access Next TV. And security you can monitor from your phone. You can have it all with Access. Sign up today and save $20 per month when you combine services. Visit myaccess.ca.
Before streaming, before smartphones, back when your biggest worry was scratching your favorite CD, Play 92 is your throwback time machine.
All the small things, everything don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
Play 92, #1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
If you've got a Steelcraft garage door, you've got a door with parts manufactured and assembled right here in Canada. A door with better insulation and seal, plus a warranty you're probably never going to use. Combined with a LiftMaster opener, it's the right choice. And if you don't have a Steelcraft garage door, you should get one. And a LiftMaster opener. 100% made by Canadians for Canadians. Steady, tariff-free pricing and great quality, no matter what.
Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door. We offer more.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Watch the live stream and get the latest on your Saskatchewan Roughriders at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
42-20, the Saskatchewan Roughriders defeat the Ottawa Redblacks tonight here at Mosaic Stadium, improving their record to 6-2 on the season. Time for the Happy Honker Award, brought to you by McBids, a new name in auctions powered by experienced professionals. List your next auction at mcbids.ca. Luke, there was a lot of concern from Rider Nation when Kean Schaefer-Baker and Samuel Emelis this week were both placed on the 6-game injured list. That meant...
Rightfully so, right?
Young players had to step up. Did they?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
I think that when you're in this situation, it's kind of that point we made when we were in the pregame show, right? Is when guys go down, when you have this, Wes used a great example of 2008, right? When we had a ton of injuries, and it was our vets in the locker room that knew how to win, that had just come off the Grey Cup in 2007, myself included. We just knew how to surround those guys who were now put into the roster and onto the game, onto the field that didn't have a ton of experience. We knew how to just help them and go out and perform, right? Make the plays that they were going to be asked to make. And the biggest point, I think, is when you have a lot of young guys out there, you got to tell them, someone's got to tell them, look, guys, we don't need you to be Sam Emelis. We don't need you to be Kean Schaefer-Baker. We need you to be Jete, right? We need you to be Deshaun Mims. We need you to be Daniel Weeb. That's who we need you to be. That's why you're here.
All right. So, if you agree with Luke that the young players stepped up and you're happy, you're a little calmer than maybe what you were coming into the game, it's time to honk your horn, Saskatchewan. So whether you're on Albert Street, on Highway 11, 16, 1, you name it, wherever you are, or on the text line at 306-936-6262, give us a honk for the Happy Honker. Ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. How do you spell relief? McBids. And the Happy Honker Award tonight, of course, a new name in auctions powered by experienced professionals. List your next auction at mcbids.ca. The Riders have just broken huddle in the dressing room. We'll head down there next. 42-20, the Saskatchewan Roughriders defeat Ottawa tonight. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Big horsepower is one thing. Big control is another. The Fendt 1000 Gen 4 delivers both. With Fendt-Tone technology, advanced cab comfort, and the power to cover serious ground fast. Built for long days and tight windows, the Fendt 1000 Gen 4 helps operators cover more acres with confidence. See Fendt today at your local dealer. See them at Full Line Egg in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue.
Hey, it's Dig Safe Doug. Well, it's that time of year again. Let's get to work tackling that backyard project or breaking ground on your construction site. But listen, before you start, there's a few things you gotta know. Get those utility lines located. Before you dig, take a minute to expose the utility lines if you're working near them. Don't take shortcuts and take your time. Hitting a line could cost more than a fine. Request a free line locate at digsafesask.com.
Play of the game? Touchdown! More like the game to play. The new Saskatchewan Roughriders Scratch and Win ticket. It's your chance to win 10 years of Rider season tickets, a premium suite for the home opener and the Labor Day Classic, and tons of Rider swag. Plus, 2 chances to win $75,000. Tickets available at your favorite lottery retailers. Proudly brought to you by Sask Lotteries, supporting sport, culture, and recreation across the province. Please play responsibly.
Cooperators wants to remind you that if investing is the only way you're preparing for the future, you're only considering half your options. By making investments and life insurance part of your investment plan, you get the full financial picture. Plan your future holistically with investments and life insurance. Cooperators does both.
Call Tom Bamford in Regina at 306-949-6633 today. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Mutual funds are offered through Cooperators Financial Investment Services, Inc. to Canadian residents, except those in Quebec and the Territories.
Play 92, number 1 for throwbacks.
All the small things. Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers.
And home of Mark and Jess in the morning.
You know Gainer's old touchdown car? It doesn't sadly run anymore, but if it did, I wonder how much it would cost to fill that thing now. Probably so much that Gainer would need to get a second, maybe even third job.
Mark and Jess wake you up 6 to 10 weekday mornings. Number 1 for throwbacks all day. Stream at play92.ca.
We know what happened. Now let's talk about how it happened. Watch our analysts live at sportscades.com. This is the 5th quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
42-20 the final score tonight here in Mosaic Stadium. The Saskatchewan Roughriders defeat the Ottawa Redblacks as they get set to go on a coast-to-coast road trip, if you will, next week in Hamilton before heading to BC. Then they host Toronto, and it's the Labor Day Classic, believe it or not. The season is flying by, and boy, this game kind of flew by tonight, and a lot of guys that maybe sometimes flew under the radar are definitely in need of recognition tonight, Luke, when it comes to our unsung hero of the game for SEIU West, Saskatchewan's first healthcare union, and there are so many that you could choose from tonight.
Yeah, you really can. I think there's a couple offensive linemen that played really well. I think that guys like, Edwards, our defense, like guys like the combo who are just sort of fitting Jackson Ford, right?
Yeah.
I think is playing terrific. So, yeah, and that's kind of what you want, right? Everybody needs to kind of just pull their own weight. And again, it goes back to that thing when you have a ton of injuries. Look, we don't need you to replace. We don't need you to be that guy. We need you to be you. Go make a play.
What about if we nominated Deshaun Mims?
Yeah,
again, you got a couple of guys on pace for well over 1,000 yards. Deshaun came in. Again, every time he plays, he seems to block his tail off. And to quote Quali Conley, no block, no rock. But Deshaun tonight, his final numbers, 6 catches, 84 yards, by far the most productive night of his career, and nearly got a touchdown, too.
Yeah, and it's he's one of those guys, too. Like, remember, he came on the roster, played well, and then got taken off the roster just because of the numbers game, right? And when you're young like that, it can really just sort of, it can really have a negative impact, right? Like, you go out, you play really well, or you think you played well, and all of a sudden you're off the roster and out of the game plan the next week. Right? Like, depending on how mentally tough you are, that could go a certain way. And there's a lot to say about a player's professionalism. And he probably gets this from his father, who was a great CFL player in his own right, Robert Mims, right? But to be able to just stick to the hard work and wait for your opportunity to pop up again, and when it does pop again, go out and make the same plays that you felt you were making before you got taken. That's a testament to his character. So I like that pick. I think that's a great pick for the unsung hero.
Brought to you by SEIU, Saskatchewan's first healthcare union. I keep saying it. I promise it. It's coming up in a moment. We will go down to the Rider locker room next. It is 42-20. Saskatchewan defeats the Ottawa Redblacks tonight. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey, my name is Samantha.
I work as an assembly technician for Ford of Canada. What I love about working at Ford is knowing I'm part of something I'm proud to stand behind. And when Ford does something like employee pricing, it makes me even prouder to work here. And that means you pay what I pay.
Ford employee pricing is on now. On select 2026 F-150 models, get over $13,600 in total price adjustments. Visit your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
Great coaches make great calls. And at home, you're in control of the game. Add SaskTel TV to your lineup and enjoy popular channels, including sports in stunning 4K for as low as $40 a month. So, what do you say, coach? Ready to add in the difference maker? Visit SaskTel.com/make-the-call to learn more. Conditions apply.
I'm Jared Clark, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Regina Walsh Acres. Thousands of Saskatchewan people have expressed concerns about AI data centers near Saskatoon, near Regina, and in Moose Jaw. Saskatchewan NDP MLAs are listening. We believe in honesty and transparency. You should get to see the full assessment of the impact of these centers on power rates, on the environment, and on our economy. Frankly, you deserve a say in the future of your community. You can contact me at 306-352-8754.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Is your to-do list getting longer and longer, and you're starting to feel like you could use a hand? Download the Lend a Hand app. Lend a Hand connects people who need help with helpers in your area. From everyday tasks like repairs to mowing lawns and even moving furniture, Lend a Hand makes it easy to find help. Or maybe you have skills to offer your community and want to earn a few extra dollars. Download Lend a Hand, chat directly, stay local, and connect safely with people in your area.
Snap goes back to
Breaking down the game film with you riding shotgun. This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Join our analysts now. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
42-20, the Saskatchewan Roughriders defeat the Ottawa Redblacks tonight here at Mosaic Stadium. Now pleased to be joined in the broadcast booth by the host of the Play 92 morning show. Mark is here. Mark Johnston. I failed miserably on your test this morning. Boy, I felt like a heel.
Yeah, well, what I did was I gave you numbers of Ottawa Redblack players, and yeah, you did not get one of them, but you told us a trick you used. So.
Well, it's again, you have to go back and watch and get the podcast to get that. So we're going to blow that off because I don't like failing. But saying that, you talked about riding the mechanical bull tonight. How did you do?
I actually thought I did okay. However, it's quite difficult. My groin actually kind of hurts. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. It was difficult, but I don't think I hung on for 8 seconds, unfortunately.
No. Yeah. Well, if you saw the halftime show, right, they had the roper.
Oh, yeah.
And?
He was good. And they also, I don't know if you noticed to roping, in the pregame, they also had a relay where some guys were wearing cow outfits, and they got roped as well, which there was a minor injury, but we'll just pass by that.
Hey, I went to a ball game and I had fun. That's all anybody is going to remember.
Exactly.
Well, again, Mark, thanks for having me on this morning. I'll try to do better next time when there's a test.
Well, thanks for having me on. Sorry, last game I bailed on you. It was a Thursday game. I said, Dave, I'm not coming on. It's late. I got to go home. So I bailed on you. So apologies. Thanks for having me on. Listen, this was a fun game. It was a really fun game in stadium, and I'm not just saying that because I'm doing this stuff, but it was really fun. So make sure you're at next game, August 29th.
There you go. We'll hear from you Monday morning, Play 92 here in Regina. And, I'll be quite truthful. The stats are in. Every time we plan to have you on the postgame show, tell Luke this. Ottawa's 0-8. So there you go.
I'm not sure.
Good omen.
He's on his phone.
Good omen.
Yeah.
All right, Mark, thanks so much.
Thanks, Dave.
As we go downstairs, as head coach Corey Mace now joins us from outside the Saskatchewan Roughriders locker room. 42-20, the final score. The Roughriders improve to 6-2-2 on the season. First and foremost, Coach, with everything that's happened, you put it behind you and you come up with a big victory. Congratulations. Tell me about the emotion and feeling following this one.
It was great, man. It was just, to be able to have can you guys hear me? You got me,
Yep,
Dave?
Gotcha.
Okay, sorry. It was just cool to see a full team win, and on top of that, seeing Trevor go in with 40,000 under his belt, man, that was really cool for us to celebrate as well. So I could point to a lot of things, man. There was a lot of great things happen tonight. Just proud of the guys.
Coach, I don't want to bring the feeling down, and I definitely don't want you to get into a situation where you're trying to explain what was called, but can you tell us a little bit about, I know that our phones and our text lines are blowing up when it comes to the unnecessary roughness call on the center. Can you explain what happened, the explanation that you have, and or how that works?
Yeah, so there's a rule in special teams with long snappers is that they got to be able to snap the ball and get their head up and be able to accept the block, essentially. They felt that our guy attacked him before he got his head up, which obviously, we were disputing. So ultimately that was the call, and they looked at it because it was a scoring play because we ended up recovering it, and they called it a touchdown. So the replay booth said that they took an extra long look at it. And they just deemed that it was a penalty, man. So unfortunate, at the time we didn't see it as that. We'll look at the tape, and we got a coach to be better off of it if that wasn't up to standard, right? So that sucks, man. These guys work so hard to make a play like that, and then ultimately too, I think the guy got injured as well. So that's also unfortunate, but we got to play it clean.
Coach, was it hard? I guess you go in and you've got a monster back-to-back against Edmonton, right? And then you come out here and you've got every reason to fall into one of those. And we heard it a lot in the pregame show, the trap games, right, Coach? As the leader of the team here, talk to us about just theoretically how you get around just sort of avoiding those, because this is the second time a team that's come in that normally we would have seen, like you mentioned it actually, Edmonton a few years back, right, when Edmonton came in here limping. You saw it in Hamilton when Hamilton came in here with a backup quarterback. There was a lot of people that like, oh man, we've seen this Riders, the organization, not get up for games like this. You dominated them. Here you've got Ottawa, they're 0-7, right? Every reason to just crumble. You dominate them. Talk about how you go into preparing for these games to avoid those quote trap games that I think the Riders used to fall into. Sorry for the long-winded question.
No, you nailed it. To answer, Luke, like you said, in 2024, it was the same thing. We were 5-2, and an 0-7 Edmonton team came in with coaching changes, and they beat the brakes off us here at home. We talked about that this week, and it's professional football, man. Those guys, I can't speak to what it is that that can't get them in the win column, but they got championship pedigree on their coaching staff. They got players that won championships. So you gotta respect that. We just got to focus on being the best version of us, and ultimately, we had some guys getting opportunities tonight that haven't gotten opportunities throughout the season. And they want to put their best foot forward because they know the expectation, because they know that we ain't lowering any damn bars around here. This is just our expectations as a team. So we were excited to get out there and prove to everybody that the Saskatchewan Roughriders are a football team. It's not necessarily about individuals.
Coach, I know that we don't want to talk about injuries, and I think we can put that behind us when you talk about the next man up, and you've proven it time and time again. Is it time that we all start believing that, hey, the guys like Jonathan Edouard, or you've got Deshaun Mims, or again, the list goes on, these guys are ready to step up and perform and meet that standard?
Yeah, man. I mean, the Johnson & Johnson brothers went off tonight. The Jet had his first touchdown. John Doe finally broke the curse. We got a pick on the back end. You know what I mean? We had a lot of guys step up, man. That's just, nobody believe whatever you want. And in this room, in this building, we have nothing but faith. Alex Hale made all of his kicks. It's just, we got faith in guys, man. We see the work every day. We just want to go out and execute. That's it.
Coach, one of the spots that you've got tremendous depth in, but haven't actually needed to go to actually force someone else to start, is your defensive front. Right, we saw Roberson get rolled in there at the start today, but you've gotten, like, if you look at your whole defensive line, you've got outstanding get off by guys like Devin Adams. You've gotten, Hoskins, every time he plays and you send him in there, he makes plays. Marion's back now. Evans, you guys have been moving around, right? Vaughters has been the current. But do you guys go into these games with a rep count that you want to get sort of to use to keep your D-line fresh? Is it a feel? This is defensive lineman and defensive lineman here.
Yeah. You know it.
Just really proud to watch just such a deep group, but also get that playing time, right?
No doubt. And Luke, you know better than anybody, right? Like, I get it. We get it. Especially you got the old head vets in there. They want to get all the reps and get comfortable and set up their rush plan. We're kind of young, either by age or guys who just experienced in the CFL. But we acknowledge that everybody's got some juice, man. So if we can keep everybody fresh, nobody's selfish, and that's the best part. We got no idea who's going to be the guy that's going to step up for the night. I mean, hell, we was getting pressure, and then Liam ends up getting the sack strip, and Benoit recovers it, right? So selfless group, and everybody's capable of cooking. It's awesome. It's absolutely awesome, and I know it was a point that people were nervous about this year. Not so much we weren't.
Yeah, it's a significant shift, right? Like when I first got into the league, when you were in the league as a player, you kind of saw the defensive fronts going like 5 deep, maybe 6 deep, right? You guys are out here running 7 and 8 deep, right?
Yeah, man.
Like that's not common.
And that's credit to Micah. Micah Johnson out there. He's running the rep count for those guys. He's keeping them fresh. Yeah, man, it's awesome to see. And the guys aren't. This group, Luke, is not, like I said, they're just selfless. If it's 4 plays and the drive's still going, they're okay to tap out and let the next man in because they know that the next guy's going to get juice, and then they're going to come get somebody else if need be, man. So selfless play from a defensive line and a group that rotates, really the only group that truly rotates in football. These guys, they've figured that out, man, and it's awesome to see.
Coach, you scored again. 5th time in 8 games that you open the scoring. You rode momentum to the end, and you pick up your 6th victory of the season. Congratulations, and thanks for doing this.
Appreciate you, boys. Cheers.
Head coach Corey Mace of your Saskatchewan Roughriders, as mentioned, improved to 6-2 tonight with a 42-20 victory over the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Our offensive game star, defensive game star are both standing by, and I felt kind of like a fraternity there that I was welcomed into the defensive line group all of a sudden because
you notice how me and Coach kind of get deep into it, but he's right. I think that, when I was coming into the league, we didn't rotate. Like, we had 5, maybe 6 guys, but man, these guys are running 7, 8 guys. It looks awesome out there, and a lot of more teams are starting to pick that up too.
Yeah, and I think that you see it every time the Riders are able to rotate 7 or 8 guys into their defensive line, that Ottawa falls to 0-8.
Yeah. Yeah.
Statistic of the night, folks. We've got more stats coming up, plus our offensive and defensive game star in a moment. The Riders defeat the Redblacks 42-20 tonight here at Mosaic Stadium. One final break on the 5th quarter postgame show. Then we'll get things wrapped up with those stars. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Cooperators wants to remind you that if investing is the only way you're preparing for the future, you're only considering half your options. By making investments and life insurance part of your investment plan, you get the full financial picture. Plan your future holistically with investments and life insurance. Cooperators does both.
Call Tom Bamford in Regina at 306-949-6633 today. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Mutual funds are offered through Cooperators Financial Investment Services, Inc. to Canadian residents, except those in Quebec and the Territories.
Premier Scott Moe.
In Saskatchewan, the roads connect us to family, to work, and to opportunity in the places we love. That's why we're investing in safer, stronger highways across the province. So whether you're heading to the farm, to the job site, or to a rider game, you can get there safely and enjoy the journey. Safer roads and highways, another way that we're protecting Saskatchewan.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up, delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package. Including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance, DeKalb's geared up to be your #1 canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit decalbcanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
104.9 The Wolf is Regina's rock station and home of Chad and Evan in the morning.
Chad, have you ever worn a watermelon to a game?
I haven't, no.
Really?
No.
You haven't lived. I never did it in Regina, but I've done it in Edmonton. And I got picked on.
Is it just as sticky there as it is here?
Way stickier, because people throw beer at you.
No, don't.
Streaming at thewolfrocks.com.
Need some dirt moved? Some snow plowed? Or how about some grass cut? Well, Redhead Equipment has got a skid steer for that. The B-Series case skid steer comes in 8 different models, varying in power and load capacity to meet all your operational needs. And you can put your case skid steer to work all year round, with attachments for plowing, mowing, digging, and many more. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
This is the 5th Quarter postgame show. Watch the live stream and get the latest on your Saskatchewan Roughriders at sportscades.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder back upstairs here at Mosaic Stadium. The Riders defeat Ottawa 42-20. Tonight we'll go down to the Saskatchewan Roughrider dressing room with our offensive game star, 11 receptions, 133 yards and a touchdown. Keyshawn Johnson, congratulations on the win. Oh, hold on. Keyshawn Johnson isn't quite ready to go. But he is going to be our game star. 11 receptions, 133 yards, and a touchdown for the Saskatchewan Roughriders tonight on behalf of his team, improving them to 6-2. And I think that Keyshawn really took on a leadership role tonight that you could see on the field with younger receivers around him, as now he is here downstairs. So Keyshawn, 11 receptions, 133 yards and a touchdown. Offensive game star, congratulations. This has got to feel pretty good after this one tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
Tell me what was working for the offense.
Coach Mueller calling plays, and all our guys in our room making plays from top to bottom.
There was a lot of talk about the injuries coming in. You deflected it right away. Said, you know what, it's next man up. We're fine. We've got a good receiver room. What gives you confidence in the group around you?
I see the guys come out every day at practice. It's no let off, no matter who's in the game. And, guys can see it tonight. There's guys that's going to come in and make plays. And, we have confidence in everybody in our room. We hold ourselves to a high standard.
Keyshawn, last week, you scored the game-winning touchdown, and then you converted the game-deciding two-point conversion. This week, you score a touchdown. But it was interesting. We get a lot of young football players listening to this program, watching you in these post-game interviews now. But you dropped a couple prior to doing that. I want to ask you, what does it take to continually mentally flush a play that doesn't go your way and just remain as focused as you do, and then come out there and continue to perform, build on it, not let it affect you?
I just call it, some of the drops are just lack of concentration drops. Trying to make a move first. But coming from those things, you got to have the next play mentality. I always grew up, that way. No matter, every play's not gonna go your way, but you got to be able to flush it and go to the next play.
Trevor Harris threw for 401 yards tonight, now over 40,000 in his career. Tonight, I thought that he commanded the huddle, communicated to the younger players as he needed to, but made some phenomenal reads off the line. Tell me about playing with that quarterback.
Trevor sees everything before it comes. He's a guy that's going to know what teams do, dissect them in and out. Like this week, we didn't know what defensive team was going to run after the first drive. He's a guy that comes in there, and helps us out as a whole offense. And, he's been around the league for a long time, been making plays for a long time. And I always lean on him just, as a guy that's still coming into the league and, having years under my belt. But, he's a guy that's been here for so much longer and be able to help me see things differently and, just try to stay on the same page with him.
Keyshawn, what is it about playing Ottawa and you in 2 games, 20 receptions for 270 yards this season? Is it something they're doing?
What the hell?
That's just something. They're a good team over there, man. They got great guys over there. Obviously, some of the guys I played with, and they're just kind of they give certain looks, and our coach calls certain plays, and I just try to go out there and make a play. Like you say, tonight I didn't make every play, but I try to hold myself to a high standard, and it's sometimes it happens good versus certain teams.
Keyshawn, you've seen this in your professional career, in whatever league you've played, where injuries obviously affect a roster. You've got 2,000 yards worth of receivers down. Did you feel like all eyes were on you coming into sort of this practice week? Did you feel like you wanted to carry more weight because you knew you had some really young receivers that were going to be looking for guys to make plays other than themselves?
I look into myself. I try and hold myself to a high standard every week, no matter who's out there with me. But just having guys that some of them could be their first start. I just try to bleed the confidence into them and let them know, everybody can make a play no matter who it is. And I feel confident in every last one of you, and I see you guys do it at practice. So, obviously coming from a guy that they feel like has had some success is going to obviously give them confidence, but they have confidence in themselves because they do it at practice every day versus our starting defense versus, vice versa.
Well, 11 receptions, 133 yards on the night. I know that your young family is here, so we don't want to keep you too long. Keyshawn, thanks for doing this. Congratulations on the offensive game star and, more importantly, the victory for your team tonight.
Thank you so much.
Keyshawn Johnson, our offensive game star of the night, they turned off the lights here at Mosaic Stadium just a moment ago. That was kind of creepy.
Yeah, lights out, everybody go home. Yeah. Stop cleaning the stadium. We're out.
So we're going to wait for our defensive game star to join us momentarily, and when we do, I'm sure that Colson, too, is going to yell in my ear. But let's quickly take a look at some of the stats tonight, and we'll begin with the team stats this evening in the 42-20 victory by the Saskatchewan Roughriders over the Ottawa Redblacks. Total first downs tonight, Saskatchewan 30 to Ottawa's 24. Yards rushing, Ottawa 12 yards rushing this evening.
12.
Saskatchewan 139. In the passing department, the Saskatchewan Roughriders, they went ahead and racked up 401 passing yards to 357 for Ottawa. So net offense tonight, the Roughriders 535 yards to 353 for the Ottawa Redblacks. Penalties, Saskatchewan uncharacteristically was penalized 6 times for 48 yards. Ottawa just 4 times for 40. Individually tonight, the Trevor Harris and the Saskatchewan Roughrider offense, he, of course, engineered the passing attack, goes 30 of 38 for 401 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. His adversary, Jake Mayer, 31 of 43 for 339 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. Running the ball tonight, Tommy Stevens had the most carries for the Riders, 9 for 45 yards and 3 touchdowns. Of course, Stone Cold Tommy Stevens does it again in short yardage and beyond. Thomas Bertrand-Houdon had 7 carries for 63, and Quali Conley 6 carries for 23. On behalf of the Ottawa Redblacks, Greg Bell had 4 carries for just 8 yards tonight.
I know what it's going to be, Dave. I know what it's going to be. I know that me and you have talked about, Tommy Stevens when he's in the package.
Yeah.
And Trevor Harris is split out. I just realized what play he's going to throw a touchdown on. What they're going to do is they're going to run that fake, right, with the halfback leading through, and he's going to take 2 steps up, and they're going to do a jump pass to Trevor Harris. Lock it in.
Okay.
I feel like that's coming.
I thought it was comical tonight.
On a quick slant, right? Yeah. The problem with Harris is he's going to have to, control himself and not, be so excited where, it's going to make it obvious that he's finally involved in it. But I feel like that's going to be the play.
See, and I thought it was because the comical aspect was that so Trevor Harris with Tommy in the shotgun, Trevor lines up as a receiver,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
And so tonight, the latter stages of the games when Tommy Stevens actually got down to the 2-yard line, Harris lined up on the far side of the field and then had to double back coming to the near side because he lined up on the wrong side of the formation. Yeah. So I thought this is going to be the play where they're going to throw to him because he's got to get in the right side of the formation. It wasn't to be, however. Catching the ball, though, tonight was Keyshawn Johnson, your offensive game star. 11 receptions for 133 yards and a touchdowns. Johnny Johnson III, 7 catches for 117 yards. Again, a quiet night, 117-yard receiving night for Johnny Johnson III, who also was instrumental on kickoffs. Deshaun Mims, 6 catches for 84. Dylan Jette, 4 for 53, and his first touchdown of the season. Aiden Eberhardt, who kind of really burned the Riders as far as receiving yardage in Ottawa back in July. He was 8 catches tonight for 99 yards. Then you've got the young Keelan White, who was 8 for 66. Khalil Pimpleton, 5 catches for 35. Justin Hardy, 4 receptions for 79. So some bigger yardage numbers.
Doesn't look like the threat he used to be either.
No, you're right.
Like even catching the ball, like man, he used to be so dynamic. And the last couple times we've seen him, I think teams still got to be very wary of him. Right, especially in a game like this where, like, a team, again, just looking for any sort of momentum burst. But, like, he just doesn't look
he was
fast. He doesn't,
He was nicked up in the first game that the Riders played, right?
Yeah.
In July.
Yeah.
And then tonight he hurt his hand.
He looked faster in that game, too. Yeah.
He did, yeah.
So he just doesn't, he hasn't been effective at all for the Redblacks.
Okay. Also, can tell you that defensively tonight for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Antoine Brooks had a 7-tackle performance in Ottawa back in July, and he tonight has 7 defensive tackles as well. Jameer Thurman, 6 tackles along the way. Jonathan Edouard, who is our defensive game star, he hopped in the tub before coming to the microphone, so we'll give him a minute or two to see if he can get over to the stand to talk to us. But he had 5 defensive tackles, a special teams tackle, an interception, and a knockdown tonight. I thought he was everywhere tonight. So.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, when you talk about what he brought to special teams, when you talk about what he brought to the defense, I mean, that's the type of performance you want out of every player, right? A guy that doesn't matter where you put him, like whether it's – and again, I think that, for the Canadian kids listening to this broadcast, you have to be able to play special teams if you want to be in the Canadian Football League, because that's the way you're gonna stick on the rosters through specials, and then you're gonna get an opportunity like Edouard does. You're gonna get an opportunity like Lacombo got, and you're eventually gonna get to. But man, it's such an underrated skill set. I think that guys like Nick Weeb, for instance, understand how valuable they can be, and more importantly, how much of a role they'll gain and create for themselves if they're just exceptional on specials, right? And Edouard clearly knows that because he approaches it with extreme savvy.
As we are winding down our time here on the fifth quarter postgame show, I do want to point out 2 more stats. Jackson Ford, 5 tackles. Nelson Lacombo, 4 tackles. And Marcus Sales, who the Ottawa Redblacks did not go after at all tonight, only had 2 tackles this evening. And I point that out because the question marks coming in, the Riders were starting 3 Canadians in the secondary tonight. Yeah. Jonathan Edouard, Jackson Ford, and Nelson Lacombo. Lacombo started on the corner. Head coach Corey Mace believes that Nelson Lacombo could be one of the best corners in the league.
Yeah.
What did you see from him tonight?
Well, every time Nelson Lacombo starts at corner, Ottawa's 0-8. So, I mean, he's been incredibly effective as a player.
You did it with a straight face for a minute.
I couldn't help it. No, you know what? I think it's a testament to his ability as a player. I thought that when he came out of the U of S, he was a high draft pick, and I think that you're seeing him now just be extremely comfortable. And again, he's so athletic, right? And it's great to see because, again, you always talk, especially vets in the CFL and guys like myself who used to play, you always hear us say it's the more you can do. It's the more you can do. Well, Jackson Ford is a guy that's played safety now. He can fill in that strong side linebacker if he wants. I mean, he's played short yardage really well this year. Lacombo's all over the secondary. The more you can play just the entirety of a defense, the more you have a chance to continue to make a name for yourself. And Lacombo, I'm telling you, man, and again, by the way, right, like Tavon Campbell goes down and you've got a number 1 draft pick in Malcolm Bell, right, who went to one of the most prestigious universities in the entire world.
Yes.
He was picked in the first round, and they were like, no, Lacombo's going to step in. That's a testament to Lacombo because normally you'd want to give an opportunity like that to your young first rounder, right? It's not to say he's not ready. It is to say, though, that they think that Lacombo needs to be on the field no matter what.
Last question for you before we get to the radio roundtable. And again, Nelson Lacombo, by the way, in college actually played corner.
Yeah.
He had to learn safety at the professional level, right?
Exactly.
But Jackson Ford, who is playing safety, I think is doing it at a level that he has not performed at as a professional to date as he continues just to get better.
I've played with a lot of really good safeties in this league, and I think, he's starting to remind me of Grey Cup champion Scotty Gordon. I think that he approaches the game with physicality. I love his effort, and I love his pace, man. He attacks. He's a downhill he's a downhill attacking safety, right? And again, he's a little bit of a throwback to that sort of Scotty Gordon type of era where you will get your block knocked off if you don't have your head up.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the Riders are going to do this whole thing over again in 8 days from now as they head to Hamilton to take on the Ticats, but there's still much more to come. And next, we turn it over to you. I have a feeling I understand what the most common question is going to be, but the phone lines are already starting to fill up, and why wouldn't they for the radio roundtable? As that's going to do it from here at Mosaic Stadium tonight as we head back downtown to Rose Street at our studios there. On behalf of you, Luc Mullinder, technical producer Carter here in the booth, Colson Schultz, Alan Lee, and of course Curtis Gammon doing yeoman work tonight here at our Regina studios. I'm Dave Thomas saying so long from Mosaic Stadium. Again, the final score tonight, 42-20. The Saskatchewan Roughriders defeat the Ottawa Redblacks. Don't go anywhere, though. Coming up next, as promised, the Radio Roundtable with Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates, all here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Before the season starts, you've got a checklist. Inspecting equipment, testing the soil, and planning your field routes. Don't forget to add one more. Order your free SaskPower Farm Safety Decals at saskpower.com/comehomesafe tonight. Put one in every cab, so you always know what to do if you contact a power line. Because every good season starts with safety. And always remember to come home safe tonight.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com.
Hi, I'm Trevor Harris, quarterback for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. Great news, Capital Auto Group's Pick 6 contest is back, where one lucky winner will drive away in a brand new vehicle at the final Rider home game. It's easy to enter for your shot at the ultimate prize. Visit any Capital Auto Group location in Regina or enter online at pick6.ca. Don't miss your chance to get in the game with Pick 6. This is Rider Nation.
In football, every player has to be productive. On your farm, every acre does too. That's why growers trust Salford, from I-Series and Halo tillage tools that manage soil and residue to spinner spreaders and the 90-foot AB640 air boom applicator, built to cover more acres in less time. Whatever this fall throws your way, Salford has the equipment to increase your productivity. Visit your local Salford dealer today. Salford, field your best. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at any Mazer Group location.
Great coaches make great calls. And at home, you're in control of the game. Add SaskTel TV to your lineup and enjoy popular channels, including sports in stunning 4K for as low as $40 a month. So, what do you say, Coach? Ready to add in the difference maker? Visit sastel.com/make-the-call to learn more. Conditions apply.
Where was I when I won the lottery?
I was watching TV.
I was on a road trip.
I was on a tractor.
In my dad's shop.
On the job site.
I was on a trail ride with my horse.
Stars Lottery. When lives are saved, we all win. Your ticket supports critical care anywhere, and you could win millions with Lucky Stars 50/50 and Stars Daily Cash. Get yours today at starslottery.ca. License LR 260008. Saskatchewan only. 18+. Please play responsibly.
104.9 The Wolf is proud to be Regina's rock station for 30 years.
buffalofrags.com. The only thing more iconic than Saskatchewan Roughrider football is your calls. Rider Nation, it's time to have your say. Be part of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable. Text 306-936-6262 or call the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620 to join our team of analysts. The Echo Sound Radio Roundtable starts now on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, the Riders take this one 42-20 at home, and the Ottawa Redblacks move to 0-8 on the 2026 CFL season. We'd like to hear what you have to say. Give us a shout anytime. 1-866-767-0620. This is brought to you by, of course, Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. I'm Teagan Witko with Justin Dunk of 3 Down Nation and Wes Cates, Rider legend. So, give us what you got, Rider Nation. Let's go. But first, let's start with what the two of you thought of this contest. Justin, Dunk, let's start with you.
I felt like the Riders came out slow, and I would imagine Wes is going to agree. He usually says these types of things, but then dominated, especially late in the third quarter and into the fourth quarter. Teagan, there were, count them, 4 straight touchdown drives for the Riders, essentially to end the game, other than the Riders kneeling the clock out. Trevor Harris, that was on the final snap. So I thought overall, blowout win. You did what you're supposed to do. You dominated the Ottawa Redblacks. But I think as we go through this call-in show here, we're going to talk about a lot of new faces showing up and playing key roles for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and that bodes well as this team goes down the stretch run with some key players like Samuel Emelis, Kean Schaefer-Baker, AJ Ouellette, Tavon Campbell, and Roland Milligan Jr. on the 6-game injured list.
Now, Wes, I'm not sure if Mark Mueller was listening to our halftime report, but you kind of predicted it. You kind of said it. You said get back to the run game and spread out the ball a little bit more. What did you think about this game?
Yeah, I mean, I actually thought it started off really well. I kind of felt like Ottawa was going to come in there scrappy and trying to find a way to get a dub, and it was a valiant effort. They started off well. It was a little bit of a defensive struggle, field goals at the beginning, but then they kind of let up. And the Riders just kind of manhandled them in the second half. I mean, it was tough going maybe halfway through the third. But then, the Tommy Stevens packages and just Trevor Harris finishing some drives and some young guys stepping up. Obviously, Jete had a big score there, and it was just all day Keyshawn Johnson, and he got in an end zone as well. So I thought it was what was to be expected, but I thought just with some of the things the Riders had gone through over the last couple of weeks that it would be a little closer game. But, I mean, it really was, but the Riders really blew it open there in the fourth.
So 42-20, the final score here. The Riders come out with the win. What did you think? 1-866-767-0620. You can text us as well at 306-936-6262. Let's head out on the line right now and chat with Ryan from Regina. Ryan, you want to talk about Alex Hale, I assume?
You there?
Oh yeah, you got me?
Oh, I got you. Holy cow. Where have I been?
Yeah, where have you been, man?
You've been slacking, buddy.
Right?
No, busy. I'm slacking. We're 10 weeks in, but I just want to be positive to start off with anything. Again, my biggest favorite thing in Saskatchewan football, CFL football, is a win on a Friday night in the city of Regina. Things are popping. People are eating steaks. Man, they're going out. They're getting limos. They're going to go dancing in the clubs all night. It's going to be a good environment and a good, just fun evening. So
sounds like a party. Where are you going to be at?
I just put my fire out, man. I just walked out of my shed, and I just actually saw 3 meteors because there's a Mercedes meteor shower going on. So I listened to all the radio, had a fire, did my thing. It was a great evening, and I just think the city's going to be popping, and it's going to be a fun time. But
there's always a but.
I do want to talk about our kickers. I don't want to be a Brett Lothar of last year, and I'm really excited to listen. I sure hope Aussie Man from Australia keeps calling in. I haven't listened in a bit here, but so can you tell me a little bit about Dawson? Because if last year was any kind of bring in a new kicker, put the pressure on the kicker. He comes in tonight. He has a great game. Saskatchewan fans, if it's not a quarterback, if it's not in Austin, it's going to be a kicker. If it's not a guy who messes up, man, they're going to be on them or off of them. So tonight's a great night for our kicker. Shout out to that guy. The pressure of our fans in this province on any position in our team, when you mess up, they let you know. So I just want to make sure, and I want to know your opinions on this. Are we pushing our kicker? Is our kicker good? Is he going to pressure? Is he going to lose it? Or we're going to have another season with everyone not being cool with our kicker? Also, while I was on hold, I Googled Justin Dunk. Guelph, man? Dude, I didn't know that. So, I'm so into, it's pretty cool, man. And again, I'm talking a lot. There's meters going on. I just got out of my shed. You give me an answer, and I'll just listen, okay?
Ryan, we don't have enough time for me to talk about my University of Guelph career. All due respect, Wes played in the pros. We should focus on his playing career, but I'll give you my take on the kickers, okay? And it's not one that you're going to expect. You ready for this? I think that Dawson Hodge was brought in, yes, to put a little bit of pressure on Alex Hale, but to perhaps be a bridge to a bigger named Canadian kicker being brought in, possibly down the road via trade. I'll leave it at that. We'll see if the phones light up with some guesses as to who those kickers could, and I stress could, be in the future.
It should be brought up, and the phone should be lighting up, because for the last 3 or 4 years, if there's anyone we can harp on in this province, it's our kicker. And you be the kicker, guys, team, ladies, anyone who's kicking right now, and the field goals are getting pushed back, rules are changing. You be a kicker, and you try and put on that personality and get that job done. It's tough, and I don't want to see this for the next 2 years, changing kickers, bring a new kicker, get a new kicker, get a new kicker. It's too much. I really hope the Australian guy calls. I'm going to let you go. You guys talk about it. I got to put my fire out, and I'm going back to my shed. Okay. Cheers.
Ryan from Regina, thank you so much for the call. Really appreciate it. The phone line, the Echo Sound hotline is 1-866-767-0620. We love Ryan from Regina. He's great. Text us as well, 306-936-6262. We are going to take a quick break. We see you on the phone lines there. We're going to get back to you here in just a moment, okay? Hang tight and get on the queue while you can, okay? This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Durability, capacity, speed. MacDon D2 Series Combine headers deliver all the best performance and innovation of the FD2 Flex Draper in a rigid platform. The D2 boasts an all-new frame that features a superstructured 5-sided back tube. This solid backbone is ready to handle the up to 20% increased capacity of an ultra-deep 50-inch draper deck. And that draper fills quicker with MacDon's clear-cut high-speed cutting system. With MacDon's rock-solid reliability, the D2 gets you more from every acre. Get it at Young's Equipment.
What's the biggest risk on your farm? Weather? Maybe, but it could just as easily be the small losses that chip away at your margin. Today, yield loss isn't the only thing putting farms at risk. That's why Global Ag Risk Solutions created Yield Plus. It works with your traditional crop insurance to protect your margin, giving you complete coverage for your farm. With the most successful product launch in Canadian private crop insurance history, Yield Plus has farmers feeling more protected and more confident. Visit agrisksolutions.ca to learn more.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. Did you know some folks sell complete garage packages that are missing things, like nails? Wood Country, though, does things right. They sell you complete garage packages. Their packages include premium grade lumber and everything you need, even walk-in doors with cladded jambs and overhead door jamb flashing. It's not a deal unless you get the whole deal at Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. wood-country.com.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up, delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package, including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance. DeKalb's geared up to be your #1 canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Before streaming, before smartphones, back when your biggest worry was scratching your favorite CD, Play 92 is your throwback time machine.
All the small things, everything Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
Play 92, #1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscades.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Saskatchewan Roughriders take this one 42-20. Final score. Some people texting in at 306-936-6262 saying that the score, it kind of flatters the Ottawa Redblacks. They had their struggles tonight. But we want to hear from you on the phone lines, 1-866-767-0620. I'm Teagan Witko with Justin Dunk and Wes Cates. Let's jump right out on the phone lines here, Curtis, and go to Tyler from Regina. Well, hey, Tyler, what'd you think about the game?
Hi, so I have 5 quick points I'd like to quickly do.
Fire them off.
The first one is the new players who came in and played for the guys that were injured. They really stepped up their game. They're really believing into the next man up mentality. They're playing really, really hard for the guys that are hurt. Second point is Hale, perfect tonight. You got to give him his flowers when he's perfect. That was a big 3 is a big, huge win for the team, especially with all the guys that have hurt right now. Congratulations to D-Jet on his first touchdown in his first game. And then I just wanted to say great job to Wes, to Teagan, and to Dunk for all the hard work they do.
Oh, Tyler, we appreciate that. Thanks, man.
And I hope you guys can cheer extra hard for me next week, because I will be in Medicine Hat playing for Team Saskatchewan for soccer, and I won't be able to watch it.
Oh, dang.
Well, you can listen on the radio.
Hopefully, yes.
Always.
But we want to hear from. All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the call, Tyler from Regina. And best of luck next weekend, by the way.
Thank you.
1-866-767-0620 if you want to chime in. Let's head out to Surrey, BC, and chat with Robin. Robin, what were your takeaways from this 42-20 win for the Riders over Ottawa?
My takeaway is the fact that even though we're without Emlis, even though we're out with shaken base, our guys that are stepping in are awesome, and they're playing awesome. You know, and that next man up is going to be tough each time, because every time somebody goes down, they seem to just keep right on rolling. So what's going to happen at the end of the season when you got Emlis, Shaven Bake, and everybody else coming back in, and you're really going to have a strong playoff team, because you've got the veterans coming and you've got the up-and-comers coming as well. So, yeah, I'm really happy with what happened tonight, because it was sort of a mix. Are they going to be able to step up? And, yeah, they did step up huge. So that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, it was a big-time game. Deshaun Mims definitely I didn't even realize 6 catches, 84 yards, almost got to 108 targets. Actually, Tomas Bertrand Hudon got in and like on 7 carries racked up, 7 carries, 63 yards, 9-yard average. That was big. Quali Conley had a little tougher go, 6 for 23. But I did notice
didn't play a ton in the second half.
Yeah, so maybe he was dinged up or something. I'm not sure. But I did notice that Ottawa was kind of focusing on him. It wasn't like they were treating him like just some backup running back. They were covering him down pretty well. But, yeah, no, a lot of guys stepped up. Jete, big time. And, you got to give credit to Keyshawn Johnson because he did some heavy lifting considering he was the only go-to guy out there and managed to still come away with 11 catches, 133 and a tug. He's out there balling with obviously a lot of attention on him. So, yeah, it was a big game.
Excellent game.
Robin from Surrey, BC, we always love when you call in. Appreciate it. 1-866-767-0620 if you want to chime in on this. It wasn't a perfect game for the Riders, so criticism, kudos, whatever you want to provide. Again, you can text us 306-936-6262. Let's head out on the Echo Sound hotline and chat with John from Regina. John, what'd you think of the game?
I thought that the game was wonderful. I was glad that they won, but I was a bit concerned about the last 3 minutes in the game when Trevor was left in the game. Too easy for him to be injured. If he's injured and out, we're in big trouble. Wonder what you think about that.
That's a good question. I mean, I think that they were probably calling some plays that would get the ball out of his hands quick. I know you can't always control every game or every play, but I think he's smart enough to know when he needs to go ahead and either just get down and avoid a hit or just get the ball out of his hands. I think maybe he was chasing stats a little bit or just wanted to go back in there, or maybe they just didn't talk about it and kind of just stayed in the flow of the game. But I didn't really think too much about it. It was a fairly close game until those last couple of drives, so I don't think it's anything to worry about, but it is good to keep an eye on. I appreciate the concern, but I think they probably just scripted it for him not to really take too much contact while he was in there.
In the end, when he was lined up outside as a receiver, what happens if the ball's fumbled and he's chasing after an Ottawa recovery, gets injured, that kind of thing? So I don't think that was a very good thing to do.
Yeah,
I may be wrong. I'm not the coach, but that's my opinion.
I say if he is in there and they haven't told him, he should know to just make a business decision and not chase down that guy. Just let him score, especially if you're up, 2-3 scores. He shouldn't be getting in on tackles in that situation. But, I mean, instincts kick in, so maybe he would have. I mean, you bring up some good points, but at the end of the day, I think he's smart enough to know to just stay out the way, honestly, at this age. I know I would.
Justin, do you think they should have put in Jack Cohn there late in the game?
Yeah, I honestly do. I think the caller brings up a great point there that even if you have Trevor Harris on the field there and something weird or wacky happens, you don't want him taking a shot. So I think at that point in time, Tommy Stevens did rush the ball a little bit at the end there, put in Jack Cohn, give him some reps. That's essentially what the Ottawa Redblacks did with McLeod Bethel-Thompson, although he took a hellacious shot from Liam Hoskins and fumbled the football. I don't think Macbeth wished he would have came in the game after that point. But, yeah, we've seen it with Trevor Harris before, right? I think it was last year against Hamilton. Took a big shot, and Corey Mays took him right out of the game after that. I don't know why it takes a big shot to happen for him to come out of the football game. He is your franchise, the MOP, arguably the front runner at this point in time, averaging over 330 passing yards per game. I don't think he needs to be in that late in the football game.
Well, John from Regina, really appreciate the phone call. You bring up some valid points here. We do need to take a quick break. We see you hanging out on the phone lines there, and we're going to get to you very shortly here. And if you want to get in the queue, 1-866-767-0620. Text us as well, 936-6262, 306 area code. Okay, we'll be right back. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Get a phone for $0. Yep, you heard that right. With SaskTel, you can get a device with no upfront costs and no activation fees. Plus, save $10 a month for 24 months with an eligible wireless plan. $0 devices, zero stress, zero reasons not to. Visit a SaskTel store or sastel.com/0. Conditions apply.
104.9 The Wolf is proud to be Regina's rock station for 30 years. Streaming anywhere, anytime at thewolfrocks.com.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road. So why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry's service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
I'm Jared Clark, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Regina Wallshakers. Thousands of Saskatchewan people have expressed concerns about AI data centers near Saskatoon, near Regina, and in Moose Jaw. Saskatchewan NDP MLAs are listening. We believe in honesty and transparency. You should get to see the full assessment of the impact of these centers on power rates, on the environment, and on our economy. Frankly, you deserve a say in the future of your community. You can contact me at 306-352-8754.
Play 92, number one for throwbacks.
All the small things.
And home of Mark and Jess in the morning.
You know Gainer's old touchdown car? It doesn't sadly run anymore, but if it did, I wonder how much it would cost to fill that thing now. Probably so much that Gainer would need to get a second, maybe even third job.
Mark and Jess wake you up 6 to 10 weekday mornings. Number one for throwbacks all day. Stream at play92.ca.
Hey, it's Dig Safe Doug. Well, it's that time of year again. Let's get to work tackling that backyard project or breaking ground on your construction site. But listen, before you start, there's a few things you gotta know. Get those utility lines located. Before you dig, take a minute to expose the utility lines if you're working near them. Don't take shortcuts and take your time. Hitting a line could cost more than a fine. Request a free line locate at digsafesask.com.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, the Saskatchewan Roughriders take this one 42-20 at home against the now 0-8 Ottawa Redblacks. What do you think of the game? Let us know. I'm Teagan Witko, here with Justin Dunk and Wes Cates, 1-866-767-0620. You can always text as well, 306-936-6262. Curtis, let's jump out on the line here and chat with Jason, who was at the game driving back to Saskatoon. Hey, Jason, what did you think about the game tonight?
Oh, honestly, an awesome game. I'm like, right on. Next man up mentality was unbelievable tonight. Like, some guys, I'm like, okay. Saw them in camp, and I'm like, they'll be okay, whatever. But really, next man up mentality was awesome. I do have one question. I think it was Ottawa's, I want to say it was their first touchdown in the Hill Country end. From where I sat, I didn't look like he was in. Is it just, does the ball have to cross the line, or does the actual receiver have to fully be in the end zone.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the Hardy reach.
Yeah.
It was a pretty dumb play by Hardy, but it worked out. Yeah, the ball just has to cross the plane. Like the nose, as soon as the nose of the ball crosses that front edge of the goal line, it should be called a touchdown. I mean, obviously it's hard to see from some angles and camera angles and whatnot, but he got it over. It was, you don't ever want to stick the ball out like that, but at the end of the day, he made the right move because he got it over the goal line. But you see how easy it got knocked out of his hand, so could have been shaky, but he was close enough. I think he kind of knew where he was, so it worked out. But yeah, he was in. Or I should say the ball was in. Player doesn't need to be in, just the ball.
Yeah. That's about all I have to say. It's just let's go Riders. Let's hopefully Edmonton loses tomorrow, because then we would be sole possession of first place, or no?
Yeah, I think so, because they're both 2 losses right now.
I think if Edmonton loses to Montreal tomorrow,
so they'd be 3 losses. Yeah.
Riders would be.
Yeah.
Jason, drive safe back to Saskatoon. Really appreciate the phone call. 1-866-767-0620 is how you can get in touch with us. Let's go chat with David in Melfort, or from Melfort, pardon me. David, what'd you think of the game?
Hi. Well, it was a good game. A little slow start, I would think, but I think once Trevor got going and got the Ottawa defense figured out, or him and Mueller, I think they went to town pretty good in the last half. I just had a couple of comments and a question. I thought the inside, the D-line, especially the tackles and the inside, didn't have a particularly great game tonight. Not pass rushing, anyways. I thought they allowed Jake Mayer to step up into the pocket quite a bit, and that's where he made some of his bigger plays, is when he was stepped up into the pocket. And so I'm not sure where the defensive tackles were at that time, but I didn't think they had their greatest game. And but I did like the young receivers. I thought, well, obviously Keyshawn had a great game. He had a couple drops, but he had a great game. And I really liked the way Dejete, or how do you say his name? Dejete?
Think about it. Trevor Harris calls him the Jet, so
the Jet. Okay, yeah. I really like the way he runs after the catch. I think he got 50-some yards tonight, and I think over half of them were probably yak yards. And he seems very smooth and, very fluid when he runs. So I like that. He seems to be able. He broke a couple of tackles as well. So I like that. And what else did I have? Oh, Conley. I guess he got injured. I didn't hear that he got injured, but I guess he did. But I thought maybe he got benched, because Wes would know this better than anybody, because I thought later in the first half there, when he was still playing, he tried to hurdle again a couple of guys, and maybe that's where he got hurt. I don't know, but I thought maybe the coaches just got ticked off at him for not keeping his feet on the ground. But I think for a running back, I'm sure Wes would know this, probably your feet on the ground is the best place for them.
Yeah, you're asking for it. You're asking for it when you start jumping, because you can't. Once you're in the air, everybody knows where you are, and everybody knows pretty much where you're coming down. So guys can line you up, tee off on you pretty good. So it's not something you should get in the habit of doing, quite frankly. But I don't know. Did we get any type of injury report on him, or any update during the game? I don't know. Dunk, did you hear anything?
No, TSN didn't mention anything either. I wonder if it was a case of perhaps going with Thomas Bertrand Hudon, because he's more of a downhill physical runner than Conley. Conley can be physical, but he's more of a slasher.
Yeah. And based on the stats and the stat line, there was a good
train. Chugga.
Yeah. A 9-yard average for Tomas. Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't see anything on the sidelines there. I mean, there was at one point where he looked like he was laboring a bit, but nothing official at this point. And I mean, he was still in the game, still on the sideline, right? We still saw him take some reps in that second half, but not as many as the first.
I was saying last week he needed to calm down on all that jumping.
All that pirouetting and reverse hurdling.
It was a clean move. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't hating on the
Sounds like
the reverse hurdle.
Reverse hurdle.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be trying to emulate that every time you get the rock afterwards. It was like a once in a season type thing.
Well, David from Melfort, thank you very much for the call. You can get in the queue as well at 1-866-767-0620 if you'd like to let us know what you thought about this Rider win. 42-20 was the final score over the Ottawa Redblacks. We do still have some folks on the line here, but we do need to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after that. It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
This year's provincial budget is protecting Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan's trade is less reliant on the U.S. than any other province. But even so, geopolitical challenges are impacting our economy and our province's finances. The provincial budget protects important services like health and education. It protects families by keeping your community safe and your taxes low. And it protects our future. The 2026 budget, protecting Saskatchewan.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Blow the dust off your VHS player and fire up your flip phone. Play 92 is taking you back with the biggest throwbacks of the 90s and 2000s. Play 92, number one for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up, delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package, including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance. DeKalb's geared up to be your number one canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Hey, my name is Samantha. I work as an assembly technician for Ford of Canada. What I love about working at Ford is knowing I'm part of something I'm proud to stand behind. And when Ford does something like employee pricing, it makes me even prouder to work here. And that means you pay what I pay.
Ford employee pricing is on now. On select 2026 F-150 models, get over $13,600 in total price adjustments. Visit your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Howdy, it's your old pal Wood Country Woody. Imagine no sanding or staining and enjoying your deck for decades. That's a TimberTech deck. TimberTech is fade resistant, comes in a bunch of pretty colors, and features a hidden fastener system, making construction clean and easy. Oh, I tell you, shoot, it's as slick as a whistle. TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportscage.com. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates with you following this home game for Saskatchewan, where they came out victorious. Yeah, 42-20 was the final against the Ottawa Redblacks, who are now continuing to stay winless on the season. The phone number to call us at, by the way, 1-866-767-0620. You can text us at 306-936-6262. The Echo Sound hotline is brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. Let's jump out on the line and chat with James from just north of PA. James, your thought on the game? Oh, and
Hello,
please turn down your radio if you don't mind.
Hello?
Hi. What'd you think of the game, James?
It was all right. I know we were missing a bunch of starters. Didn't seem like that wasn't what I was expecting, let's say.
What were you missing?
Well, they came into this game 0-7. I thought we'd blow them out 90-0.
Oh, man, high
Part
expectations.
of that is due to the reffing, though, from Mr. Major.
Yeah, I'm surprised nobody brought up the Devin Adams, the roughing the snapper.
Unnecessary roughness.
Yeah, because, and the annoying thing about it was he did everything right, and the long snapper just bit off more than he could chew. Like, basically, Adams lined up where he was supposed to, so he didn't cover up any of this long snapper. His first couple steps were kind of at the inside shoulder of the guard, and then he didn't even really put hands on the long snapper. The long snapper looked at him after a couple of steps and put hands on him. So how they said he hit him early or roughed him, it was just, dude just tried to help block him and didn't realize how big and strong the dude was, got rolled over and somehow busted up his arm in the process. I don't know why they really called the penalty on him. I would love to hear the refs break it down, but tell me if I'm wrong, Dunk. That didn't look like a penalty to me.
I was with you. It seemed like Devin Adams made a heads-up play and that Peter Adjei, the Redblacks long snapper, took one, if not two steps quickly to set himself up there. Mm-hmm. You can see the replay live on our YouTube channel right there to get himself ready to potentially block Adams. Now, Adams bowled him over, and full credit to Nick Weeb for breaking through, blocking the punt, and then David Gabenda ends up recovering it for a touchdown. But it was close, although I didn't think that it was unnecessary roughness to the letter of the rule.
Exactly.
Well, let's call up the refs. Get an explanation.
See what they have to say. Well, I'm sure they'll probably respond to it. Don't they have to respond to all their calls, all their flags somewhere? I don't know.
They get graded on it, but they don't have to talk about it publicly. And I just want to reference the caller saying he expected the Riders to beat the Redblacks 90-0. I know they're 0-7 coming into the game and now 0-8. Wes, you know this well. Yeah. Everybody gets paid out there at the professional level. You're not just going to come in and roll over. So I get the expectations are high in Riderville because the Riders are defending Grey Cup champions, and right now they're currently tied for top spot in the West, and Rider Nation clearly hoping for Edmonton to lose to Montreal so that the Riders can be on top in the West. But the other team gets paid too. They ain't just going to come into Mosaic Stadium and roll over. All in all, I thought the Riders dominated, especially late in the second half and the fourth quarter.
Yeah, for sure. So there's some pride to it, too. Come on now. You ain't just going to get slapped around all game for a whole season. They're trying to figure it out. It's not working too great, but they're trying to figure it out, and they're putting some effort out on the field. It got ugly late, but they fought decent.
Yeah, it's not pretty in Ottawa right now, and you have to imagine there's going to be some serious conversations now that your team is sitting at 0-8. But especially guys like Jake Maier who are coming in, right? Like he's not a schlub. Jake Maier can toss the football. Now he had some flashes where he didn't look his best, but he's not going to come in and just be rolled over by his former team. So
the thing is, though, Teagan, what else is Ottawa going to do? They already fired their defensive coordinator in William Fields, released a star receiver in Eugene Lewis. There's not much else this team can do.
Other positions, so.
Well, is it a hard
pretty much? General manager, head coach, offensive coordinator has final say over the roster.
Yeah.
I mean, are Dinwiddie's days numbered?
I doubt it. He's got a 3-year contract. You would imagine that OSEG, Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, wants to at least let him try to rebuild this thing for over a season, I'll say, but you never know. If the paper bags keep coming in the nation's capital at TD Place and this 0-1 streak gets into the double digits, man, that pressure is going to ratchet up.
Yeah, that's going to be a very quiet bus ride back to the hotel tonight. That's for sure. James from north of PA, we appreciate the phone call. Thank you so much for giving us a shout on the Echo Sound hotline. Again, 1-866-767-0620. We do still have a few folks on the line here, but we do need to take a break, and we'll get to you very quickly here. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series round baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. Stop by Ag World Equipment in Kinistino today or visit masseyferguson.com to learn more about the 1 Series round baler.
Hey, my name is Samantha. I work as an assembly technician for Ford of Canada. What I love about working at Ford is knowing I'm part of something I'm proud to stand behind. And when Ford does something like employee pricing, it makes me even prouder to work here. And that means you pay what I pay.
Ford employee pricing is on now. On select 2026 F-150 models, get over $13,600 in total price adjustments. Visit your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
104.9 The Wolf is Regina's rock station and home of Chad and Evan in the morning.
Chad, have you ever worn a watermelon to a game?
I haven't, no.
Really?
No.
You haven't lived. I never did it in Regina, but I've done it in Edmonton. And I got picked on.
Is it just as sticky there as it is here?
Way stickier, because people throw beer at you.
No, don't.
Streaming at thewolfrocks.com.
Cooperators wants to remind you that if investing is the only way you're preparing for the future, you're only considering half your options. By making investments and life insurance part of your investment plan, you get the full financial picture. Plan your future holistically with investments and life insurance. Cooperators does both.
Call Tom Bamford in Regina at 306-949-6633 today. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Mutual funds are offered through Cooperators Financial Investment Services, Inc. to Canadian residents, except those in Quebec and the Territories.
Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up, delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package, including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance. DeKalb's geared up to be your #1 canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Need some dirt moved? Some snow plowed? Or how about some grass cut? Well, Redhead Equipment has got a skid steer for that. The B-Series case skid steer comes in 8 different models, varying in power and load capacity to meet all your operational needs. And you can put your case skid steer to work all year round, with attachments for plowing, mowing, digging, and many more. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Play 92, #1 for throwbacks.
Please don't stop the music. It's gonna be me.
And home of Mark and Jess in the morning.
Go to Rider games are the best, man. With friends, family members, you make such great memories that you take with you for your entire life. Some more vivid than others. Others maybe a little bit blurry.
Mark and Jess wake you up 6 to 10 weekday mornings. #1 for throwbacks all day. Stream at play92.ca.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscades.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And we do still have that moment of the game coming up here before we hit midnight. The Riders take this one. 42-20 was the final score at home with the visiting Ottawa Redblacks in town. I'm Teagan Witko with Justin Dunk and Wes Cates here. Make sure that you watch the stream at sportscage.com and our YouTube channel as well and join in the conversation. 1-866-767-0620. Text us as well, 306-936-6262. Gentlemen, it's time to touch base with our boy Chili Willie.
Chili.
Final score at home.
Chili.
Hey.
So what do you want to talk about from this game?
Well, first of all, I could not believe my ears last week when I heard you, Teagan, say crap game.
Now, I'm not a superstitious guy. I'm not. But some of these kids can be. Have you ever watched Ted Lasso?
I personally haven't, but are you saying that I could have jinxed it?
Well, no. You get inside some of these kids' heads. You got to remember, I'm an old man. And when you said that, I was like, no, she did.
Well, it didn't pan out that way, Chili Willy.
We won. We won. But wouldn't you agree that was ugly? Win. Some of my friends would actually call that a fugly win.
It was looking extra trappy in the first half. I'm not gonna lie to you, Chili. Like, until they scored right before the half. I mean, you're talking about, it was a tight one. It was 6-6 field goals all over the place, turnovers. Wasn't looking good for the home team, but they did what they were supposed to do in the second half. So you can look at the score and say it was a blowout, but I don't know. Whatever. At the end of the day, they got the job done with a lot of newcomers or, guys with less experience. So it was a great win overall.
Chili Willy, you wanted to talk about QBs, right?
Right. It was the shenanigans, as I like to call it, after we had that lead. Now, I believe that Trevor Harris gives us the best opportunity to make it deep into November, and I'll leave it at that. But we need to protect him, and we need to know who our number 2 really is. I think we need, if we get these 3 touchdown leads, me and another season ticket holder of 50 years are like, it's either Jack Cohen time or it's Tommy Stevens time. And I think we really need to throw Jack Cohen in there, and we need to see what we have for a number 2. Because I, like Justin Dunk, I believe that our lightning in the bottle is from the University of Hawaii. It's Brady Shager.
The Aloha kid.
Jack Cohen first.
I'm surprised we didn't get a preach.
I'm a former University of Hawaii alumni back in '84, so I'm for the Shager kid.
The Rainbow Warriors, the Aloha kid, Braden Shager, the next face of the franchise. I'm with you, Chili.
What about young Rourke? Weren't we talking about him a little bit in the pregame?
He's in San Francisco, though. He's down in the NFL. We'll leave that alone, Wes. I could talk about Canadian quarterbacks for an entire postgame show if you want. Don't know if the audience wants that, though.
Fair enough.
But you can go back and listen to the quarterback comparison that we did with Justin pregame. YouTube, anywhere you get podcasts, you can go back and listen to that because he dives deep into it. Chili Willy, thank you so much for calling. We always love when you do that. 1-866-767-0620 if you want to jump on the phone lines here before we have to wrap her up here in just a little bit. But why don't we head out and say hello to Ward in Moose Jaw? Hey, Ward.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What'd you think of the game tonight?
I thought the game was pretty good and just got a really good idea. I want to thank you guys for helping make the wait coming out of the tailgate zone enjoyable. And then my drive back to Moose Jaw, I'm just getting ready to pull back into the house. But I got an idea if I can run that by you.
Try us.
Well, so I think we got to continue with kind of the legend of Tommy, and we got to tie that to that halftime show. And I see Tommy every time he scores a touchdown, spikes the ball. I think we should cut into that rope guy. He could be having the lasso coming out sometimes, and then sometimes playing with rubber chicken on the what do you call it, guitar. And I think if you go back and forth, we'll cement that image of Tommy in people's minds for years to come.
So you were a big fan. I knew that was a good show. The crowd wasn't
the worst show of all time, but people are going to remember that. I think it's something we got to cement in people's minds. It reminds me back in the day when they used to have those ads on the radio with CFL, the Chicken Football League, and I remember that from a kid years ago, and those are some pretty hilarious radio spots. So I'd love to see that with Tommy.
So you're saying the crowd response was accurate?
I would say that's the worst halftime show ever, and that's why it's so great.
Oh, Ward.
It's so bad, it's good.
Man. Yeah.
So bad, it's good. For those who weren't in attendance at Mosaic Stadium, and maybe you're just listening on your radio or watching on the stream here, it was our boy. He joined us on the pregame show as well. His name is Bud Edgar, and he is a cowboy comedian. He does rope swinging and tricks, and that is what Ward from Moose Jaw was referring to. So
I had some good laughs.
You were cracking up on the sideline, Wes. Don't even lie.
It was just it was like dry, awkward,
wholesome.
Yeah, it was funny to me. Yeah.
You know, you got to
I'm
give
just
it to the
gonna leave
Riders.
it at that.
You got to give it to the Riders organization. I mean, they also had the corgi races a while back.
Oh yeah, you are
job.
going to be entertained when you get to a Rider game.
Mm-hmm.
Football or not, there's going to be plenty of entertainment.
Even if the game's not pretty.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. Ward from Moose Jaw, thank you so much for calling in, and appreciate having you on the show. Gentlemen, let's take a quick break here. We're going to come back, and we're going to go through that keg-size moment of the game and any final thoughts heading into next week. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres booked before September 15th.
Before the season starts, you've got a checklist. Inspecting equipment, testing the soil, and planning your field routes. Don't forget to add one more. Order your free Sask Power Farm Safety Decals at saskpower.com/comehomesafe tonight. Put one in every cab, so you always know what to do if you contact a power line. Because every good season starts with safety. And always remember to come home safe tonight.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
He's a Saskatchewan Rough Rider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com.
Premier Scott Moe.
This year's provincial budget is protecting Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan's trade is less reliant on the U.S. than any other province. But even so, geopolitical challenges are impacting our economy and our province's finances. The provincial budget protects important services like health and education. It protects families by keeping your community safe and your taxes low. And it protects our future. The 2026 budget, protecting Saskatchewan.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
Get a phone for $0. Yep, you heard that right. With SaskTel, you can get a device with no upfront costs and no activation fees. Plus, save $10 a month for 24 months with an eligible wireless plan. $0 devices, zero stress, zero reasons not to. Visit a SaskTel store or sastel.com/0. Conditions apply.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Just about time to wrap this one up for today. The final score 42-20 in favor of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, beating the winless Ottawa Redblacks at Mosaic Stadium. There was a lot of activity during that game, but I think we've all unanimously decided on what the moment of the game should be here. The keg-size moment of the game. The Keg in Saskatoon and Regina. Book your reservation today at thekeg.com. Curtis, let's hear it.
2nd and 5, Saskatchewan. Here comes 5-man pressure from Ottawa. Thrown far side. That's complete. 5, 4, 3, 2. Touchdown! Riders! Hopping into the end zone for his first career CFL touchdown. It's the Jet, Dylan Jette.
Finally, a receiver catches it over the middle, Dave. You got Dylan Jette just sort of working his way in, and Jette just comes from his wide side position, breaks one tackle from the Redblacks as he catches this ball, and then he's cleared for passage to the end zone. That's great execution, and congratulations to Jette. Welcome to the league.
Yeah, he was pretty excited about that one. Yeah. That was cool to see, especially coming off of, an injury that had him out for quite some time. He did play with the Riders in a road game already, but that was his home debut with the green and white, and I don't even think he got any touches in the last game. So
yeah, although he tossed the touchdown ball, which he should have been holding on to that pretty tight, and then his attempt to, I don't know, was he trying to jump in the stands, high five? Either way.
Maybe he thought about it and was thinking, okay, there's enough injured receivers. I shouldn't try this.
Yeah. It was kind of like a half-hearted jump at the stands to give some people for high fives, but it didn't look well thought out.
Can we just note one thing about the Jet here, Dylan Jette? It's rare, Wes and Teagan, for a Canadian receiver to start at X. Now, we know that Mark Mueller moves his receivers around, but on the depth chart, Dylan Jette was the starting X receiver. I think that says a lot about the upside the Riders believe that he has. Came in, looked comfortable right away, had 2 catches on the opening drive, and then on that touchdown, not only was it a great catch going full speed, but breaks a tackle, slips into the end zone. This guy's a very intriguing receiver, and I'll add one more note to these Canadian pass catchers that the Riders have added through the CFL draft over the years. Since 2020, the Riders have picked or selected, however you want to describe it, one Canadian receiver in every single round of the Canadian Football League draft, 1 through 8. The names are pretty darn good if you look at the list in order of the years. In 2020, Kean Schaefer-Baker. 2022, Samuel Emelis. 2024, Del Duncan Busby, Deshaun Mims, and Ajo, who's no longer with the team but signed with Calgary. Daniel Weeb in 2025, and then Dylan Jette in the second round in 2026. There's something about the front office in Saskatchewan that knows how to find receivers at all different points in the CFL draft. So when people out there say the CFL draft doesn't matter, nuh-uh, that ain't the truth. The Riders are out here finding gems in all kinds of rounds in the receiving group.
And I will say, gentlemen, that's a common theme on the text line right now, is just how impressed Rider Nation is with the depth in the receivers room. So Dylan Jette. As Justin said, the Jet.
Jetty. Yeah, he's
Jette.
We got to give a shout out to Johnny Johnson III, too. He had 117 on 7 targets, 7 catches, so he was pretty much unguardable, too. Didn't get in the end zone, but he was balling. Another guy. And Deshaun Mims, 84. I'm still like, man, that was a quiet 80. 84 that's a complete game. It was, he's a quiet assassin out there.
I'm intrigued to see what this group is going to look like next week when they face Hamilton. So I guess just to close things out here, Justin, let's start with you. What do you anticipate? What do you think the Riders are going to be adjusting as they take on Edmonton on the road next week? Hamilton on the road next week, pardon me.
I think it's another opportunity for some young players to show potentially that the game against Ottawa was not a fluke. We talked about Dylan Jette. We talked about Deshaun Mims there. Wes said it very well. I think it was a quiet 84 yards in the game. Jonathan Edouard has been absolutely massive for this team. I think he deserves to have more of a spotlight put on him. Let's think about this. Roland Milligan Jr., He's only played parts of 2 regular season games in 2026. Jonathan Edward was signed after week 2. Put your hand up, Rider Nation, if you had Jonathan Edward starting the season to make the first interception by a defensive back, okay? There's no hands up. Yeah, I know it's radio and I can't actually physically see you, but nobody in Rider Nation has their hands up, okay? Because Jonathan Edward was on the street, but clearly Corey Mace knew what he could do from their time together in Toronto and felt like this Canadian defensive back who's out of Carleton University could make an impact at yet another position that is not used to having Canadians play it. Boundary halfback for a Canadian, X receiver for a Canadian. These are rare, but the Riders have the depth, and I believe what Corey Mace talked about, and he gave us a little peek inside this week. He said that the coaches often give the players tests week in and week out. So if you're on this roster, you have to be prepared to play. So I think it's partly a credit to the coaching staff for the opportunities that they give some of these players. But Wes, you know this well. It's a credit to the players for earning those opportunities and then capitalizing on them when it comes to game time.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely, you got to do – I always told young guys when I was coming up, you got to be coachable. So whatever your coach asks you to do in practice, show you can do it. Do exactly how they say. Now, when you get in the game, do you, but it better work. Make plays, handle your business. So all these guys are doing exactly that. They're showing they're coachable, they're listening, they're going out, they're doing their assignments, and then they're making plays once they get the ball in their hands. So it's exciting. And as far as the game next week, we got to figure out who Hamilton's actually going to start, right? and go from there. I still think they kind of have their best bet to be competitive with Trey Ford. I know he made some bonehead
Harrison Frost is starting this week.
Oh, he
for
is?
the Ticat.
All right. It was, and wasn't he the one that came in relief of Ford?
And fumbled and threw a pick 6, yes.
Yes, that's what, yeah. Anyway, Trey Ford is probably their best bet, but I digress.
Preach.
Well, we will know that Rider Nation is celebrating the win tonight, and then it's shifting gears and focusing on the Hamilton Ticats for next week. And until then, that's when we will be back. We'll take you through the pregame show, call-in show, all that good stuff. That'll be Saturday next week. Kickoff will be 5 o'clock Saskatchewan time. So on behalf of myself, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates, Curtis Gammon, and everybody else who helps make this whole thing tick, including Alan Lee and Jason and Mosh. And I'd be here all night if I was naming everybody. So thank you.
Alan.
Good night. I hope he can hear you from the other room. He was the one answering phone calls. He's listening. Okay. Good night, gentlemen. Good night, Rider Nation. We'll do this again next week on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Howdy, y'all. It's Wood Country Woody again. Well, looks like new home prices are still higher than a giraffe on an extension ladder. But a custom and RTM home from Wood Country gives you what you're looking for at a price that's down to earth. They draft your home for your right in store. Then they custom build your home right on your site. Literally thousands less for a home you actually want. See Wood Country today.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
In football, every player has to be productive. On your farm, every acre does too. That's why growers trust Selford, from I-Series and Halo tillage tools that manage soil and residue to spinner spreaders and the 90-foot AB 640 air boom applicator, built to cover more acres in less time. Whatever this fall throws your way, Selford has the equipment to increase your productivity. Visit your local Selford dealer today. Selford, field your best. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at any Mazer Group location.
If you've got a Steelcraft garage door, you've got a door with parts manufactured and assembled right here in Canada. A door with better insulation and seal, plus a warranty you're probably never going to use. Combined with a LiftMaster opener, it's the right choice. And if you don't have a Steelcraft garage door, you should get one. And a LiftMaster opener. 100% made by Canadians for Canadians. Steady, tariff-free pricing and great quality, no matter what.
Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door. We offer more.
Why juggle multiple providers when you can have one seamless experience? On the farm, acreage, or cottage, Access Communications has you covered with internet, TV, and security. One provider, one business.